really important to have a plan and understand what your goals are.
In fact, my camel out there is suffering right now with a broken back.
So I actually found Pepe when it was only a couple of hours old, and I'm like, oh, this is a funny meme.
Oh my god.
Yo! Who is this Degen?
The old man is swing trading over years at a time. And it's like, that's where the real money is made.
The answer is a permanent loss. With single-sided staking, you don't have to worry about impermanent loss.
When really, at the end of the day, it's just the matter of a macro market. It's just what happens.
If you're aware, if you're disciplined, you can hone that into further financial growth.
Financial freedom, so we can actually live life and not have to be constantly living paycheck to paycheck. I mean, that's the ultimate goal, more or less, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, crypto degenerates, ducks and squirrels, welcome to the Degen Roundtable. Oh shit, I should mute this while I'm doing my intro. Welcome to the Degen Roundtable Hex Conference live watch party. I had no fucking clue that we were starting at this time, so I'm caught a little bit off guard here. But we're going to be watching the stream, and it's going to be a good time. So let's go ahead and unmute Mr. Matty Allen and Fast Abdul and see what they're talking about. My name's Will Stevenson. Y'all know the drill. Blah 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 blah. Here we go.
I cannot hear this. Can you hear this?
Oh, you can't hear it? Oh, son of a bitch. Okay, hang on. Let me stop sharing. Okay, present. Share screen. Okay, also share audio. Okay, to share audio, share a tab or screen instead. Oh, son of a bitch. Okay. Oh, man. This is tricky. You know what? I'm just going to copy the link. Oh man, all right. I have to. Sorry, Maddie. I have to mute you whilst I grab this. Man, this is so like we do this so fucking live, ladies and germs. This is this is what you get when you come to the Degen Roundtable. Okay, there we go. I've got the tab open. That's good. Look at this. Okay, so Maddie just said that that he unfortunately had a cancellation about 15 minutes before they were doing the thing. I'm pulling up the share screen. Share screen. There's the tab audio
where you do what you say and say what you do.
Cool beans.
Like,
okay, can you hear that, Cass?
There's something in psychology, behavioral psychology called say-do correspondence. In crypto, we call that trust. And while while crypto was invented to like get rid of middlemen and get rid of trust, at the same time, like we still have to schedule conferences and like. Yeah,
where I come from, we just call that being a man. So
okay,
yeah, if you say you're going to do something, then you do it. That's kind of the play. But hey,
yes,
maybe not everybody rolls that way.
Damn it.
Right. Well, yeah. Regrettably, I say that maybe it's for the best because I had been excited about this interview. I was hailing this as somewhat of a turning point for the community.
We should turn this down a little bit so we can talk over
myself, like being a long-time Bitcoiner.
So if I put it there,
I was ready to play the game, like take down the Hex conference banner and like make it so that this guy
how is that
wouldn't have gotten a bunch of hate.
Turn up just a little bit. That's a little too low.
Okay.
An interview that even
how does that?
Full-blooded
okay, it's about 25%.
Could have watched. Like,
all right.
What a missed opportunity for him and for the Bitcoiners, I would say.
Indeed, yeah, he could have exposed himself to a large audience. But I don't know. From what I see in the chat, I think people.
Will, do you know who canceled? Hexagon is asking.
So you won.
Yes. So it was going to be Bobby Lee. So Bobby Lee was the gentleman. He's a Bitcoin OG.
Hit the like and subscribe button. Share this out. Because this is day 3
he was going to be the one that we're going to
that we do
interview
every year. This is our 5th year. I don't see Bitcoin doing a community run.
Guess I'm going to open up a separate screen
YouTuber type of.
So stand by. It might kick me out here in a moment. And
Okay, I'm gonna
because
add
they
Josh
don't
in the
do
meantime. He just
that.
popped
Okay.
in with us.
That's why
Excellent.
I don't see it.
Why not? Why wouldn't they do that?
Welcome,
Well,
Josh.
ha.
Good to see you.
Thing that if you had,
What's up?
yeah,
Are we
certain
live?
influencers that you
Yeah.
get them to come on the screen.
Indeed, we
Still
are.
alive.
Maddie,
You know, before
Maddie
they
pushed it
start
back
it.
an hour and then started a half
Right,
hour early from
right,
that pushback.
that would
So
be the
Yeah.
plan.
we're just rolling with it at this point.
Yeah.
That's an interesting choice. I guess we win that one too.
I love the fact that Fast
Yeah.
Abdul's been
Yeah, in the social
rocking with him
psychology
at
of
the
like
beginning.
Bitcoin conferences,
You know what I'm
is
saying? Like,
singularly
that's so good for his
interesting
brand.
because they use it
Yep.
as a mechanism of
He's-
control to like
I quite like
decide
Fast
what the
Abdul.
people who are allowed to speak at the
I
Bitcoin
remember
conference
first time he came
are
on our
allowed
show,
to say
man.
throughout the entire
Dude's been
year.
growing.
Abdul is a good
Awesome.
human.
And this was
Oh yeah.
yeah, this came to a head.
Yeah, that first time he
or,
came on
well,
our show,
I started to
Josh.
notice
Oh,
it whenever
I don't know
some
if it
of
was
my
the first
favorite
time, but one of the
Bitcoiners,
times he came on,
like
one of the
Robert
earlier times.
Breedlove, he started
After we were done, me,
questioning,
him,
like,
Will, and then I think
what
like
is it that people are so
who was
interested
it? Somebody from Degen
in
Protocol.
beyond Bitcoin?
We all sat in the green room and
Started
just
to go
talked for like
the
2-3
Ethereum
hours
rabbit
after the show
hole,
was over.
and he was quickly
Yeah,
pulled
that was
back
a good
on
one.
a short leash. That same year, I had lunch, brunch. That same year, I had brunch with Lynn Ulbrich, who is Ross Ulbrich's mother. And she had been kicked out of her speaking spot at the Bitcoin conference that year, 2022 in Miami, because she had raised money for her son through Ethereum to try to free Ross. And now the Bitcoiners, they come out pretending like they've been trying to free Ross the whole time, now that it's actually happening.
Right. Yeah. When they weren't taking credit for it until it was about to happen. Yeah, I'm with you there. No, fair enough. I do enjoy that I can say whatever I want when I get off the screen.
Right.
That seems like a decentralized versus a extremely centralized policy, and that's kind of what the Pulse Chain and Hex stand
I feel like
for.
that's something we can do on Whiskey Wednesday.
those decentralization.
Say
and,
whatever we want.
Verbal handcuffs.
If we're comparing Hex to a better Bitcoin, we have to compare communities.
We do have a lot
as
of
far as I
freedom.
can tell, there is a position for maximalism within a cult of Bitcoin or a cult of Hex. However, I think that like as Sami would put it, like the cultural priests that like are the maximalists that keep the faith, like basically they don't have to be so much like what we hate in like the legacy system, like the Bitcoin conferences, where they, like they choose what Robert Breedlove is allowed to say throughout the year, where they kick Lynn Ulbrich out of like her speaking spot that she's had every year, for however many years they've been doing the conference. I think that the way that the Hex community is balancing our conferences and like our freedom of speech is superior, because we're able to run a conference where the topic is Hex, and we're allowed to go talk about whatever we want at the end of the day.
I like that concept. Let's do it. Yeah, I think anything where there's restriction on free speech, that doesn't really fit with our profile.
Right.
Right on. So yeah, we've left the Bitcoiners behind. Let's leave the Cardano guy behind and make our own path.
Oh yeah, that's a good
him.
one too.
I saw some of his posts on Twitter. It's funny how he jumped on the bandwagon, and when really his project is not really on fire in my opinion either. So, and I'm wondering if the SEC is going to come after him next. So he might be asking Richard for help in the future after he's successful. That could be interesting to find out.
Yeah, I mean, and that's not something I would wish on him or on any other crypto. And yet, that's what we've seen, is that there's been this mind virus within people in crypto to fight with each other instead of fighting with the real enemy, which is like, that's the central banks and the fiat insiders. Those are the people we should really be fighting with.
Yeah, that is true.
But yeah, I mean, like I could also see a world where it's the case law that's being established in Hex and Pulse Chain, or the precedents, maybe I should say, that would make the world a better place for Charles Hoskinson, even while he spits hate towards other cryptos that are basically trying to do the same thing that he's doing, except doing it better.
Oh, fair enough.
So yeah, I mean, like, there's a reason why Hex, it doesn't brand itself as a better Cardano, because you know, because Cardano isn't as good as Bitcoin or as Hex.
Agreed. Yeah, probably those Cardano people should just. Actually, I'm not going to make any comments on that. Well, we're just going to let that one go for now. But yeah, let's move on.
I know one bragging point that a lot of these other founders probably aren't aware of yet is that Pulse Chain is number 6 now in volume. How do you like that?
I'll take it. Yep. And yeah, where people are going to start to notice that sort of thing. There's lots of new things that are popping up on Pulse Chain. Whether we have a good day or a bad day, a lot of things are moving around, and that's the sort of thing that gets noticed. And it's not just volume, it's transaction count, right? There's a ton of transactions on Pulse Chain. And one of the symptoms of that is, you know, how cheap it is, or one of the reasons for that is how cheap it is to do things on Pulse Chain, including making your hex stakes, of course. So I am pro that.
Nice. Yeah.
We just had an Oracle, our first Oracle launch today on Pulse Chain.
Absolutely.
You don't say.
That's
Now,
a
can you
fantastic
explain
hack.
to the audience who's not familiar with like the significance of what an Oracle is? You break it down for people.
What was that, Cass?
Description though. This
Oh,
is, I have not done a deep dive.
Moonpilled had said he needs a hat like Maddie's, and I'm like, absolutely. It's a great
Oh,
hat.
yeah.
But,
Do it.
An Oracle is.
I thought he meant he needs a hat like me.
Ah,
Not
yes.
bragging.
Needs a hat like
You know,
that.
'cause
Dylan.
that could be it too. But the little icon, that little emoji that he's got at the end, looks like Maddie's hat. So I assumed.
The DeFi protocol need to know, is this the price? It needs a way to verify that that is the real price before it takes some sort of DeFi action. So the Oracle provides a
Do
framework.
you guys know what the
build
speaker
on top.
lineup is tonight?
Now that we have an Oracle on Pulse Chain, a lot
me,
of things can be built that maybe
yeah, I
couldn't
can
be
check
built
that out.
before.
Yeah, I can pull it up. I got the schedule right here.
Centralized by nature, because instead of just pointing at one place to get a price.
How about Fashion Coder recoding or rebranding? That was pretty cool. When,
Oh, you talking about Rachel?
Yeah, ran into her in the green room Monday night. That was pretty cool seeing her rebrand.
Yeah. That was
rebranded?
yeah, she's Rachel Lobb now. So she switched to her regular name or her stage name or something. She switched to a more normal name than like a description.
Gotcha. Okay, well, I guess that makes sense. I liked Fashion Coder. I thought that sounded cool. But I also expected her to like sell fashion. You know, when I first heard the name. So.
For more things to be built on Pulse Chain. So if somebody's building something that
Oh, we got Sloth on deck tonight. That's going to be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Random numbers, that sort of thing.
Got Aubrey closing it out tonight. That's pretty
Ooh,
sweet.
yes.
So yeah, Signum Oracle,
Aubrey de Grey.
check it out. DYOR.
I like his stuff.
But it's
Mhm.
it is a stepping stone.
Dude, I can't get over the fact that Fast Abdul's on there with Maddie at the beginning. Like, I love that, man. I absolutely love
great,
that
dude.
for him.
Yeah.
This is on Pulse Chain.
I love it for him.
Yep. Shout out to Fast. It sounds like
Awesome.
he's
Yeah.
talking about the
Yeah, I mean,
the stuff that they've built and the stuff that they're
proves
building
the
right now.
veracity of like the
Mm.
ecosystem that we're alleged to not have.
He's doing so
Like,
great. He is such like a he's
oh,
such
we
an
have
excellent like
Oracle?
clutch
Awesome.
gentleman.
Well, I guess that's you know, that's counter to the point that Charles was making about Pulse Chain not having an ecosystem.
To answer your question, Hexkin, yeah, he's speaking tomorrow night. Well, at least he's on the schedule too.
It's on Ethereum. It's on Pulse Chain. Even if we didn't build it ourselves, it was copied here. It does not
That'd be fun. I
necessarily
love
mean it works,
Bristology.
but it's like
Yeah,
the
he's a good
tokens,
dude.
Everything that was on Ethereum the day of the fork is copied, including Hex, which is by far the most successful copy, because Hex from Ethereum, if you had Hex stakes, you received a copy on Pulse Chain for free, world's biggest airdrop when Pulse Chain launched. And it works because the code was fully immutable, and it immediately day one.
I think Z is hopping on with Nuclear Herbs tomorrow as well for like 30 minutes at the beginning.
Yes.
That'll be pretty
I
cool.
do believe they are the flagship like intro
Yeah.
They're the ones like bringing the show on.
I think like Nuclear Herbs is going to be doing an intro for like 30 minutes, and then he'll probably bring Zenith on. I'm not sure though. I'm assuming that it'll be something like that.
Yeah, it could be singular point, or it might be collaborative. I know that Z and Nuke, Z and Chuck work really well together. Like just seeing their chemistry like over in New York, man, it was absolutely fantastic, dude. Chuck is so fucking cool, man. I love Nuclear Herbs.
System state was copied to pulse chain, and there it was, right?
Yeah, he's a really great dude, and I really liked his wife a lot too. Like just how into everything they were. They were just so enthusiastic and so like prepared, I guess might be the best way to put it. Like they're just ready to stream all these things and get their pictures and just, you know,
I kind of like it, Eric.
I hope we get to that point at some point in time where we come in with these like full kits and we're just
right.
Getting all this stuff.
I keep
That'd be
meeting
so
him
fun.
in person because him and I are both like
they are
always
ready to
going
rock
these
and
Ethereum and Bitcoin conferences. And yeah, last time I saw him, we ended up hanging out for a while.
Yeah, that's cool. I don't know. I think his role as the supervillain in the Hex trilogy, you know.
Ooh, I think they're talking about Eric Wall
for now, and you know, it's good to have Richard Hart to have someone reasonably sharp to argue with.
You guys see this?
I've seen some of the Richard Hart
Eric Wall's a total douche
debates where he's paired up against a lesser foe, and it's pretty sad. I prefer watching the ones with Eric. So when Richard Hart streaming again, maybe Eric can go on with them.
I started with 4 of these
just
at the beginning.
Be the sidekick. Yeah.
Down to 2 right now.
I'm already 2 of these cores Golden Boys deep, and I'm on my 3rd right now.
I find out when I buy them by the pint, they go too fast, so I gotta control myself.
Extremely awkwardly long hug. Like, you know, a normal hug, it might be like 3 seconds, 5 seconds, maybe 10. But he held on to me for like a minute.
Awkward.
What do you think that means?
I think he needs. I don't know.
I will agree with Maddie on that one. A minute-long hug is a bit much.
Yeah, apparently he needed a hug. That's exactly what. Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
I think Eric might be like Swedish or something.
Okay, let's hug Eric.
Kind of a different culture over there.
That would make sense. Okay, according to science, apparently, like if you want to,
But he smelled nice.
if you want to have a hug be like, I guess, effective, because hugs can release dopamine or something like that is what I was reading. It's got to last like at least 30 seconds. Like 30 to 45 seconds is apparently the optimal hug length.
One day, I would like to smell all of you.
I guess this is turning into like this.
What are they
time slot is
talking
turning
about?
Into like a reversing the FUD type of segment. Like we're just we're spreading so much positivity here.
Yeah, no, we're talking about what actually happened, and then we're dispelling the lies and pointing out the good things. I think that's fine. Let's you know, keep throwing the FUD at us. We can play this game all day long. Like I said earlier, we have green candles on Hex again today. Even though, you know, I hear somebody broke into Richard's house and stole his watches. But regardless of that, we still have, you know, Hex on Pulse Chain is up 2%. I'll take it.
Yeah, I was gonna say we could do Finland next.
We could. I've actually been to Finland. Probably not many people have.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Tell me more.
Cool. It was. It had a similar feel to some of the other Western European countries, but people were much more serious. There wasn't a lot of laughing going on. I feel like it might be a dry place. I didn't spend a lot of time there. It was also very cold. I was always kind of curious about why Richard chose Finland. There must have been a girl.
I mean, I've spoken publicly about living in
what an
safe
awkward
places.
pause.
Fair enough. Yeah, it's probably that. Yeah.
Was Finland safe?
I suspect so. It's it's a high tax.
Is Finland safe? Well, I mean, you just said Richard Hart had his house broken into, so I'm gonna go with no, not really.
No, he's talking about I'll give you a little bit of
completely
context
safe,
here.
but yeah, I
He's
haven't looked
talking
up
about
this
the
stuff, so I
feds,
can't,
the federal like
cannot verify
Finnish
safety in
police
Finland at this
busted
time.
into
Not safe for
Richard's
people not breaking into your
friend's
house and
house
stealing your watches.
and took all of his
Right.
watches.
They're doing poorly there.
Oh,
So
really?
that
Okay.
happened.
I guess I
Yeah.
misheard
That
that.
happened like a year ago, I believe.
Yep, they seized his
I have
assets.
no idea.
But
Yeah,
now
what
That's
is
still
the deal with
getting
that?
reported
that actually
now,
makes it
which
even
is-
worse. That makes it even
Oh,
less
great.
safe if the
Smells
Fed is
like
breaking
foot.
into people's houses.
Yeah.
Yep.
Same as everything else. They're recycling the same.
There's
photo.
no public data.
Right.
Nuclear Herbs is doing a very good
Yeah,
job
and
reporting on all
so
that.
There's a common theme here where like all the futters of Hex, they like, they keep bringing up stuff out of context. Like Charles Hoskinson, he was, saying that the case against Richard is criminal during a discussion about the U.S. regulation, which the case against Richard and Hex are civil. That's the U.S. part. And then there's this like extraneous Finland part that's like not having anything to do with the United States, that involves, other aspects. But one of my favorite things that somebody said on Twitter today had to do with like the observation that it seems
How's the
like
sound? Does it need to
pretty
come up?
inconsistent if people are guessing that Richard didn't like set up
Sounds
some
good to
kind of,
me.
like good
Yeah, I agree.
tax structure.
Okay, I
or,
will
like,
leave it.
alternate organization or something like that in a different jurisdiction other than Finland. If he put so much design and care into like Hex, Pulse Chain, all the game theory behind that, like, we've done shows. You've been on many of them. We've done shows for 214 weeks about the game theory of Hex and Pulse Chain. And so you're telling me that the guy does enough for us to make 214 shows about it, but all of a sudden in this one area of like taxes, he's not going to be prepared. Which,
yeah, that does seem unlikely, doesn't it? That he wouldn't. He played 4D chess with everything else, but not this. I'm just speculating here, but to me, the SEC is a lot more scary than Finland. So, if it was, one possibility is that first you defeat the SEC, and then you casually defeat Finland with, whatever scraps you have left, because that's probably the lesser of the two problems. So. I hope we see the Hex case get dismissed first, and then a couple months later, everything else gets dismissed, and then he can turn his attention to Finland and teach them the right way to do things.
yeah, I mean, let's knock it all out as fast as possible. And
well, instead of one win, there could be multiple wins, right? Because if he just like everything gets thrown out tomorrow, that
Nate said I'm breathing into the mic, but my mic's
could
muted.
literally happen.
I was just gonna say that. Yeah, we could hear you breathing a little bit. It's in the it's in the chat.
I muted you is why. So
yeah, your thing is a little bit.
Fast of Duel says, but what if we spread it out?
You're good, bro.
Oh, now he's gonna become Darth Vader. Look what we've started.
We know you're alive.
But there could be an American win, and then there can be a European win. I'll be okay with that. We could do that. But honestly, and the SEC thing gets kicked out. I don't know if anybody will even care.
Brendan making fun of us, calling this segment riveting. Well, it'll be riveting when you're in here, Brendan.
I mean,
come join us.
I care about like Richard's like freedom of movement and like any allegations that are being thrown at him. And so yeah, I mean
perfect.
like like my heart goes out to him, and like I do see like,
we know, Brendan. I'm just teasing you.
That's the comment of the night right there, Nate.
All the time.
Good job, buddy.
All hail Darth Tate.
I was reading today.
I love it.
I'm
looking to rebrand. I'm looking to rebrand too, so it might have something to do with that.
Oh Jesus! Yeah, I wonder what that helmet would look like. Oh, I'm not even gonna go there.
That's the first thing I thought about. Is oh god, the helmet.
Articles says that there is no public police report.
Interesting. And that's the country where they publish everybody's tax owing online for everyone to see. So, but they're
tax paying.
Tax paying. Okay. Interesting.
And he's on there. Because he paid his taxes.
Right. Okay. Interesting.
The question is over at the origin address, which is not known to be owned by him. or like the sacrifice address, I should say.
Right.
Yeah. So it's all like, you know, it's also mixed up in like super not.
Hey, Will, I got a fun fact for you.
What's up?
So, yeah,
Did you know you
like,
only lose in
good
crypto
news
when you
is
sell?
But it doesn't affect the blockchain.
Correct.
But like, it certainly
That's true.
appears to affect
It's the only time you
people's
lose is
emotions.
when
It's
you
the
kill
only time you
yourself.
lose.
I think that
That's
there's
right.
also like a pretty good theory.
You
to
sell the
suggest
bottom.
that
That's
all-
the only
like,
time you
all of
lose.
this,
Otherwise, ride that
rage
bitch to zero.
about like
This is good.
um,
Yep, ride it to
about
zero.
the
What are you scared
taxes,
of?
about,
Nothing?
like,
Oh
whatever else.
no.
All of
Big
that's
fat
been
zero.
known for like months. But
Oh, yeah.
all of a sudden, everybody blamed it on one thing, which was when, I don't know, a few sharks were like selling all at once. An observation that has been made by Sami and others is that like that there are downturns in Hex and Pulse chain prices ahead of downturns in like the alt market and like BTC and Ethereum and stuff. And so I find that like kind of interesting that it might very well just be that you know, that people were kind of front running the news of other geopolitical events, and then everybody just attaches a narrative to something even when it's old news.
Yep. Yeah, no, I agree. It almost seems like psyops the last couple.
We should all get Maddie cowboy hats for the next stream party.
Oh my god. And he could just wear them all on top of each other. Or like a Doug Dimmadome fucking like 20-gallon tall hat.
No, bro. All the cameras are just on the hats. So we have no idea who's talking. It's just a talking hat.
And also Pulse Chain. They are decentralized.
Oh my god.
And you can't turn them off. Like Hex is a mutable code, meaning that nobody can change the code. They can't go in.
Oh
and, I
no,
wanted
Brendan
to
talks about
pay
another
this much,
version
I
of
wanted to
losing in
do
the
that.
chats.
I want to turn it off. No, there's no off button. It's on the blockchain. It's on Ethereum. It's on Pulse Chain, and no one can turn it off. If a front end disappeared, a community member could pop up a new front end, and there are multiple front ends where you can stake Hex, which is the thing that we talk about most often. And the same goes for Pulse Chain.
If I had this conversation on mute right now, I would think that Maddie was a big oil tech salesman trying to sell to the
Bro,
New
he's in
York hedge
Texas.
fund manager that is Fast Abdul. That's what this looks like right now.
He is in Texas. Dude, Fast Abdul, I think, has got this Joker look down pretty good, like with the purple jacket and like the blue shirt. I think maybe the Joker wears a green shirt or something like that, like purple and green. But this is definitely oil tycoon talking to the like the New York stockbroker guy or something.
It's like Landman meets Wolf on Wall Street right now. It's happening right here in front of us.
Yeah.
Till the end of time.
Amen.
Indeed.
Oh, got an amigo in the chat's getting deleted. Oh, this
So
is
what else we
interesting.
got going on tonight, Matty?
Ooh.
Well, we got a great
Oh,
schedule
well, that's
for
no
people
good.
tonight. There are going to be some pretty big speakers coming on later on. We've got Nerd Girl doing 2 different talks back to back. Of course, she is also what I would call a crypto psychologist because she was trained in psychology.
Where's the
and then,
remove button? Oh well.
Now she's a crypto.
That's kind of cool.
expert
You guys can
and,
see my
very
admin permissions.
Interested in
Going to not
crypto
abuse that.
social psychology. And so her
Yeah.
her first talk
We
is
don't
gonna
give people
be
who spread
about how
negativity any
crypto
attention.
is like relationships.
See if I can delete this.
And her second talk is going to have to do with some very interesting intricacies about the pulse chain social psychology. So I'm looking forward.
I actually didn't realize you had a wrench
anybody,
on Maddie's channel, Will.
Oh yeah.
Speaks at Hex conferences year
Yeah.
after year, but then also like comes with a really well.
I've got a wrench, but it's on our channel.
There you go.
Okay, close enough. I've got one randomly for Vets in Crypto. I popped in there once for like 3 seconds and they immediately wrenched me. I'm like, thanks, I guess.
Oh yeah, and like you know, she.
I may have wrenched for Discord Syndicate actually. I don't know.
Ooh,
but
that's kind of cool.
I can't remember if I did or not. That was before I stepped back,
we've
so
got
I'm not
Nerd
sure.
Girl in the last 40 minutes of the next hour after this one, and then we're gonna have a panel with Axis Alive, Crypto Sloth, Hexfire.io, and Ray Speakmore.
Well, that's going to be a good one. I can't wait for that one.
And then
That's going to be great.
We'll have a panel as well with people who have spoken at many Hex conferences: Corey, an investor, Cabana Crypto, and Frank Molina will be on the schedule again. And then the last.
Hey, Will, I think instead of doing chat shoutouts, we should just highlight new people as they come in and read them off.
That sounds great.
Okay, let's go through the first 6 real quick, if you're okay, while they're kind of talking about the schedule.
Sure. Yeah, I've muted them. All right, so let's see what we got. All right, guys, ladies and germs, boys and girls, time for some chat motherfucking shout-outs. We've got Brissology in the house saying, let's go. Who's up next? Up next, we have none other than Tam. Good evening, fam. Good evening to you, Tam. Good to see you. Welcome to the Degen stream. After that, we got Hexkin Lost in Asia saying, what's up, fam? What's up to you too, Mr. Hexkin Lost in Asia? Good to see you, broski. Next, we have my very good real-life friend, Moonpilled Rational Optics, Degens Assemble. And he says early, and then there's a little sign. I'm going to presume that's an American flag or something like that.
Yeah, it's an American flag, exactly.
Okay, yeah, excellent. So we've got Degens. I remember that the is American flag on StreamYard. Next up, we got Funkmaster Hex. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening to you. Good evening to you too, sir, Mr. Funkmaster Hex, the Julian Trailer Park Boys of the Pulse Chain system. And then after that, we've got Frank White. Hey, I found the real party. Yes, sir. We do be drinking and talking shit behind the wheel. And I'm going to go ahead on the subject of talking shit. I'm going to let them.
He's the guy who made the
Bitcoin.org.
Bitcoin
Shout out to all of you in the chat.
Back in 2012, he made the Bitcoin logo with the B and the circuit board behind it. The one that
Frank, I think you responded to my you responded to my Matty Allen chat over here in the Degen Roundtable. That's freaking awesome. Cass, can you pull up?
It's been seen by more people.
Oh wait, no, I guess it's yeah.
I'll give you that one.
So let's see, where did I respond from?
That was actually like
you are in
really
Hexaco,
cool talk.
and that's his response is correct. We're all in motherfucking Hexaco, baby.
Would have invited him either way because he brings so much.
Suppose this is probably a little confusing for some people, huh?
Yeah, for those of you that want to know,
plus 10 points for the use of provenance.
Suomalainen means Finnish in Finnish. So Suomalainen means a Finnish person in Finland. Suomi is Finnish for Finland.
Some fun stuff.
I've been learning Finnish for the last 150 days.
Absolutely. And then
what is Finnish in Finnish?
In the next 20 minutes,
Suomi.
At the top of the hour.
Finnish is Finnish.
Yep. Well, so if it's a person, it's Suomalainen. If it's like Finland, it's Suomi.
No, I mean like finish a race.
How do you say that's a good question.
In Finnish.
Oh, that's. Hang on, let me do a little Google Translate here.
Well, you may have the advantage in that debate.
Finnish. I actually don't know that one. English to Turkish? No. Oh, the last language I was translating was Turkish. There was
like if I was gonna say I'm finished with this ecosystem. What would I say?
I can
also
Lapun. Highlight here now that we're rounding out this first hour that we filled in because
shit, did you guys hear that? Lapun. Lapun Suomalainen, the Finnish.
We are gonna kick off with Nuclear Herbs, who is going to break down the legal situations affecting our community.
Maybe with Zenith?
Is definitely going to be a highlight.
It will be a highlight. That'll be awesome.
Perfect.
And, if Judge Aman wants to, let us know.
It's Judge Auntie Carol.
I don't know, publish a many-page report in between now and then. That'd be super cool. No expectations.
She can have my spot tomorrow if she wants to come on.
Cool. Yeah, likewise. And so that'll be that. It's gonna be a great talk whether for Nuclear Herbs tomorrow, whether we have.
Let's say the case does get dismissed. Do you think it gets appealed?
There's still a lot of pieces right now with
Man, I don't know.
I thought it could
hope
be.
not.
Didn't they already appeal it once, or is that a different case I'm thinking of that's already been appealed?
That's that might be a different one.
Oh, okay.
Because everything that's been happening with the
some of
SEC
the hot
versus
dog
Richard
case,
Schuler,
give
Hex,
updates
Pulse Chain,
for South
whatever.
Carolina.
This is all like it's all going through its first
Also,
iteration. There was a lot of
what's going on
back
with
and
the
forth
SEC to really
between
make
the
it clear
response to
where
the
that's
SEC
at, because I know
and the
that
Richard Hart, and then they went, you
it
know, they
often
did
gets
their
misquoted
messages back
even
and
within our
forth. But
community, what's going on with the
that was
SEC.
all like the only thing that's happened so far is the
I'm
SEC
sure
has
he'll
made
be able to help
allegations,
break down some of
and
the
the judge is like,
nuance
"I
of,
have heard
like,
your allegations."
what are the advantages of a
Gotcha.
partial
I think
dismissal
if it gets
over a full dismissal?
dismissed, they'll definitely appeal it, try to bring it back around. They're trying to
Because-
just,
More than once is
in my opinion,
but,
Well,
I
Yeah.
don't think they ever had a case, and I think they
Right.
kind of know that, and they are just
Right.
everything
Yeah,
they're
it's more
doing. Their
than
goal is just
putting
to
out the wins.
create,
It's you,
basically create
That's my
chaos
marketing
and
opinion.
see what they can do to
feel
like
like I
push
can
that
say
as far as they can. That's my thoughts.
Speaking of chaos, we got Mr. Chaos down here. I
Awesome,
agree with you. I
awesome.
think that it probably depends on who's in charge of the SEC when good old D
Okay.
Trizzle gets
So for
appointed.
my talk,
So maybe they'll go after him again.
I
Maybe
wanted to
they'll
kind
be
of
like, hey,
break down a
fucking
little
cease
bit
and
of,
desist
like,
all
what I see
stuffs.
in the ugly
So I suppose we're
underbelly
fixing to
of
find out
crypto.
in that respect.
Yeah, I suppose that's a
And,
really good point. I
this
forgot
has
that
to do
they're
with something
the
I call
SEC is
Day
going
One
through the
FOMO.
chaos of Trump's about to be in office, so some of them are quitting and
Yep.
getting new
Well,
Day
people
One
in there.
FOMO.
Yeah,
Are you familiar with the
Gary's
term?
essentially resigned
Well,
day before Trump
that's
gets
where
in,
you
and
cut
then
me off. I'm not familiar with.
who's the
I
dude
know
that's
both
replacing
those
him?
like all those words, but I don't
Fuck.
know what the
Can't
phrase
remember,
is.
but there's somebody
Okay.
theoretically
So
who
FOMO
was
is
under
fear of
Bush
missing
1
out, but
that's
Day
going to be
One
hopping into SEC
FOMO is a
theoretically.
phenomenon that happens in crypto where
Paul
prices,
Atkins.
like,
That's what you're
Paul
thinking of.
in
Atkins.
the first
Aloha,
day,
There it
Mr.
is.
Brendan.
and then almost
What's up, buddy?
never recover
What's up,
to
everybody?
what they were
Did you
previous.
see the fear greed index
First
is
day.
down
And,
18% from where it was yesterday?
like, there's
Nothing
a
wrong with that.
survival
Calculates that.
bias type of thing in crypto.
Who calculates
where
fear greed index?
every day thousands, if not tens of
I don't know. I just got
thousands
the
of coins are
notification. This was
launched.
from Kraken, though.
And
I don't know
very
why I
few of
keep getting
those
Kraken
ever
updates.
have a price chart that ever goes near what it was on that day.
I get
I think
uphold
they-
updates all the time.
We can take the example of something that, like,
I think they use I don't know
came
exactly how they
and
do it,
went. I'm sure
Will,
that there
but
was,
they
like,
use
some,
indicators from different
you know,
stock
fart
exchanges
copy of
that
fart
measure
coin that was,
sentiment,
like, launched
essentially.
today.
And then they
Like,
put all those together
Probably
and they pump and it pushes out a
got,
number.
it got,
But
like,
I couldn't tell you
dispelled,
exactly what indicators they use
you
and that
know,
kind of stuff.
after
Yeah,
a few
so
minutes.
I'm thinking like, are they using
It
Hillary
didn't even last
Clinton's
as long as, like, a
server
real
locked in a
fart,
basement
right?
somewhere, calculating those emails or whatever, or are they using
That
like
happens a lot
like
in
everything
these,
on the
like,
on the
exchanges like
on the
Solana,
Chicago
another
Mercantile
exchange,
Exchange? Are
probably
they
even
using
happens
like
on Pulse Chain.
Coinbase, or is it just a weird
Um,
amalgamation? That's what I
But
think it
then
was like
you've
when I see
got
the fear
other
and greed
things
index. It always
even
seems
like
about
Hex
right,
that
but like
experienced
I don't know where
such
they
a
draw their
great
data
day
from.
one
So
I
FOMO
think
that's
it's the Clinton. I think it's the
that
Clinton
even
email
with the
thing.
founders
Sticking with that.
Email server.
not to buy it on day one. I remember that.
Yeah, they use
That's
a
the
lot
only
of
reason
things.
I didn't buy
You know,
Hex on
there's a
day
lot of
one,
things. And again, I
because
won't
the
go through it
founder
all because I
said,
don't know all of them, but they
before
look
I
at
even
options
knew
too.
what Hex
You know,
was,
so
said, like, don't
if
buy it on day
options
one.
are are
Because
much
it's
higher
coming out in a
short,
couple
and that's
weeks.
going to show that there's
So
a
I
lot more
just
fear
had
in
to,
the
like, check
market.
back
If
every
there's a
week
lot of long
to see, like,
options,
if
that
they had
shows a lot
bounced
more
yet.
bullishness in the
So I
market. So
landed
I
on
know that
day
is one
three
indicator that they
as
use,
my
the
first
shorts and
day of, like,
longs,
getting into Hex.
puts and calls,
The price
but
had
I don't know everything that they use. Again,
the price had fallen
Hey, I'll be right
drastically
back. I gotta
because
recharge my
on
ice
day
here.
one of Hex,
Do
the
it.
price was a third of a penny. Then in the next 33 days, the price of Hex fell all the way down to 0.00005. So from my estimation, that's like, I think 80x down or something like that. I mean, like, that's a lot.
Well, it's from CNN.
That's 99%.
Wow.
More than 99% down.
Oh, it's measured by the
Quick
VIX.
And
Variety
so
of market
even
data points.
in a crypto where
what
the
AI is saying.
founder had told everybody
hey, Will,
so many times that, like,
So-
even the guy
I can't hear the
who was
conference too
making
well. I was having the
the
same issue
pivot,
when I was
don't buy on day one. Everybody
driving
on day
back
one.
home. Couldn't hear well.
And I think that
How's this?
Much better.
that's a symptom
Okay.
Much
that
better.
translates to almost every crypto, and it's part of the problem about how people think about cryptos. We
I also
saw
know it's a balance of
Ulti,
being able to talk
like,
over them
had day
and
one
hear them.
FOMO,
Yep.
locked up
So
millions of
we're doing it when
dollars.
We're doing it
ended
live.
up
Ticker
being
too,
a
it's
broken
also fine.
protocol, and
This is
you know,
our
some more
first
indirect
time.
people. We saw Hawk Tua coin.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Matty.
Day one FOMO.
That's
Don't
much better.
Yeah,
Don't
Edward,
say
you're
the
right.
names
That
of
was
things you don't like.
Day one FOMO. And
Love you, Maddie.
so
Maddie got day one FOMO?
So there's
Over
a
Hawk Tua?
common thread here between like
No, he's Jesus Christ.
things that you could say are more of a rug pull. Like
I wasn't
maybe,
talking
like,
about the
Hawk
coin.
Tua pre-selling to people 20 million.
Maddie's a smart
I mean,
man. He
even
knows
in
for
that
sure.
case, you could
I know he
argue
is.
whether or not like where it falls on the spectrum of.
By the way, when you were
bad
talking,
deals.
you guys were talking about oil tycoon.
Because I think
I was thinking he
I
looks
think
like a
rug pull is
a
like
roller
so
coaster
often
tycoon.
ascribed to everything.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
it's
it,
overused.
Forgot about
for
that
sure.
it
video
loses
game.
its
That's a
meaning,
good one.
and
Yeah,
Roller
buddy.
Coaster
then people don't
Tycoon,
learn.
Zoo
even.
Tycoon, Sims, all
And
those
so-
games, man.
So when we can understand like the
Josh, I was
influence of
saying
day
that I
one
think Maddie looks like a
FOMO
roller coaster
on
tycoon.
whether or not
Yep.
there's like a future for a coin, whether or not like there's, and that I think that that's a different question than expectations, right? Like this is a kind of a bigger issue than just like the legal framework that's put around things and like the social layer of like, you know, people wanting to blame others for their own bad decision. And I think a lot of it is this human psychology of day one FOMO, which, spoiler alert, is solved by Hex, because Hex is something that incentivizes you to time lock into the future and to not chase things that are new with your whole stack.
I'm with you.
But you know, kind of another thing that comes into play is like, I would say, this idea that if it's not your keys, it's not your coins. And so I think that there's just like a really poor education within the crypto space about what your hopes and dreams should be for something that's new versus something that has stood the test of time, like Hex. So, you know, one example that that I can point to from my own experience is that when I started talking about Maddie token, I said, what if it only goes to $20 and never goes higher than that point? Basically creating, putting it out there that that there would be not more than a 20x, right? That was a good question to ask. And it turns out that it went from $1 to $10 and then right back down, instead of going to $100 or going to $1,000 and then falling down. And so from like, you know, from my opinion, I don't think it's right to say like managing expectations, because there are no expectations in something that is a free market. People are allowed to pay whatever they want. It's you know, like there's no centralization in that regard. Like the price is going to do what the price does, but if somebody is if somebody's viewing like in a less greedy way, if somebody's viewing like what something can do, that can translate into less people getting wrecked. And so it kind of exposes this aspect of crypto that is poorly understood, is that sure, maybe you want, or like maybe your design intention is for people to like come and speculate, but the problem with that is that there could be lots of losers, and the people who are winning could be people who traded and did not put any time into it. They had an unfair advantage against people who are just casual participants. And so to have a design intention that decreases the greed, and if you're asking a question of, instead of what if this 10,000 X's versus what if this only 20 X's ever and can't go higher than that because that's not the design intention, that was a really interesting question to ask. And I'm still glad I asked it, even though there's been unfair criticism of Maddie token. I think that it reveals an unfair criticism of kind of all of crypto, where people aren't taking responsibility for their own actions, and where even in a situation where somebody sets a design intention that's
Charmander.
better
He's so cute
for limiting the amount that people can wreck themselves by day one FOMO.
I like he's got a little pulse hat.
Then like you can still get hated on. You could still get people will still blame you for their own.
A little surprised Maddie brought up Maddie token.
Yeah, I hear
That's
you for
fine.
sure. I think with Hex, one of the best ways we're avoiding the day one FOMO right now is.
I think he wants
I made some money on Maddie.
So the
FOMO
is
that is how it works.
Will be when people learn about it for the first time.
Like most coins that drop,
not everybody knows about it.
I don't expect them to stay high long, so I was in and out pretty quick.
Like I just learned about this, I should run and buy it, or is it the crowd pushing people on the first day, them trying to get in on the new thing? Where is the main source of the FOMO coming from?
Well, and there was.
But I agree with their overall point, right?
The
Their overall point is be careful about all these coins that are popping up, especially in a bull market, right?
Pulse chain and
You're trying to extract from people's bags.
Even
if you've been in Hex, you've been in Pulse Chain, you've been in Ethereum,
because
Bitcoin for
it wasn't compressed all into
for 4 years, waiting for this moment. The last thing you want to do,
and when I think
is
of
give your
Hex,
bags
I'm thinking
to somebody
of
else, right? So you have to be extra careful at this moment in time, because there's going to be more and more grifters trying to get coins off you.
When people were speculating on what the price of PX would be, that could have been even worse, in the sense of new people paying a price that's unsustainable. So that's of particular interest for me as somebody who's like a crypto veteran and like who's studied these behaviors time and time again.
Well, the concept of staking definitely takes out a lot of the speculation time, right? Because you can speculate on what's going to happen 5 years from now, but it's likely not going to keep you awake at night the same as what's going to happen tomorrow. So I think the staking as a anti-speculation tool has definitely been effective.
And that's like a related concept that I think also is something I've noticed that I haven't necessarily spoken on before, is this idea that for me, I was playing on easy mode, being in crypto and having all my money time locked in Hex. So when Pulse Chain and Pulse X came along, like I didn't realize the amount of like emotional stress that would happen having my coins unlocked. And of course, I created Time Pays Me as a way for people to time lock their coins and be able to regulate that for themselves, because it's a fully self-custody. You like issue yourself a copy of the smart contract, and that smart contract then lives within your custody, in your address, etc. And so it's but there is an interesting psychology, not just of day one FOMO of when people buy, but also when people choose to sell. And another principle that I would draw people's attention to is that I hear a lot of crypto broadcasters and commentators talk about people buying buying bottoms and selling tops. And I don't think that it's super intuitive to realize this deep truth about crypto, that when you're playing a short-term game, like you are like, what is it that Richard says? Like each drop doesn't realize that they're part of the storm. And and so like, by definition, if more people sold the top, like, I mean, it's not statistically possible, because then there would be a different top. If more people are selling, like, that's not the top, basically. So
yeah.
And same thing with
I've heard a lot of people talk about, I'm going to sell the top this cycle. But I feel strongly that almost all of them are not going to sell the top. You're buying, you obviously you want to buy the bottom and sell the top, but nobody really knows. So let's work on the DCA concept. Skip the FOMO.
Well, I think it's particularly wholesome and fair and transparent when it comes to Hex that people are basically, they're essentially paying inflation to the people who time lock. And so somebody could come into Hex with the intention of holding long term, and they could be rewarded for that. And somebody could come into Hex with the intention of being a short term trader, and they could take the risk and reward that's associated with that.
Yep.
So that differentiates it, in my opinion, like from many other cryptos that are more designed around like a player versus player type thing, with the idea that Hex is kind of designed for multiple. It's designed for multiple use cases, and without the short-term traders and without the long-term stakers, I don't think you'd have quite the same system that you have in this case. Like, however unbalanced it can be. And I was having the thought the other day that like there is definitely a price where Hex is too high, in terms of like the unsustainability of some, of that balance between like long-term and short-term.
Yeah, you can have an overheated chart, but it it might be too high in the moment at that time, right? Not necessarily forever, right? Like if Hex went up to like $1,000 each tomorrow, probably it would not be sustainable because that's too high for the market right now. But after 20 years of inflation and government money printing and all the kind of stuff that happens in the non-crypto world, maybe $1,000 per Hex is a sustainable price. Maybe that makes sense. Is that kind of what you mean?
Well, did I just see that there's a price too high, and then there may or may not be like, so like, yeah, I just look at like the highs and the lows kind of in a different lens, because you've got different mechanics there at work in terms of the long-term people and the short-term people. Both the long-term and the short-term people like have a incentive to like stop the price from going too low. But I don't see it the same on the way up. And that's something that we saw where, I've made the statement that if Hex only did 1,000x, you would have had a little bit better of a system. Which is not like for me to decide, or like, anything I can say from the sidelines, but it's interesting to me that that we went 10x or 100x higher than what ended up being sustainable. And Hex settled at exactly at the point, at least last year at the Hex conference, we were 100x up from the bottom and 100x down from the top. And today we sit about 2x that. Yeah, so those are my like discombobulated thoughts about some of these psychological principles of Hex solving day one FOMO, as well as like the other kind of principles that happen in terms of not just buying, but in terms of selling. And so, yeah, thanks for joining me on screen for this period of time, Fast Abdul. It's been super helpful because I know our original guest didn't make it. And so, yeah, means a lot. Thank you.
I'm here for the tech, Manny.
He's here for the
Anytime
tech.
you're talking about the tech, let me know. I'm ready. And I like the stuff you just said. It was it's not the sort of way I usually think, but it actually does make a lot of sense. Hex is cool because there is kind of a built-in plan with it. It has functions that you can use. So if you don't have a plan, and I'm a big planning guy, that's kind of my main thing. So it's like, but if you weren't, you could look at this and be like, oh, here is the plan. It's all laid out for me, right? I have these options built into the code of this protocol. And it takes away the fear, it takes away the FOMO, and it sets you on a path. So yeah, that's pretty cool.
I dig it. Yeah, thanks. And so now we'll gear up for our next speaker. And let me see. I'm going to get the transition slide here ready. And yeah, we'll see you later on in the show, Fast Abdul. Appreciate you. Thanks a lot.
No problem. Bye-bye.
This is a good first hour.
Who we got up? Is it Nerd Girl?
So
I honestly
next
don't
on
have the.
deck,
I don't have it in front of me. I don't have the.
I have it. I have
schedule.
it in front of me right now. It was originally, Bobby Lee. Next up we got Maddie Allen. So yeah, Nerd Girl is the one up. Crypto-like relationships, and then Pulse Social Psychology with Nerd Girl. After that is a panel, then another panel. I don't know if it's interpersonal relationships or if it's cryptocurrency relationships, but that's the idea. Anyways.
I hope it's
we got another chat shout out.
Mammal relationship. No.
Oh, we do?
Intermammal.
Oh, we got some chat shout outs. Let's hear it from the folks at home.
Just the one.
Okay, sweet. Excellent. Ooh, Hex Glacier. Funny, we can hear background chat while Maddie is talking. We got Sloth and Aubrey closing tonight. Involuntary narration. Yes, absolutely right, Mr. Glacier Hexton. All right, sweet. I'm gonna go ahead and unmute. Here we go.
Different talks that both
went
seem
right
to be
into it.
really on really interesting topics. So looking forward to you taking it away here for two.
She looks like a princess, not a nerd.
Awesome.
That's apparently
I
her
think that's
I
personal
just want to
her
throw that out
brand.
there.
Yeah, that's her look.
I know
Her
it. I
brand
know
is-
it. I've seen her talk before.
Oh, okay.
I'm just
first, I'm going
tongue in
to
cheek.
give you my presentation.
No, I see your point. Like it has
on
nothing to
how
do with being a nerd to
data
dress up like a
are
princess. I get it.
metaphor for cryptocurrency. So I'm trying to share it right now. I have them all. Oh, there we go. Okay, just takes a minute.
What the
All
hell?
right, so dating and relationships.
If she really wanted to be a nerd,
This is
she
gonna
should
be
get something like
interesting.
your
I
Charmander.
think we might need to
it makes
increase
sense
the
for me to
volume
tell
at
you
just a
why
tick
I
or two.
chose this
Will
topic. When
Okay,
I first
I
got
got it.
into
Low.
cryptocurrency, I started thinking about trying to
A little
relate it
too
to
much?
other things in my life that made sense to me. And
How's
this
that?
is kind of where
More?
I settled. So I think that this is a
Down?
good way to
Little less,
explain
maybe?
it to other people because most people have at
I did
least
2 ticks
some
down.
experience
Perfect.
with relationships and they can understand some of this metaphor. So I want to start with a disclaimer because although nothing that I'm going to say tonight is going to be raunchy or anything like that, there are some adult themes that are explored in this presentation. So if you have kids in the room, you're probably going to want to either turn it down or turn it off, come back later, or go into a place where you're viewing it more privately. I just don't want to expose anyone's children to, like I said, not what's lewd, just sort of an overview of some adult topics.
Well, this is
So
going to get
please
lewd. I feel it.
take whatever action you see fit. Okay, so an overview. The order that I'm going to go over things in is I'm going to introduce myself, then I'm going to go over the literature review, and
Are
then
those
we're going
rose
to dive
petals or
right into the
droplets of
topics.
blood?
So there are 6
think they're rose
different
petals.
essays that we're going to look at, or not essays, but pieces that I'm going to kind of sum up for you. Pieces that I've written about relationships and cryptocurrency. And then there's an option for a 7th piece if there's time at the end and enough people
For
want
those
to
that
see
are
it.
prior
So if you're
military, this
entertained
is
or
called
you
the
feel like you're
terminal
learning
learning
or you want to
objectives.
see more,
Right
Yes,
here.
the
please
TLOs and
comment on
ELOs,
the
baby.
show and just let us know. Yes, I want to see the bonus content.
Thank you, Josh.
It's
I
just one
missed that
extra
word.
slide. So I
Wait,
wanna see,
bonus
I don't know,
content. What is this
number of
bonus content she's speaking of?
Let's see. We can kind of
Aloha,
let
Nate.
Maddie
Welcome,
decide
welcome.
if
We're
there's
talking
enough of
about
a
crypto
demand for the
relationships with
final
Nerd
slide.
Girl. She just doesn't know we're
So
talking.
I'm
Yeah, I
Nicole
popped in
Grinstead,
just in time for her to
aka
be like
Nerd
crypto and
Girl.
relationships,
I'm
and you
gonna
better
tell you
get
more
the
about my
children out of here. I'm
professional
like,
accomplishments and my academic background in the next presentation. Because what you need to know about me for this talk is that
hello,
it's
my
just
best
kind of
friends
a
in the
funny
world.
story.
How are you
So
doing? Hey,
Corey
Josh.
Costa and I have
Aloha,
a little bit of a
amigo.
tumultuous history. He
What's up,
doesn't like me
Bean?
very much, and I don't like
And
him
we got
very
that
much
Will guy up there.
either.
He's up there too.
So he one time called me a dried up 40-year-old single mother.
What the fuck?
And I realized that I was going to own that because all of those things are true about me, right? Like, how is it an insult to say something that's true about someone? And also, it qualifies me uniquely to speak about the topic of dating and relationships and sex
I have no
because who
comments
has more
on that
experience than
opening
a
statement.
40-year-old unwed mother? Okay.
I'm so incredibly
here we go.
fascinated by
Also,
this.
you should know I am an
I'll take your eyes
academic. I
off
do
it.
have an academic
Let's,
background. So just because I'm talking
let's
about
try and approach
something
this
doesn't mean that it
positively.
comes from a place of personal experience. It's like I did research in dating, dating in red pill and all of that, in addition to what I've done in cryptocurrency. So some of it comes from personal experience, and some of it is just related from information. Most of the time when I'm writing these pieces, it's because I'm so incredibly bored with the other kind of bland content about cryptocurrency, and I'm just trying to entertain myself enough to put something on paper.
All
So
that Corey Costa.
these are the pieces that we're going to examine.
bad boy
First
he
is
is.
my first writing ever about cryptocurrency. It's how I
let's
use
be
the
careful
price of
'cause we are live
cryptocurrency
right
to
now.
emotionally manipulate my boyfriend. Next is how to get your girlfriend
Although, like-
interested in cryptocurrency. Then Married to Bitcoin, to have and to hodl, which is
I guess
a
this is
kind of
pretty spicy,
merits of
anyways.
maximalism paper. Then If Q, then XRP is actually a negative critique of maximalism. Then there's The Only Thing Better Than Sleeping with Richard Hart is seeing this movie about him, and that's obviously related to The Highest of Stakes, which came out a couple of years ago. And then Fluid Bonding explains how liquidity must work, aka Hart's Law. So that is the only one of these pieces that hasn't been published, and it's because it's incomplete. All right. So first is emotional manipulation as leverage. So one of the most famously quoted Richard Hart quotes is, "Ladies, liquor, and leverage are how smart men go broke." So this article is actually featured in a Refinery 29 piece that titled "My Crypto Obsession Ruined My Relationship," where the author examines different ways that cryptocurrency has interfered in relationships in a negative way. And then to think about this, there's a really dark side to this piece and there's a light side. So the light side was I just came up with this idea that, like, he kept asking me what was wrong, and I would tell him, you're checking CoinMarketCap every 2 minutes. It upsets me, that you're not paying attention to me when I'm with you. Like, it's not even 5 minutes of your undivided attention that you can give me. It's disheartening. And when that didn't work, I told him that when he was mean to me or dismissive or ignoring me, that the price of cryptocurrency went down. And then it kept happening where things happened and he'd be like, "What did I do?" It was coincidental. And as a result of this, like me saying this, that's how I realized that I should own some of my own cryptocurrency. And with purchasing it myself, of course, I became emotionally tied to it. So it was kind of a catch-22. Like I said, it was a really dark and light way, because everything was fine during the bull market. It was like a cute, lighthearted thing. And then when the bear market came, it became this like really destructive force. So I would not recommend that anyone do this, but it actually did provide some unique insights into how leverage works outside of just the trading world and the finance world, but emotional leverage over other people. So the next piece we're going to talk about is onboarding, how to get your girlfriend interested in cryptocurrency. So this is really, I wrote it because at the time, this was, I think, 2019, there were even fewer women in crypto than there are today. And a lot of people were saying that their girlfriends just weren't interested in cryptocurrency at all, no matter what they did. So I titled it this way, but the truth is that you could actually use these principles to onboard anyone who you were trying to onboard. So there's kind of four points for how you do this effectively. The first thing is that you get your partner's attention. You can do this by simply saying, "Hey, this is really important to me. I need you to not be dismissive and listen, hear me out." And then the next part is to tell them why this matters. It matters for our financial future because I want to be able to spend more time with you not working, or it matters for our financial future because if you want to stay home with our kids, we need to have more disposable income. There could be any number of reasons why it would matter, but actually them understanding why it's important for them is an important part of this. The third step is actually one that I've completely it was wrong. It was wrong at the time and it's wrong now. I suggested that people should forget the money and talk about the social benefits that everyone being more prosperous would bring. But the truth is that everybody wants to be more prosperous, and to be more prosperous, you need more money. So forget about the money is a horrible point. You can also highlight the social causes that, crypto allows you freedom to access your funds where no one can take it away when it's self-custodied, as opposed to traditional banking system. And the fourth point is you have to make it about the person who you're trying to onboard. So instead of telling them all of the reasons that you got interested, think about all of the reasons that they might be interested. And at the time I wrote, no matter what she's into, there's a DAP for that. And that is more true now than it was then. So specifically, if you're talking about the female in your life, you might want to tell them about numerous fashion.
I respect the effort that you did putting into this. I'm just not sure if I
via cryptocurrency.
Just not sure I see the practicality
so many
of some of this stuff.
that someone might be interested, but you have to think about that
You're
person.
saying it's like a bit of a stretch between like the cryptocurrency aspect
I don't actually try to onboard people anymore. I only help people when they come to me.
I'm curious
to
see where this leads.
Too many negative experiences.
Finances
and I
and
don't
love
really like
are
the
tied
flood
together.
of messages that come in whenever the price swings radically up or down. So
Like
that's
maybe if it
were
were designed to a spouse, like when your finances are tied, I feel like this may be more
prevalent.
Okay, so
I don't know, just some, but somebody you're
as a
dating,
traditional
or like a
value.
girlfriend
The
or
article
boyfriend.
is titled
I don't
"Married
know.
to Bitcoin: To Have and to HODL." It was originally published in Goldstein magazine, and it opens by, "I'm a single woman living in a conservative state in a country founded by Puritans. So why are so many people on Tinder married but practicing ethical non-monogamy?" And it kind of asks questions about whether monogamy is monotonous. So is it the case that more and more people are turning towards non-monogamous unions? I think that that's not true. So it might have been true for a short period of time, but we've seen negative repercussions of that. It doesn't mean that I think that maximalism in like the crypto sense is smart, but just for the sake of this essay, it was fairly funny to write. So yeah, we are kind of seeing people turn more conservative in the United States. I can't necessarily speak for other parts of the world. So, and also at the time when I wrote this, looking at Bitcoin's market cap, it was not as much higher than, it was maybe like 49% or something like that was the Bitcoin dominance. It's significantly higher now, I believe. So if anything, the data from today would indicate that a lot of what I wrote in this piece is wrong, but it's just kind of a silly comparison. I also delved into the first follower theory, which is ultimately social contagion. So whenever a new movement begins, it's more likely for the early followers to imitate the first follower of the person, of the developer, right? So in this instance, let's say we're talking about Hex, it would be more likely for someone to imitate the behavior of the first follower than of the developer or of the true founder, maybe not the public facing founder. But it is proven sociologically that this is true because the people, the earlier followers, they're not trying to be like the person who created the product. They're trying to be like the first adoring fan of the person who created the product. So it's an interesting theory. If you're interested in sociological concepts, I would strongly suggest that you look up the first follower theory and essentially, social contagion. Again, I asked, is the shifting tide away from the practice of monogamy indicative of a broader trend in diversification? Just a silly point that I used to make my point at the time. Again, looking at the data today, it would indicate something completely different. So next is maximalism as financial sadomasochism. And the article is titled, "If Q, Then XRP." The Hex community can relate to this for sure, having been through one of the most difficult bear markets in history. And this was actually published 8 days after the SEC filed charges against Ripple. So it was really fortuitous timing. I don't think that I would have come up with this metaphor if that hadn't happened. So it explores essentially last bull market. XRP didn't experience anything like the rest of the market because they were
What do you think so far here, Will?
Engaged in a legal battle with the SEC. So I think Hexicans, Pulsicans, anybody who's into the Richard Hart ecosystem can relate to that today.
Man,
because
okay, well, let me save you here, Will.
Go ahead.
I'll go ahead and say
Cass, please.
Yeah. So the idea is
being somebody that's actually been in a similar position to what she was describing a little bit ago with being in a relationship where one of us has crypto and the other one isn't really into it. I think she has a good point that, you know, both parts of the relationship being in crypto can help because, well, first off, it just gives you more to talk about because like Nate's so into it. So when he starts talking about crypto, I'm just sitting here like, I'm staring at him like he's growing an extra head because I'm like, dude, I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. So learning more of that myself, I think would help. Just, you know, we could have deep conversations about it and like brainstorm together and theorize on like just all the cool stuff like market prices and things like that. So that would be fun. And then also something I want to say about Nerd Girl last year or not last year, but the year before. So 2 years ago when she was on the conference, she seemed super nervous and like she kind of looked like she didn't really want to be there. She just felt really awkward. So I'm honestly like, I personally find this segment to be a little awkward. Some of the subjects that have brought up, I don't think are really like appropriate for this, you know, like the Hex conference personally. But I'm very proud of her for doing this because, you know, she had to have struggled with being willing to get up here and like put this out there. Yeah.
I tried my best to fuck RH. Gary Gensler.
Oh my God, that's beautiful.
I'm sorry, Kaz. Please continue. I'm gonna stop distracting.
No, you're fine. Was that in the chat? I'm assuming.
Yeah, it's in the live chat right now.
I see you. But like, she had to really she had to do it. You know what I mean? And that's not easy to do. And she's already the reason she dresses up the way she dresses up is because of nerves. She's very nervous. So like, just doing this is like, hey, you did a thing, and that's fantastic. Like, Will, you talk about that all the time. Go out and do the thing. That's what she's doing. Maybe it won't, you know, be fantastic content, but hey, you got to start somewhere, and maybe this, you know, will be something that can help her improve in the future too.
That is shit hot analysis. Holy crap. That is awesome analysis. Cass, kudos to that. 1000%. You brought up stuff I didn't even think about. So absolutely.
I want to hop in a little bit because, you know, obviously I'm a little bit deep into crypto, and I get married in 10 days. My fiance doesn't really know anything about crypto except what she's learned from me, listen to us on stream, etc. But I'll tell you, even early on in our friendship, even before we were officially dating, you know, she's like, "What is cryptocurrency?" Like, you know, so I gave her like an in-depth review of like, pretty in-depth review of an overview, but a pretty in-depth overview of what cryptocurrency is and like how to frame it to like a normie perspective. And she was like, "That's the best explanation anyone has ever given me about cryptocurrency and the technology behind it." She's like, "That makes sense." And, you know, even though she doesn't know a lot about crypto, once we're married, I will be diving much deeper with her. I'm going to get her set up on her own wallet. I'm going to get her her own account, and get her proficient at all of these aspects. Like, this is one of the hard things with crypto. Like, what happens if, I mean, God forbid, I get in an accident tomorrow and I die? You know, like, maybe they can find my seed phrases, but good luck. You know, like, good luck.
Yeah, like, have you given them the and when we look at, you know, Hex, like, laid out the steps on this is how you access all of this potential wealth or value or something.
Yeah, not just that, but I want her to know how to use this. Like, I believe in crypto so deeply in my soul that it's not just about her accessing my wealth, it's about her having knowledge for herself as well. You know, I want to be able to pass that knowledge along to her. And so I don't find any difficulty with her not being super knowledgeable and me being uber knowledgeable about crypto. Maybe it's because I have an outlet to talk to people constantly about it. We have our Telegram group, but, you know, she's happy to listen to me and she asks good questions. You know, she's a smart girl. And she's a pretty good idea of what I'm doing. She has no idea what my bags are. You know, she doesn't really know about any of that aspect. But she knows I have a fair amount of my life's savings, i.e. all of it, tied up in virtual currencies.
you might say that it's a web of value. I don't know what's going on right here.
But when you're in a polyamorous relationship, which does seem to be more
Polyamorous relationships is what
Yeah,
she's talking about.
I feel like there's a big focus on
I don't know where this convo has
poly,
gone.
poly relationships versus monogamous relationships. I feel like there's a really big focus on there.
Perhaps. This is
Is that, so has she been cheated on a lot, and so she's like talking about this sort of thing, or like is she opening
really
stuff
know.
up?
I kind of let's give her a moment to speak her piece so we can understand where she's going.
By fluid bonding with multiple people, that would
I can't hear her well.
theoretically.
Yeah, I guess I'll turn it up. Sorry.
Not sure if that's a good thing, but
Other person who's in the relationship who's not knowing that their liquidity is being affected by these other forces. All right, and then for an example of this in real life, we can look at the petrodollar, which 1974 to 2024 was essentially like backed the value of the dollar with oil.
Jesus Christ, you guys see this?
And that ended last year. And people were really upset about it. We haven't really seen the long-term outcome, so I don't want to make assumptions about what's going to happen to the value of oil.
We talk about liquidity bonding.
Factors.
But
But if you can consider
liquidity.
that
Dick
case
bonding.
to understand the rest of this, then I think that makes this a lot more comprehensive. All right, thank you. That's the end of this talk. Okay, so I want to know. Actually, hope maybe Maddie can come back up and let me know.
Moon build. I have no idea, bro. But I agree with you.
Slide. Oh, he's coming. Okay. Hi, Maddie.
Hey.
Did I
what are
make
you guys sipping on, by the way? I got some Jameson and some Truly tonight.
Yo, didn't you see me make it? I've
Yeah,
got,
yeah, you
I
got
just
Tito's.
made
Okay,
a,
so yeah,
pineapple
great
juice.
talk.
And then I got strawberry soda.
People, including Biffness,
Here.
asked for the.
And then, of course, you know,
Okay,
Josh,
all
you already
right,
know
well,
what's coming.
Share screen
I
again.
am the Tito's.
All right, so
Hey,
the
I'll be
bonus
right
slide is
back.
about threesomes. The purpose is it comes from an article that I wrote as somebody that I work for. So the article is titled "The Perfect Threesome: Quick Swap Polygon and Celsius X." I gave you the whole title because it really illustrates some of the important points that might not be comprehended if I weren't to say this.
Moving
So
on
the
mute.
first step in having the perfect threesome is
Yeah,
finding the
that's a good
ideal
idea.
partner who is suitable for both you and the other person that you're with. And this applies as much to business relationships as it does to sexual or romantic relationships. And then the second step is having clear communication with all of the parties involved. How long is this going to last? What are your expectations of everyone else here? So that nobody feels left out or anything like that. And then the third
Well,
step
like I
is
said,
continued
guys, like
communication to ensure
if
mutual
you heard her when she
satisfaction.
like called Maddie in,
And,
like
thank you, Rich Welch.
she's obviously
So I
feeling
want
so
to
like
really
just
drive home right
anxious. You know what I
here that
mean?
the
So
importance of this is that
I'm
it
still gonna give her
actually highlights
props.
the
She did the
difficulty
thing.
in
Whether or
navigating
not that's a good thing,
relationships that involve
she did
more than
something.
two parties.
So good
Because
job,
in
She
Maddie.
this
did do.
case,
She
Quickswap
did
and Polygon
very much do
partnered
something.
with Celsius X.
No,
and
I'll
was
go ahead and put this out. I'm going to take the
Celsius
positivity
and
vibe,
Honda.
right?
Yeah. Okay.
So
Yes, you are
this
completely correct.
negatively
She did
impacted
something,
both of
okay?
their
This is also something that has not been done. Now, let's look at the new Joker, right? The Joker 2. That was a brand new type of movie, right? And it didn't work. It was terrible. But you know what? Props to the people who decided to go out there and try and do something new. She is trying something new. So let's go ahead and give her some credit for that. But again, I don't know about this one, man. It's just not working. It's just not working.
It's she did do
But I'm going to share
something.
my next slide or my
Good
next
for-
slideshow.
Oh,
And it is the sociology of hexagons and pulse chains subcommunities.
Okay, I'm interested to hear what she's going to say about this.
So the early culture of hexagons was forged in fire. Okay, they faced insurmountable odds as the crypto
good.
machine railed against them. It wasn't just Bitcoin maximalists who believed that Hex was a scam and Richard was a scammer. It was all of crypto.
I came back to hearing getting railed against.
Became very, very tight, and they celebrated together with every milestone as their favorite token outperformed the rest of the market by several orders of magnitude. each pulse chain subcommunity is rooted within the hexagon values framework. And it's evident even from observing their social media accounts. Just by that by itself is enough to show you that the values of the early hexagons are still present in each of the communities, though some have adopted different values than others. It's also important to note that the conditions that pulse chain is in, it's very different from Hex, because pulse chain has only experienced down. So all of the negativity coming from the press, coming from the rest of crypto, there's nothing to throw in people's faces, right? Like when the hexagons were forged, it was easy to be like, people were calling you a scam. Look how much my token is up. You're down, you know? And that is a very different scenario from what we're looking at today. So we're going to go through an introduction, a literary review, theoretical, and then an application, my hypothesis, the characteristics of the early hexagons, the methodology, identification of traits, the varying communities, results, and conclusion. So I'm a PhD dropout. I used to be a PhD student in religious studies. My dissertation was about vigilante justice for crimes of apostasy in rural Iran. So I immediately, when I found cryptocurrency in 2016, which was after I dropped out of my program, I immediately saw parallels to my academic research, and I began creating a theoretical framework where I could apply understanding of crypto communities. So for the last 5 years, I've been doing field work. Some of it has been done remotely, some of it has been done in person, but observing various communities, learning things from them, and then taking the data that I could and trying to apply it into my theory, trying to, see if my theory is wrong or if it works. I've done this in so many different crypto communities, at least 5 outside of the Hex and Pulse chain ecosystem. I don't want to name them all because it's not necessary. You can read that if you want. But I have spent more time by far with the hexagons and the Pulse chain community than anyone else, because I got in at the ground level with them. So as this thing was developing, I got early access, and that made my research more interesting, more important, and it made me really commit most of my time to this community. All right, the literary review. These are not all of the articles I've ever written about cryptocurrency. They are the articles that are relevant to this piece. We're not going to go through them in the same way that we did the last presentation, but I'm going to go through them just right now so that you have some background. We already talked about Married to Bitcoin, to Have and to HODL. Amari Sichet on evolution, governance, and religion, Bitcoin Cash and beyond. In there, I posit the theory that that community was experiencing collective trauma as a result of several contentious hard forks. The community, they did not like it when they first read it. However, they have come to accept that it was true over time. So in that case, my hypothesis really worked out well. I'm glad. The next piece is the Myers-Briggs personality profiles of blockchain's most prominent figures. That's kind of just a silly piece that I wrote to entertain myself.
Do you guys know what your Myers-Briggs personality profile is?
Ooh, I misspelled Toronto. That's not a good look.
What?
But it was a really
You know what your
fun
Myers-Briggs
website, and I
personality
really
is?
did Craig right to Toronto for an interview.
I
It was
used
fun.
to, but I forgot, and I took that test
XRP,
way back in
that
school.
article, we mentioned that in the last presentation.
Oh,
too.
actually,
And
I
then finally,
do.
this
I don't
is
remember
targeted-
I don't remember what all the names were, but
specifically targeted at the Hex
if you
community, and
showed
its
me the
title
list
is
of them, I'd
Market
be able to point
Capitalism
to
and
it.
Vanity Metric.
So I'm
Not
Consul,
saying
CONSUL, which is ESFJ. Technically, I'm ESFJA. So I'm extroverted. I'm observant. I'm feeling, so I have a caring side, and then I guess I have judging traits as well. So maybe I can be a little judgmental at times for people, but generally I'm attentive, focused, A-type personality, but also gets a group of people together and can really lead that group. So that's my Myers-Briggs personality. It's been so long since I've looked at it as well that I kind of forget the entire. But essentially, the gist of it is good at leading and good at gathering people together for a purpose.
The same general concept.
So positive energy, I guess.
All right.
Positive leadership.
How does this apply to Hexaco? Early hexagons were heavily persecuted. We talked about this.
If you guys have never taken the Myers-Briggs test, I actually do recommend it because it's really good to get to know about where your strengths and weaknesses are. It's actually a great way to grow as a person. And it doesn't have to be Myers-Briggs. There's many different personality tests out there. That's like the biggest one. That's the most well-known. They do go into really good depth, and they have a little bit more depth to the profiles. Some personality types are sort of in maybe 5 categories, but this has a really robust nature, right? Like, so I'm ESFJA. You could be ISFJA. Not likely, but so you're introverted instead of extroverted, but the rest of it you have the same. So it does give you a little bit of all of the aspects of your personality, and you can kind of see where you need to grow or the pitfalls that you need to watch out for. Because as much as it is to know what you're good at, it's more important to know where you might fail and what you need to pay attention to as you're, conversing and talking to other people.
Yeah, see, I took several of those tests a long time ago, and I basically always fell in INTJ or ISTP. But basically, for the most part, it's like I'm introverted. I prefer to run out and just do things for the most part. I'm a bit analytical, but also I'm like spontaneous and maybe slightly organized. And I love adventures and love to be skilled at understanding mechanical type things and stuff like that. So, but your personality does usually change a little bit. So I wonder, I mean, this was years ago, right? So I wonder if I have changed at all,
Yeah, it's a good point. I actually should probably look into taking one. I've taken some for, for work and things, but those are more sales orientated or management orientated, not necessarily just personality. Yeah, wouldn't be bad to take it again. I like Moonpill's Rational Optics comment. I took the test and found out that I'm prominent in making Nate laugh at my comments.
Because he's setting me up on that one. He wants me to laugh at it. Final laugh. Ha 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 ha. Moonpill. I love you, bro.
So they had a mistrust of the media.
Good job not letting Moonpill down, Nate.
And they were highly.
All right, let's increase this. Let's pump this volume a little bit.
I'm talking about these. I'm not saying that this applied to every one of the early hexagons, or that this applies to every one of the people in each of the sub communities that we're going to explore. It just that these are like kind of broad, sweeping generalizations. Okay, that you saw enough that reaching these conclusions is not unreasonable. Okay, so I'm mostly going to take a quantitative
I did
approach.
agree with a lot of
don't have
those
time to go to
adjectives about
qualitative right
hexagons
now. I
and
do
people
intend
that
to
are in
write
pulse
something about
chain.
this
A lot
at
of
some
those things
point,
made sense to me.
but not today. So 4 subcommunities we're going to look at are the Richard Hart Core Queens Maximalists, the Tang Gang, Atropa, and the 9-inch crew. And I want to make sure that I give a disclaimer here and let people know
Never mind.
that I have spent more
So
time
is
with
9-inch where
Core
she's going to
Maximalists
go
and
with
Tang
the
Gang than the others.
maximalist?
So the core coin maximalists holdings include Hex, eHex, Pulse, PulseX, and Inc. The leadership is Richard Hart, and he is largely absent for potentially very good reasons. But just thinking about the early days, it's important to note that the conditions are different. So I want to differentiate between pure maximalism and public-facing maximalism. Pure maximalism is where you only hold those tokens that Richard Hart created, those core coins, nothing else, period, not in your wallet. Public-facing maximalism is when you don't talk about the other coins that you hold, but you probably hold other coins too. This is a dying breed due to
Did she say that she was 40 years old?
And other factors. But
Yes,
you
missed the beginning, Nate. You have to go back and listen to the beginning. You have to. Our opening statement.
Lack time.
My bad. I was getting this one some alcohol.
That I've written about
well, I'm just saying.
It's not necessarily
later,
a bad
go
thing.
back
Maybe
when you've had a few more drinks. Go back and listen to our opening statement.
I think I
have
will.
The intellectual capacity to make decisions about other cryptocurrencies, and they trust Richard and they trust his products. So there are good reasons and bad
by the way, being
reasons
40 is not so bad.
Maximalists. And I just want to say this in a very loving way to any maximalists who are watching, that if you are still holding only core coins and you believe that those core coins are going to dig you out of the well that you're in and nothing else, you're delusional. So next
Wait
is the Tang Gang.
What?
All right.
You're not delusional if you just like, oh, time out. I have to comment on this.
And so many more.
I feel so bad for Jeff.
Look, there's many different ways to skin a cat. There's many different ways to winning crypto. It depends on what your risk tolerance is. It depends on who you trust. And just holding core coins. Look, if you believe in that and you believe in Richard Hart, Why are core coins not going to dig you out of the hole in the future? If core coins aren't going to go 10x, 50x, or 100x, then why are any of us in this ecosystem, including her? And maybe she meant something a little different than what she said, but I have to vehemently disagree with that.
Education around liquidity bonds and providing liquidity. They frequently accuse other sub-communities of scamming.
Yeah, I agree. That was a little bit of a bold statement. One thing that I always try to, I guess, avoid doing, and this comes from years in the Pokemon community and trying to like learn, I guess, political correctness when speaking to others, because we deal with feedback and like scams and stuff. So you gotta
this group
be careful with your words. I guess the best way to put that. Never speak in absolutes. She's saying you're delusional. Like, no, that's a statement of like fact that she's basically making. She could have said, I think you're making a mistake, or maybe you're making a mistake, or maybe you should reconsider. Like, just calling people delusional though, that's too far.
She needs a not financial advice hat.
To let me know if they saw merit.
Excuse you, a not financial advice tiara.
Specifically talking about today. Every one of the communities, except for the Tang Gang, said yes, they saw merit in each of the other sub-communities. The Tang Gang said no. So
Nate.
That's one thing. All right, so next I'm going to talk about Atropa. Their holdings.
You can delete that if you want.
Well, dick with butt. That's probably her favorite. I love that one too. Dick with butt. I think that's a very good meme coin.
I don't believe that's what you typed.
They are a MakerDAO fork.
Oh, did I make a? Oops, looks like I made a typo.
Wallet addresses and try to interpret codes that they think Richard is sending them to.
So Will, you're all 16 personality types at the same time? Is that what you're trying to say?
Right. So Christmas, the group said, they said Richard's tweet about Die Hard is about Die. P-Die is gonna peg on Christmas.
Will's gone. We lost Will. Will, you there?
I still think that there's a possibility.
Oh, son of a bitch! My headset's been muted manually this whole time. Yes, I am all 16 of them.
So I want to differentiate.
Beautiful. That sounds perfect.
There are a lot of people who don't believe in the Atropa ecosystem necessarily, who do believe that P-Die will peg as part of a master plan. And I don't have time to get into B-Root's commentary. I'm already running late. All right, last is the 9-inch crew. Their holdings include SolidX, Nope, 9-inch, Access Pro, and several others. Their leadership is Hexy Bastard, Access, Randy Hilarski, Firewhale, and more. Bro, the BitBoy token, and other influencer tokens launch typically on 9-inch with the 9-inch crew. They held the sacrifice that gained $15.8 million. Each independent token is its own sub-community. And when I hear people use the term cabal to refer to people in other sub-communities of the Pulse Chain ecosystem, this is most often the group that I hear it in reference to. Many of the
Can we turn this up just a tick, please?
Yes, apologies, I forgot to turn it back.
All right, this is the quantitative results where I go through
30%,
each of the
20%.
points that was the early hexagon characteristics and determine whether or not they were, whether or not that sub-community exhibits those characteristics. It's not super relevant because my hypothesis that each pulse chain subcommunity has more in common with one another by way of the defined early hex community's values is correct. However, it fails to account for other elements, degrees, and how certain terms are used in context. When it comes to human studies like sociology, quantitative analysis means nothing without accompanying qualitative data. Further, even the quantitative data is flawed because we're operating under vastly different conditions than early hexagons were. Hex is a smart contract, while pulse chain is a chain. This inherently means less unity. Richard Hart is largely absent now, where he was active in the early Hex days. It was easier to onboard to Hex before because despite the heavy existence of FUD, there was far less corroborating evidence that the FUD was anything more than salt. And of course, number go up is the only thing that matters in crypto, and we all know how this cycle has fared compared to last. This means essentially that I've wasted all of your time tonight, but I hope you had fun. Thanks for tuning in. And yeah, that's it. That's all. I'm done. I finished right on time. Daddy, come back and save me.
All right. What do y'all think?
This is live. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just gonna stay muted.
Yeah, awesome talks. Wow, you really covered a lot, and they were indeed distinct talks as well.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to have a degree of separation between them. thank you for allowing me to share that very personal research, even though it was a little bit out there.
Yeah, my pleasure. We're still loading up the next crew. So
Okay.
I have to think of a question to ask you for the next
Okay.
1 minute.
Okay.
What so in terms of like all the articles that you wrote, tell me a little bit more about like there was that one that got the most pushback. What about the second most pushback?
The one that got removed?
So there was that one that was like seemed like the most pushback, but are there any other like pushback stories you have on like
Guys?
hack articles you've written?
Am I the only one who thinks she kind of looks like Amanda
No, I would say
Bynes?
that there are certain media outlets that are willing
From
to
back in the
publish
day?
them, and certain media outlets
little
that are
bit.
not.
I just noticed that and I was like,
And
wait
it's
a
usually
second.
smaller outlets that are willing to because they want the engagement.
Yeah,
because they know that the
I'll
Hex
say
community are enough
this
to read an article
as politically
about them,
correct as I
regardless
can.
of the legitimacy of the outlet.
I
or
don't
not.
remember the movie was
So I would say
what
that it's
movie was
smaller
Amanda
outlets
Bynes in?
typically
I feel like she was in
will
one that
publish
she wore a
things,
tiara as
and
well.
the
Man,
larger ones that
where
are
it
open
was a
to
soccer
publishing
movie
things about Hex,
where
but
she
only if
played
those
a
things are
a soccer
Interesting.
girl that pretended to be a boy
Well,
for a
I
short
really
period of time.
appreciate your analysis on everything.
That's
And,
the one I remember,
yeah,
anyways.
and
She was
I enjoyed your
also like, I can't remember
Thank
what
you. Thanks,
network it was
Manny.
on. I want to say
Thank
it was
you, everyone.
Nickelodeon. She
Thanks
had
for
like her own
participating
show
again
on
this
there,
year.
the
I
Amanda
will
Bynes
do
show,
a
and she'd just
music transition.
she'd just
before we
act
connect the
crazy and
next.
chaotic and like
Thanks.
do silly things.
Yeah, she was on. She also did some work on All That. I think that's what she's. I don't know if that's where she's. I think
Yes,
that's where she got her
I remember
start.
that one too.
Was All That. She was also, what was that movie, that British movie that she was in? I never saw it.
That was the Frankie Muniz one, right? Oh, dude. Oh, that's such a childhood thing for me.
What a Girl Wants.
Oh, that's a different one.
Yeah, I think the Frankie Muniz was I can't remember what that one was. Honestly, I don't even know that one.
Yeah, they were like spies or whatever. Frankie Muniz was like a spy, like teenage spy thing.
Oh, shoot. Yeah, that makes sense now. Oh, we got Slothy.
Oh, this is gonna be good. Let me unmute it.
Crispy
Hold on.
and Axis. This is gonna be a good one. Yeah.
There we go. I was gonna say.
I'm gonna take a break before they get chopping it up.
Oh, he's
Dude,
got a
Axis,
fucking shield.
Axis has a hex shield. Oh my
He's
god.
got a hex shield.
That's a nice shield.
I'm freaking contacting him.
Good amount of hex for that.
Your audio sounds kind of far away. I don't know if it's just me.
One moment.
But yeah, I'm excited to have you guys up as a panel together. You guys are going to take it away for the next hour, speaking on all topics Hex, and appreciate you all coming up here.
Yeah, thanks, man. Sounds better.
Thanks for having us,
Awesome,
man.
perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how we can follow the polyamorous discussion, you know. I mean, it's really important to me that all of you are satisfied. I just want to say.
Jesus Christ.
You always do.
This is fucking hilarious.
Crispy killing it.
Don't worry about that, Crispy man.
Just being on the same panel as the guy that invented the new estimated share rate is enough for me to be satisfied.
Well, I didn't invent the math. I just.
What else did you do? You figured out how to do liquidity webs.
Can we turn this up one or two more notches, please? Will?
I will do that.
There were.
That's
You
too
are
much.
also one of them, Mr. Crispy man. You are also one of those.
I'll take credit for doing some of it.
You're maxed out on volume.
Yeah, that's fine.
Likewise. Glad to be here.
I'm glad that everybody's tuning in. I did try to stream this off to my channel, but it wouldn't go. Said it was too many streamers. For whatever reason, we hit a limit. So.
Oh wow, yeah, I can't do it either.
Yeah, so we're here. But we took the opportunity to kind of sit down and talk before this. I think we're ready to go. Start hitting some stuff.
This will probably be the most bullish Hex panel of the entire conference. I'm safe to say.
Let's
It'll probably
go.
be the most bullish. So
Definitely up and to the right.
100%. Like there's only one other thing that can go more parabolic, and that's the share rate because it's got a longer lifespan than any of us. But we'll go as far as we can.
That might be true. 15-year cycles, baby. Right, that's Hex. 15-year cycles. You know, everybody else plans for these little puny 4-year cycles, these little pumps for ants. We're planning for 15 years.
These little pumps for ants.
I wonder, like, what percentage of the people watching right now are old Hex users, and how many of them are.
That's the first time I've ever heard that, a 15-year cycle for Hex.
I'd say.
I mean, it makes
70,
sense. I just never heard it said
30.
before.
70-30.
Yep, 70 is new, 30 old.
once or
Yeah.
twice.
Yeah, it depends how you
Some
define
random
old.
streams I've
or
heard,
new.
which probably means he's
let's say
times on his own streams.
Sacrifice.
Well, you know, hey, listen, that's probably a good point. I'm with you there, Ray. Yeah, 70-30 is close enough, 80-20, something like that. We couldn't know. But you know, the thing about all this though is product market fit is to be staking Hex in a ladder. And we can see that the shift has gone from long-term, mid to long-term stakes to short stakes. Now, some of that's driven by the fact that we are in a cycle, and everybody's anticipating this upcycle. But it doesn't explain why we're not getting commitments out 15 years the way I would expect them to be, which leads to probably a much fewer number of T-shares in 15 years.
Y'all
Which
watching a
creates
super
this-
chat
this
live
awesome
right now, by the way.
opportunity,
Oh, yeah,
to
I guess
be
so.
in Hex stakes. I know people hear me talking about it all the time, but
Hey, here you guys get
you
to see
know,
my bank account.
if the
Oh, boy.
continued rate was to, if this was to continue the way it is, we'll only have maybe
You say
500.
Somebody clip that.
Right. In
Yeah, there you
15
go.
years. And right now
Get
we're
the
about
last
9
4
million.
of my credit card.
Yeah, wow, that's what percentage of decline is that? That's hardly anything left.
Yeah. I mean, you'd be
Like a
talking
95.
about, yeah, you'd talk
Over
about
90% decrease.
90%. Yeah.
Yeah.
90% decrease.
Well, you know what's interesting about that is like everybody seems to be like we were looking at the volume that Hex has done on the main pair on V1 before we started, and like Hex has done like almost $500 million of volume from like September, since the bottom in September till now. It's about 121 days, $500 million of volume, which tells me that there's a huge appetite for Hex, and you know, I think it got as high as 7x off the bottom, off the lows. And so there's not a lot of long-term commitments being made, but yet everybody's really bullish on Hex. It's very strange to me that the coin that does have that ability is like the mechanic isn't being totally utilized, but yet everyone's super bullish on the short term. So in a world where there's $500 million floating through an asset in such a short period of time,
Did the audio cut out? Can you guys hear that?
basically at the bottom, coming into a bull market.
Apologies.
Yeah, it's cutting it.
How
it's cutting
in
it
what
out.
world does everybody sell?
Yeah, I had the
top of the
volume,
bull cycle,
sorry
and
about
this
that.
doesn't have higher price floors, get more adoption, get more eyes, become a household name, be a better Bitcoin. Like there's like some sort of disconnect between. I think the believers don't believe it. Like I think they think that there's value here for this thing to rep this cycle, like on a lot of different reasons why it, and like a lot of different headwinds that once you get past them, everyone sees high prices for Hex, but nobody wants to commit right now for like the long term. Like we're seeing, I mean, there are some, but
Yeah, we get
1,000
users, right?
I think that's a great point you bring up there, Axis, because I think a lot of people have this sentiment, and you have to look at like what's analogous to where we are now. Like if you look at Bitcoin when it was in its second cycle, essentially, people were unsure. People saw it rip already. They saw a lot of things happen with it. They saw a lot of hope, but it never survived a bear market for them to have any historical precedence for what was going to happen next. And we're kind of in the same place with Hex right now, being the first recovery into a new bull cycle. So I think people have that sentiment right now, like, you know, is this thing going to come back, and then will it sustain? And I think a lot of people who are unsure are going to have some answers this cycle. And if you wait for the answers to happen in order to get in, you're going to miss that upside.
100%, Ray.
Yeah.
Couldn't have said that better.
That's a good point. And I think maybe that discrepancy in the long-term staking data that you talked about, Crispy, could also be due to the fact of like how long Hex has been out and when those stakes were made, right? So it's like during the beginning, there was a discovery period of the system where like the hive mind of the community was talking about it, discussing it, finding the value, and then getting excited about the long-term staking because it was a novel idea in DeFi at the time that it was created. Now with extra price history, the narrative isn't as novel, so the
acute excitement isn't as magnified in each individual person. And on top of that, you also have like some people
Yeah, you inspired me, Will.
being illiquid during a major impulse up. So probably those two things, at least in my mind, explain a decent amount of like why we're seeing a different behaviors on the staking data.
Yeah, I could accept all those as possible answers. There's probably a mix of different things going on. I mean, it's really reasonable that people would be concerned about crypto, right? It is one of the riskiest assets to be in, no matter how I feel about it. I mean, that's reality, because we don't know the future. But everything shows me that the guy who invented Hex, Richard Hart, he had come out one time. I'll paraphrase it, saying, "Hey, the best thing about crypto, but right, time in the market, not time in the market. All right, hodl. What's better than hodling? Hodling and by staking and earning yield. What's the best way? Best way to stake as long as you can. What's the second best? Build a ladder. Mirror TradFi. Right? There's like 10,000 books out there you can go find on certificate of deposits and how to build a ladder to maintain your what they call liquidity, fiat, right, from the rolling of CDs. In any case, what it all comes back to and boils down to is what we're describing right now is there is a core group of people who believe in keeping their ladders up. They do, and they're doing it. And man, they're going to be the new whales. They're going to be it might even be, some of these people will be the Poseidons, if they make it that far, for sure.
There's that table that you posted on your Twitter. I think you had a pin for a while, Crispy, of like the aquatic animal leagues, the staker class leagues, and like what was the year 2020, 2040, 2035?
Well, yeah, if we go all the way out into 2040 right now, well, just roughly, we'll just say 2040, 10%, right, of all the T-shares makes you a Poseidon. And we're guessing that there'll be about 50,000. It might be less. So 5,000 T-shares makes you a Poseidon. Probably in 2040. Now it'll change. It'll change because there'll be more staking and everything going on. Probably that'll be the case. All right. And then if you do that every year going forward, then you are a Poseidon.
So a couple of the ways we were talking strategies before, like different strategies that people can deploy. And if I'm basically looking at the 20%, because any of you guys that have been around long enough have heard these before. But for the 20% of you that's listening that is just new to Hex and needs some perspective on how this game is being played right now, it's really being played on the short end and on the long end and not really anywhere in between. And there's like a reason for that. And Sloth made a good point earlier that people that go short are playing the market volatility, and there is a valid strategy for doing short rollers to try to capture a reasonable amount of yield on the short term and then be able to capture that market volatility at the cycle highs to be able to compound and make a good sale at the top and then come back in and buy back a bunch of units in the next pair to multiply your position 3, 4, 5, maybe 10-fold. And that's important because that's one way to get ahead and become a Poseidon in 2045 or 2050 is by playing that short-term cycle. And the other angle is like going super, super long, max length commitments, right? So like the idea that if you fuck up and you mess up this cycle and you don't capture as many units as you thought maybe you had anticipated, maybe you even lose Hex in the process. Well, at least you could put out 5% or 10% of your stack for 15 years and earn back 5, 6, 7 times the amount of Hex as a hedge. And it's a double tiered strategy because on your 7.5, depending on the price performance, you may find that the principal plus a little bit of yield is just enough to get you in a place where you're happy. And, so there's more and more reason to go take a hybrid approach where with some of your stack, you are semi-liquid, and with a smaller percentage of your stack, you're going really long, unless you're one of these larger players. And then you can afford to put more Hex out longer that you got virtually for your commitment in this, your length of time in the system. What do you guys say about all that?
I agree 100%. I
Okay,
think it's
so
just
I'll go
like
ahead and add
how,
on to what he said there as a strategy. You can
you know,
have
again,
a
we have to
hybrid,
draw from
but not only
perspective
just like
of
hex long
other
versus
things out there
short,
that
but
are
then you can also add in
analogous
like
to
real
Hex, right?
world,
Like
right? Which
Bitcoin,
is like
even though Hex is the
you
better
use
Bitcoin, we'll
hex,
talk about
you
Bitcoin.
use hex as a
It's
capital
16 years old as of
capital
January 3rd,
what
which
do
is
you
when
call it?
January
Capital
came.
gains, capital increase, right?
2009 is when
And then
it
you take
came
that
out.
capital, you put it into some sort of
And
business or whatever, which then flies up even gives you tons more money, which then you can put back into hex, and then putting back into hex from there, then you can start long staking things.
if you're looking at 15-year
Yeah,
stakes with
I think
Hex and saying,
that's probably
man,
your best
that's
bet
way
right
too
there.
long, well,
Is
Bitcoin's
using
fine. So
real life capital
we have the
with
potential here to
crypto, just combine.
be in the game less time than Bitcoin has already been out, and earn a ton of opportunity with the yield as well as a penalty earn. A lot of people don't see that's another way you're making funds, and then you're also
I
getting
wonder
so
with
it's
actuator
super
protocol,
bullish. I
as
think
they in the
that
future come out with
having
more
a decent
time
position
dates,
long-term
I could
with
see people
maybe
doing
being
ladder
a little
stakes
heavier on the
with all of like right now they just
lot
have
of
3,000, 5,000, 7,000,
being
but they've
diverse.
already talking that they're working on launching more,
if Bitcoin can do
right?
it,
So maybe we get 4,500, 6,500, 8,500, you know, something to that extent, fill in 3 more time levels. If that's the case, now we have 6 options to do an actuator ladder stake. I think that's a super cool idea that I want to look into more when they launch more of those
I'm thinking
those time tokens.
Longest, biggest first, and then walking backwards. But I fully acknowledge, meaning setting up a continuing wrong.
Yeah, no, you're completely right. I think they said their next one was going to be 9,000, and then they wanted to do a 12,000. And you're right. I think that there's an opportunity to, perhaps the whole 555 15-year stake maybe becomes obsolete, and instead it becomes the HTT model, which is where every 2,000 days there's a new stake that you could make via that. And I think a lot of people would want to gravitate towards that. But then you also get these huge amounts of times when like all the stakes come out, you know? So I'm not exactly 100% sure on how that would play out, but it would be interesting to watch. It's no longer about 15 years, 555, but instead it's all about the 2000 day cycle.
Well, I think that you can still include the 15-year, but what you do is you hit all of the actuator years along with the rest of your ladder stakes. So you make sure that you hit those numbers, and then you also fill in with the rest of your stakes. So it doesn't all have to be actuator. But my point is, one of my points is, it's pretty cool that if you could hit all of those, it really gives you a much wider opportunity to play a game, right? Especially as you get more comfortable with the actuator protocol, more comfortable with the time tokens, more comfortable with how that goes. So I think that could be something super cool. But let's turn this back up because these guys are awesome.
Agreed.
Okay, turning back up.
Yeah, for me, because both of them are so extreme in some ways, like short-term rolling stakes, or holding liquid hex and 5555 stakes, because they're at the extremes ends of the pole. That's where like you can get the most out of what each of the actions can give you. So if you're staking hex, you're buying T-shares, and to get the most T-shares, you have to stake it out for the longest period of time. And it's the ultimate hedge versus any of the behaviors that you could possibly do in between when you stake the hex and when you unstake the hex. So no matter what, you sell too early, sell too late, don't buy anymore, don't sell it all, like whatever it might be. Assuming hex does really well in the future, the 15-year stake will do well in that specific scenario. So you're hedging for the maximum upside scenario. And then you have the liquid or short-term stakes for the immediate cash flow, or the immediate, as Chris would say, hex flow. And then you have the liquidity to still service material needs if you need it, alongside that price appreciation. So it's like by having both of the extremes, you kind of meet somewhere in the middle. But in the middle, it almost feels like, if you're making a stake that is off-timed, then it's like you did get the most benefit of each of the poles, and you just kind of ended up with the negative by being in the middle. So to me, it almost makes the most sense to be either at the poles, with the exception of having the ladder, because that's just another hedge for, I don't know when things are going to happen. So I'm just going to make sure I have something at every point in time, so that when things are good, I'm good. And when things are bad, well, it doesn't matter. Things are bad anyway. So if things are bad, you're going to lose anyway. So.
Yeah, and I think it's important to even take some perspective and say, hey, look, even relative to time, we have, if people are going to be staked for 15 years, you have the opportunity to capture the upside that in the second cycle, again, when people weren't certain if things were going to bounce back. So you have this major upside potential in the second cycle when people are still not believers to be able to buy a ton of T-shares at this really low price and capture the value of the T-shares, which are essentially like Hex miners. It's like getting Bitcoin miners in the early days at a major discount because people thought Bitcoin was crap, but it wasn't. Had they known Bitcoin miners could have been, yielded them hundreds of thousands of Bitcoins, they would have been all over buying tons of miners at a discount. Now's your chance to buy a ton of Hex mining equipment, essentially, to be able to yield you into the future huge amounts of yield that is in a time where people are in disbelief. And so that's like a huge opportunity gap that everybody has the ability to capture if they go long.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it came from the Bitcoin mining world. And the nice thing about Hex miners is that they don't expire and they appreciate. And Hex has been range bound since it launched on Pulse Chain.
Yep.
So, I mean, look, the upside's a lot higher. The downside's pretty minimal. You're basically capturing something that can convert to a T-share at any time and convert back into Hex. And the earlier you're going to make that commitment and turn it into a miner, and the longer you leave it in the system, it's just going to get more efficient over time, which is the complete opposite of a Bitcoin miner.
Right.
Bitcoin miners get less efficient every day, and you just have to hope and pray that the price goes up. But with Hex, like, you have no liabilities or overhead. So you're just sitting there and your stuff is working for you. And that's what gives you guys now listening the power, is because you're able to capture Hex at a penny or 2 pennies, and that's been range bound for 2 years. And when it breaks that range of the upside, you locked in your miners forever. And everybody else that comes in and buys after you has to buy the mining equipment at a much higher price. And by not staking for 15 years this year, every year that passes by, you're only losing 20% of the purchasing power of T-shares. So like by 5 years from now, you could only get half as many T-shares as you can get today. So there is that cost benefit analysis that you have to go through, but at least you're securing the miners at a couple pennies versus everyone else who's have to be buying them at 10, 20, 30 cents. Because like all 4 of us that's on this panel understands that long term, with any amount of adoption, the price floors in the following bear markets are higher than where they are today. 100%. No matter what, there's this cult is going to, it's grown a bit of a culture to it. This is going to get bigger, and the reason is because it's the only coin on earth that has a chart of future market supply that's been around for 5 years. First mover on yield, basically, coin that produces more of itself, that protects new and old users alike by immutable code. These are big deals. This is sound money. This is the stuff that Whales Only and I talked about in the beginning, was like, this is one of the soundest monetary systems. Look, BlackRock is going to try to fork Bitcoin, and they're going to try to increase the cap of Bitcoin. Why? Well, because Bitcoin's a broken system. Because unless the price goes to, well, even if the price went to $1 zillion on Bitcoin,
that's why
when the mining of the Bitcoin runs out, they have to switch to fees in order to earn yield. Well, you're not getting enough throughput on Bitcoin to even be able to make enough money or generate enough revenue to pay off the miners when it's just based in fees. So the system breaks down eventually. Some major change is going to come to Bitcoin. It's spaghetti code. And now you have a conglomerate of the world's biggest organizations that are basically, quote unquote, going to hijack it. They have hijacked it, essentially. And trust me when I say that things are going to change for Bitcoin in a big way. And retail and regular people are going to look toward a better, sounder money. And that looks a lot like Hex, which is a better Bitcoin with immutable code. And even though the price isn't reflecting it now because of the conditions of the market, that stuff will change as clarity comes. And I don't have to look much further than just look at the X-Screener and see Cardano at like bottom of the list and Pulse Chain at number 5 doing $12 billion of volume since it launched. And I know that we have a community and we're trading a lot of volume, and there's real value here. It's here. Like just in the last 120 days, I said this already. Hex did 500 million in volume. That's real. That's real users. It's value. It's inherent in the code level. It's inherent in the volume. It's inherent in the DeFi nature of it. Nobody can stop your stuff. Everyone has full custody of their stuff. We're the smartest group out there. We're the craziest group out there. We're not stopping. So capture your units now. I mean, like that's been the mojo for a couple of years now. Eventually, the opportunity is going to leave the station.
Yep. Yeah, I think there's back to the Cardano concept, right? I think it's important to get some perspective
The
from
most important thing
Cardano
to
here.
understand is
That's been
that
a hot topic
Bitcoin
lately.
started off as
Mr. Hoskinson.
nothing more
So
than just a cult
we,
following
if we look back
of
at last
people
cycle,
saying, "Hey,
was the
this
second
is how you
cycle
get
for
out of money. Fix the
Cardano,
world, fix the money, fix
and
the
it
world."
went from 3 cents
Right?
approximately all the way.
And so, because fix the money, fix the world was a thing, that
And
was the
in
cult,
its
and it
second
eventually
cycle, now a
turned
lot of
into what it
people
is
say, okay,
now,
well,
which is
Hex
a
didn't do
literal
that last
religion,
cycle. Well,
where it's
that
like,
was the first cycle
where it's
for
like,
Hex. So
hey, some
we're in
dude
the second cycle.
on a
Starting almost
mainstream
we're starting
channel
to look
says,
at the
"Oh,
market.
Michael Saylor, what do you think
Yep,
about
and so
Satoshi?" And he's like, "We don't talk about Satoshi." It's because he's basically
where you
God
could
at that
see
point,
a
right?
multi-dollar
This
Hex.
is the
And
exact
that's
direction that Hex is
bullish
taking,
for
and it's
those of you out there
fantastic.
that are looking at
And
something like
this is why
Cardano
there is a
and
huge future
saying, hey, well,
for
this
Hex
thing
right now.
performed pretty well last cycle. Maybe it's going to do something again. Well, yeah, that was its second cycle. We're talking about a second cycle now for Hex. And third cycles, some will say that are not the best, hottest opportunity for coins. So, maybe not Cardano, maybe some Hexes in your portfolio might do you well.
It's crazy. I just did the calculations, and well, first it's crazy to see the t-shirt rate almost at 40,000. It's just
Yeah,
it's
boy. Whoa.
When
Oh
it was under
shit, my
20K
bad.
for sure,
Fuck,
probably
I'm
around
sorry,
like
guys.
15 to 18.
I keep
somewhere in
forgetting
there.
to unclick on the volume
and just seeing
thing
that number
whenever I
slowly
move
tick
my
up
mouse.
over time, it's really interesting because you
Oh,
hear
brother.
about it when you first learn about Hex, get excited about it, etc., but you don't have the feedback from like the world of like what you learned about that's represented in the smart contract. But now being in for a couple of years and seeing the rate, double up, almost basically triple up from when I saw it, it's like, man, like, I could have gotten t-shirts for like a third as much as I can now. That's pretty crazy. And I mean, if you want one, the cheapest you can get it for is $900 and 15 years of your time. That's if you want it for the cheapest amount of money, that's how much.
Well, I think the point. I think one point you can look at there, Sloth, is so we have to skim a couple of years off of it because we're at 240 now, 2040. But back when Hex launched, a lot of us did. I didn't understand Quattro Cinco, man. I didn't. I had no idea why I would do that. Now I understand. I have a whole different viewpoint. So I didn't fill in my ladder real strong until later, right? In 31, 32 and all that. So looking back at it today, I could have gotten all those T-shares at the bottom with Hex being very, very cheap, and it was 10,000 Hex per T-shirt. Could have done that 5 years ago. Did not do that. Now I cannot go back and do it. I can't get either the price or otherwise, right? T-shirt rate's higher, can't get that price. And then a lot of people talk a lot of crap about, how the cycle went down, blah, blah, blah. And I get it. There are a lot of people in pain for a lot of different reasons. But I'll tell you this, we looked at this the other day. If you had been buying eHex GCA style from launch weekly and staking it, you're in profit, significant profit. Better profit than Bitcoin, better profit than Ethereum. But it would have required you to do that. You would have had to buy religiously, have discipline, do it every single week, and do it for 5 years, right? And you'd be winning. And so that's a heavy lift. That's not easy,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, earning yield is a super powerful mechanism that that people are searching for all over the world in different markets and different asset classes. And I think people underestimate it because after last cycle in the crypto market, A lot of things were big rug pulls, and so people have kind of lost the narrative and lost the fact that it's still an important thing that people look for in financial markets to have some sort of yield bearing instrument. And Hex is still that, and it's doing it the right way. And I think a lot of people need to reawaken that hunger for having a yield bearing instrument that they had last cycle. I didn't mention this with Cardano. The reason why it went from 3 cents to $3 is the fact that it offered staking. And so guess what? We've already been offering that. And guess what? It's been working flawlessly. And guess what? The code is done. It's not a project, it's a product. And so for people out there that are trying to figure out what is valuable to put your money into long term that's going to pay you best and treat your money best, it's something like Hex.
You know, I was looking at this idea of supply. I was looking at the supply of XRP and Doge and Cardano, and there's less liquid Hex and short rolling Hex than on any of those coins, and all of those coins are trading at, like, Cardano 35 billion circulating, 94 cents. Dogecoin 147 billion circulating, trading at 34 cents. XRP 57 billion circulating, trading at $2.36. The reason why Hex isn't trading at a higher price with a circulating supply somewhere between 12 to 18 billion liquid short-term Hex, which is less than any of those three that I just quoted, is because we don't have any visibility and we're being gatekept everywhere.
Yeah.
From regulators, from the mainstream crypto, from everywhere. Like, everybody does not like us. That doesn't mean that we should be retards about how we act and deter everyone from participating. You just need to remember how to meet people at their level. Like this, we have new people coming in all the time, guys, and there's a super huge value here. Everybody on Earth needs passive income to try to outpace currency debasement and inflation from our world governments, and this is a solution with immutable code and a future market supply. So it's somewhat predictable, and it's less liquid than the other three quoted coins, but there's enough liquidity there to service the market needs. So it's just liquid enough to give you guys millions of dollars of money to splash around in, but not so liquid that with our small gate-kept community we can't push the chart around. It's a panacea of opportunity, and it's staring you in the face. And I wish for everyone to open up to that idea and move forward and move past the challenges and the struggles and the headwinds and take advantage, because once these prices are gone, I hope you have secured your Hex miners. Like, just capture the units, decide what you want to do mining wise later, but just capture the units now while they're still affordable. This cult is not going away. It's only a matter of becoming more visible for the public at large. This Hex will be a household name. It's such an easy thing to say. It's really easy to understand. It prints more of itself. You know, once you're above your cost basis, by the way, once you're above your cost basis, what is the reason not to try to capture more of it? And as that confidence grows at a market-wide level, it's just going to steamroll and compound on itself.
Michael Saylor.
Well,
Look at Michael Saylor. Yeah.
It's not just when you're above your cost basis. It's when you're permanently above your cost basis based on a new in a new epoch of supply distribution, right? And so, you know, obviously this is things you guys, us three and us individually, have talked about before, but the distribution of supply and how it's represented in the chart and how it cements certain price floors. If you play one cycle right, with the assumption that the thing continues to do well, and you're able to capture units at a price that never gets seen again in the future, then you're really in a position of power to utilize the mechanisms of the system to accumulate more units without having to add additional capital risk to your position, as well as play fun games like liquidity providing, short-term staking, etc., etc. So it's like that. Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Let me see if I can say it this way and see if this meets your point. I think Johnny Chaos might have said this before. Our intent is to not sell Hex. We don't want to sell anymore. Well, our intent is that it's so valuable, you only need to sell just a very tiny amount. And the way to make that happen is by accumulating more.
Yeah.
Or at least the way, the way to make it happen faster for you. individually is to accumulate as much as you responsibly can.
I mean, technically, that's how all these markets work.
Yep. We were talking about earlier how much. Yeah. So 40K hex to get a T-share at this time, and then at the rate, the T-share rate is adjusting daily and getting more and more expensive to buy a T-share every single day. What that means is that if you hold hex and you have it staked, it essentially makes you a hex miner. And so you can actually have this hex miner that actually becomes more valuable over time and mints you more hex. And that price we were talking about it increasing every year about 20%. So whatever hex you have staked is increasing at a rate of about 20% annually, and that's huge just for mining, for having that miner in hex. Now the yield you get, that's a whole nother thing, as well as the earn penalties that you can earn.
Yeah. Hey, you know what helped me? So I was a little bit broken as I got into hex and tried to understand everything, right? But eventually figured out a whole bunch of stuff, and finally came to the conclusion that I needed to be doing Quattro Cinco stakes. That's why, I had already been doing them, but I mean, the idea that even now, right, like I'd be in my 70s, maybe I'm talking about going to my 80s or 90s. Why the hell do I want stakes? But in terms of the game, I need to be doing it, right? Because that'll earn me the most hex. And then Axis really turned me on to this idea that, hey, you know what are you going to stake, dude? You don't have any hex, it's all staked. And that turned me on to this whole 30-day roller, right? Or some similar amount of time, because I can't go stake in the future yet. Not Matty Allen. I can't go in the future, right? So that means I got to wait for time to go by. And so then the question is, where the hell does the hex come from, the stake? And so that's another reason for these short rollers that some people are doing.
I'm just mind blown that we're already in year 5 right now, and that's a third of the way to year 15. So those are for the people that have staked hex in year 1 are already a third of the way through their 15-year stakes, and that's incredible. That's crazy. And we're just starting to get some mainstream crypto adoption here, and this is just the beginning.
Yeah, we got a bunch of people they ask me all the time about what do I need to what do I think is going to happen with what do I think was going to happen with all these 10-year stakes? Will there be emergency end stake and all that? And we haven't seen the guys do it yet, the folks do it yet, but they could do it at any time, right? They could, we're in range now. The 10-year stakes that were made 5 years ago, just like you're saying, right? We're 5 years in, they could start ending, right? And if they were to start ending, then that would be the case. I just because we had asked for it before, Ray. Mr. Speak More, I just threw this up on the screen here. Maddie shared it out for us. So this is just showing us how the T-share rate has gone up from 0 on day 1, day 2 or 3, whatever, but to 10K, and now has gone up to the 40K. And as you were saying, what's happening is it's becoming about 20% more expensive for a T-share as we go along. But the number of T-shares are also dropping 20%. And so roughly, I'm just kind of like making up an average, right? So while the number of T-shares are going down 20%, each T-share is earning more. It's earning more in payout, right? So payouts are going up. And so we've got some models that show, I mean, I don't think the most extreme models will come into place, but I mean, if we really saw a significant fading of long-term staking and T-shares, it could be 200 hex per day per T-share.
Yeah, we had
my number.
Was it 2022? We were getting about six-ish hex per T-share. Now it's I'm seeing it break, topping out at 8 a lot of days. And so, depending on what type of day it is, we're seeing 8 happen probably 3 out of 10 days at this time. So that's crazy. I can't believe we're yielding that high at this point in time. So get your T-shares.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. This is important here. This chart showing these models about how much per T-share you could be making. This is the reason why you just have at least one long-term stake, because it's just a hedge. It's just a way. If you're in Hex for this cycle for like a 10x, a 20x, a 50x, a 100x even, you can get that on any meme coin. You can get that on a meme. There's like a handful of meme coins that are like somewhere between new enough where they can still get 50 to 100x's and old enough that they're going to be around for a long time. That if you don't want to stake Hex, why are you even messing with Hex? Like, go find your 50 or 100x in something like that. That it's out there. But like, Hex gives you so much more control and power over your money, and that comes from the mechanism that's built into it. It's designed to pay you to hold it. And so that's where I kind of come back to, you really have to either be thinking lock and roll to capitalize on the short-term volatility. And if you do that well enough, long enough, you could take just a small percentage of your profit, and once a year go 15 years. And in a decade from now, you'll start having long-term stakes, one per year, coming off perpetually till the end of time. And it will all have been house money that you made back in 2025 when you started your lock and roll ladder. That's something that Maddie helped me coin at last year's Hex conference. It's
lock, rattle, and roll. Right.
Such a powerful system with no one way to play it. There's like 9,000 ways to play the system. I think we've just given you a few ideas today. And because of that, it's very sticky, and it does have a lot of upside for price. And so, like, if you're in Hex and you're just trading it and you're not using the mechanics, like, I don't understand why you wouldn't just go trade something else that might do a 50x, because that's what you're basically saying about the system. But this is showing how high these long-term payouts could really amount to.
There's some people out there that have never started a 15-year stake because they're apprehensive. I would say that for those of you out there that are in that boat, just start a small 15-year stake.
I think a lot of that is because it got mystified because of the pre-pig payday stakes that got hurt so bad for ending early. But in the nowadays, once you get to year 7.5, you can pull off all your principal and you're in the clear. And it's just like, as long as the price is higher than when you started, you made money. So you got to think differently about 15-year stakes nowadays than back in those days. Yeah.
Well, I'm super conservative about everything. Maybe too conservative, I know that, but regardless, that's kind of my approach, right, to things. So when you say have an exposure out there, I think that it is so cheap to have 15-year exposure for one T-share. Like, why wouldn't I do that? Why wouldn't I just make myself a dolphin if I had the wherewithal to do it? And if I can't do dolphin, I go down one level, right? Because the asymmetric possibility that this thing is like off the hook, 100 times, 200 times the price is just insane for that ability. And the whole time you'll be earning Hex. Now, of course, none of us knows what really happened with Hex in terms of price, but I know for certain the way the contract operates, you'll have more Hex, lots more Hex, by doing those long stakes. So when somebody's asking, like in the chat, like what's a good exposure, I think if you can get one T-share a year, I would do that. I have to monitor it, make your own decisions, of course, but that's what I would do per person.
Yeah, if you could front run yourself and you're thinking 15 years of accumulation, just get yourself 15 T-shares up front, so.
Well, I think people will believe me, right? I just showed you guys the chart, and I showed you how it went to 40,000 Hex per T-share, right? You have any doubt that the T-share rate goes up every day? Well, almost every day, but that the T-share rate goes up over time? Is there any doubt? There should be no doubt. Contract works. It does what it does. We have 5 years of data. All right. It's going to be
making one stake
300,000
one
Hex
T-share.
per T-share minimum.
And maybe like every week or every
Insert
month.
your own price,
right?
multiply it by 300,000.
And have it always go out 15 years. You're going to have a lot of T-shares just continually coming out at that point in time. I think that's what you're doing, Will, right?
That's what I do is I make a new Quattro Cinco stake every week.
Because I'm not one of these guys that come out and say,
Is it one T-share or how many T-shares you aim for?
I make it at a set dollar amount, so I can see. So basically, I'm looking at the price chart based on, like, I put in the same dollar amount every week, right? And And that like
And I'm
it
still
has
interested in
fluctuating
15
values
years.
of
I didn't
T-shares
get my
based on
stakes.
whatever the current
I'm gonna
price
pay
is
$1 million
and the
in
T-share rate.
T-share now. I'm
So
gonna get 'em
like,
now.
you know, it used to be like
Those would be
say
those would
I
be
was
my,
getting fucking
long-term
15 T-shares per
T-shares
stake
out
per
there,
week,
right?
you know, like totally ridiculous number, right?
There was another stat that
But that's
it's
what
just
I would do.
interesting.
Is
You know,
I
I've
make
never
a
heard
new
anyone
stake every
say
week,
this, but
every like Tuesday or
thinking
Wednesday.
about what I wanted to talk about on the conference this year. and
Sometimes I
was thinking to
forget.
myself,
Then I make 2 weeks in one.
well, what if
I
everybody
just
on Earth
had a big
got
stake
one
come
T-shirt?
to fruition
One
like 2 days
big
ago.
team.
And now
Oh,
I'm
yeah?
like, what do I do with all this hex?
Yeah,
Hmm.
dude.
Right.
It's nice.
That's right. If
One
you
of the
did
nice
if
things
you
about
did 1
Rabby
year's
Wallet is it'll tell
T-shirt,
you how
it
much
would be
hex is coming out of the
320
stake before you
trillion
hit the
hex. There
confirm
isn't
button.
that much hex on Earth.
Whereas like in
Well, you
MetaMask,
can't.
it'd be like a
Because of the
surprise.
way the
In
system's
Rabby, it's
designed,
like, oh, hey, this
and
is
the
how much
amount of
hex you're
hex
getting
that's
out of
actually
this
circulating.
computation. So
I
that's kind of
cool.
cool.
I always
Yeah.
just go. I always just go to the hex staking front end, and that tells me how much I'm getting out before I end the stake.
right now. It's
Yeah.
a little bit higher. Actually, you know, I
With
have a chart from
HSIs,
Roundtable
it's
here.
kind of tricky.
And crispy man, that's because
I don't know if
there's unavailable
Yes, it
hex
is.
that people can't even
Yeah.
get access to, even if they wanted to.
You know what?
Hey
I need
guys,
to learn how to do the unstake
Yeah,
from
listen,
the
here it is,
Ether
Max.
scans. What's up, Brandon? You got to roll?
Let me finish this real quick.
I gotta
So what I
roll.
thought was real
Okay,
funny.
Brandon, we'll
What
see you.
happens? What's
Yeah,
Oh, you
I
got
will. I will. I'll see you guys on the other side.
On the
On the
flip
other
side,
side.
baby.
On
All
the
right,
other
get
side.
the
All
fuck
right.
out of here, broski.
You guys have a great night. Good to see
Good
you.
luck with your
Yes,
desk.
yes. Love you, bye.
2025
Nick, go ahead with your
right
thought.
around here.
Okay.
And
So what I found very interesting
maximum
was
number of
I remember
T-shares
I was at
is
a sushi place with Mrs. Magetta and a friend of mine,
on Pulse
and I was calculating the amount of hex I would get from one of my stakes to November of last year technically, and I was looking at anywhere from 30,000 to 32,000 hex yield, right? I'm like, that's cool, yay. But when I actually took it out, I ended up getting over 36,000.
Yeah,
I
it's
got
kind of
more.
cool, man. It's kind of
Mhm.
cool.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't even have a,
However, that's also kind of sad because you know a lot of people emergency unstaked.
Yeah.
I mean, like, look,
Yeah.
you get,
I mean,
Hey,
you get
they're lost.
you know, like it's
some
that
of
is
the
the price that they
degenerative
pay. If they want the money
leverage
now,
that kinda
then that's what they got to
willingness
do.
leverage long
Yeah.
The only other option is like, you know,
And there's just not enough hex
HTTs,
for
an
even just
actuator, and icosahedron.
millionaires.
You know,
That is true. And I do think that there's definitely something to be said about staking ladders that has to do with HTTs. And I'm trying to figure that
Oh,
out right
100%.
now. And I'm
100%.
kind of calculating it out. But this is going to take me a while to try and figure out the exact like strategy behind it. Because my whole idea is like, why don't HTTs should technically allow you to not be scared to stake 5, right? But
sort of.
what if somebody does it every single day? Well, now you need a liquidity pool every single day.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's the
problem.
issue.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's
That's
why
why they
you
have 7,000, 5,000, 3,000. You know, it's because it's nice and easy.
Yeah.
Like I did one the other day, and it was like 51.38 or something like that. You know, is the distance I had to stake my hex for it to end on day 7,000, so I can get the maximum number of HTT out of that stake. So it's like you can do it with the Quattro Cinco. You get less HTT out of the stake because the math is different.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I am interested to see what kind of strategies will pop up, and I do believe that cycles are going to start because of that. You know,
Oh, yeah.
it's gonna be a different cycle than just every week or every month do a 5 stake, right?
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be an HTT stake or something
Yeah.
similar too, because who knows what's gonna happen the next 5 years, right?
Oh yeah, for sure, man.
I think
I kind of want to ask these guys a question about like, what do you think of the HTT? You know, like, how do
You
they
have to pay
factor that?
$50 for it, man.
Yeah, that's an expensive question. You know, I've already done one.
Saw the need in the market to create a better form of mining, and so
Okay, I'm going to turn their volume
these
up.
were his creative choices to build something that could actually yield you a powerful amount of yield, as well as get rid of a lot of the negative externalities that Bitcoin had when you mine Bitcoin. And to know that about Hex, there's many reasons besides price performance that you should have the ability to purchase a T-share, so you can actually build your own portfolio up, earn yield over time, and not have to deal with whether it's polluting the air in your house, if anybody's mined Bitcoin, they know how bad that stuff is for you. You can't really breathe the air of a Bitcoin miner. It's pretty toxic. And then you have huge energy bills. You've got hardware you got to deal with putting somewhere. I knew a person who was mining Litecoin, and their house got so hot that rats infested their ceiling.
Jesus
and almost
Christ,
burnt down the
really?
neighborhood because
Someone's got to
everything
call
caught
me.
fire. Yeah, there's a lot of
Hey, Will,
problems.
I'm going to be right back.
Hex.
Okay.
You don't have to get equipment in
Love
order
how
to
you can hear my laugh in the background
mine
on that one.
Hex. You
Yeah, yeah.
everything's done virtually, and you can do this over immutable code, which puts you at the steering wheel of being able to execute this code. You don't have to use a middleman, and you also don't have to have expensive, dangerous equipment in your house to do so. So it's super powerful. People are still underestimating what its potential is, and it's not getting any cheaper.
Yeah, what I was going to say before is to add another dimension kind of on top of everything we're talking about, especially now that we're kind of closing in the last 10 minutes, is a lot of the conversation has been about like the units of dollars that you can accumulate based on the scarcity of based on accumulating T-shares and juxtaposing that with their scarcity going forward into the future. But one way I like to interpret things, or at least view things, is not just as a units of dollars that you can get, but as you start to separate your portfolio value relative to other people more and more over time, you also get more like power. And the accumulation of power through your crypto bags has been very interesting for me to think about, but it's even more applicable to us with the ecosystem of Pulse Chain being starting to unwind, and all these different sub ecosystems starting to form. And so, the scarcity of the T-share also, let me take a step back. If you think about Hex as its price being a denomination in Pulse, and Pulse being the thing that everything else is denominated in, and so your ability to get more Pulse, basically, or more units of value relative to the whole ecosystem, gets more difficult in terms of the Hex inflation mechanism. That is a really interesting dynamic that I think it's good to add on top of things as well, because there's more implication to accumulating these T-shares than just like the dollars you can extract out of the system, but also what you can do in the system in terms of how you can change things, how you can affect things. And this is more on like the market maker and whale side of the conversation.
Yeah, simply put, like your mining equipment in Bitcoin expires, but if you lock in Hex at a penny, you have that for the rest of your life. As long as you don't get hacked, as long as you didn't go give your keys to somebody on the internet, like you're locking in generational wealth. I'm convinced of that by now. I mean, I have been for years. I quit Bitcoin and Ethereum mining for Hex in a lot of ways, went full on DeFi. And by extension, you talk like some of the advances in MakerDAO, and which is now Sky, or Aave, or the DeFi platforms, which will have a resurgence this cycle. We're looking at a possibility. We already have something like Flex Protocol where you can collateralize your Hex into a vault and borrow stables from it, so that you can have infinite utility built on top of Hex. And I expect that the more concrete, confident, long-term, more people get bullish on Hex, the more stuff's going to get built on it indefinitely. Look, there's already a guy that created a thing that can pay you. Well, there's Actuator, there's Communis, there's encapsulated stakes through icosahedron. There's stuff out there that is powerful and valuable. It's being mispriced right now due to the the negative stuff going on around the ecosystem. But generally speaking, like there was a point not too long ago where you could go stake for 15 years and get 20% of your money back. And I know Crispy's one of those guys that capitalized on that. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, go look at Communis. Like it's out there. We're Super Bowls on that stuff. It's like pay people to automatically. Communis markets long-term Hex staking on its own. If you want people to stake long, pay them to do it. And then back to the original point Sloth made, like you can't understate how important it is to seize the opportunity now to capture something that you'll never get ever again. Like this is a once in a lifetime shot. once it becomes cool to buy Hex and that it's mainstream, like it's not here anymore. It's at other prices. We already just explained in detail how scarce Hex is right now relative to some of these other major cryptocurrencies. It's just a visibility problem and a gatekeeping problem. It's not. We have the cult, we have the community, we have a working L1. We just got to get out of our own way and use the tool. So such a tremendous tool, and we got to thank the founder for all the work he's put in over the years, and thank the community for sticking through, because you're in the right place. Y'all know it. You're just ahead of your time, so stick to it.
Yep. Yeah. The people who made the most, and Richard Hart said this so many times, are the people who bought crypto in the early days or mined it, forgot they had it, looked at their wallet 5 to 10 years later, and were just mind blown. Imagine forgetting you had Bitcoin, and then today looking at your wallet at $100,000 per Bitcoin. 15 years later or 16 years later, you'd be in a different atmosphere. So that's the potential with Hex. But what's great is that not only are you sitting on it for the price appreciation, but you're earning yield that entire boring time when most of the time nothing's happening, that you're actually earning yield as well. The potential is so much bigger than Bitcoin, and people are missing it.
Yeah, it's pretty huge, I think. Pretty huge.
I think there's a lot of things going on under the hood, man, that gets me excited. That goes beyond just
yeah.
Hex, but it all comes back to Hex in the end. I know you guys out there know what I'm talking about, and it's a deep web.
All roads lead to Hex.
I mean, just like first grade mechanics here, we could just talk about the other coins in the Richard Hart ecosystem that are positive impacts for the price. You know, we have Pulse Chain, Pulse X, and INC as positive mechanics to the Hex price over time, and that's just scratching the surface. So we wanted to go over PDI a little bit, huh?
Before you do that, I gotta say this. Like, I know we talked broadly a lot today, and that's good because that's what most people need to hear. But just for the nerds, by buying Hex, it gets a double pump, because all of the exposure into Pulse Chain comes through Pulse. So if new money comes into the chain, first it has to pump Pulse, and then because Pulse appreciated in price, you're getting more. That guy's getting more purchasing power that then goes into Hex. So. And Richard made a tweet about this in the past too. It's simple. It's how the AMMs work. It's how Uniswap V2 tech works. You have to pump Pulse to pump Hex. So pump gets an amplified pump on top. And because it's more illiquid, it's liquid enough. It's got 20 million on it right now on the main pair. But it's illiquid enough too that it has a huge upside when it gets that double pump. And then at the same time, you have Pulse X out there that's just continuing an uptrend versus Pulse forever so far. And that's acting like a magnet that's pulling the whole chain up and up and up based on supply and demand, based on real volume of real human and user interactions with the protocol. So it's the amount of supply burned away is proportional to actual user activity on the chain and volume flowing through the DEX. So it's not just burning for the sake of burning. It's burning based on people actually using the shit. So that human user activity is making the whole system more valuable, which is making Hex more scarce and more valuable, which is making Pulse more scarce and more valuable. And so this whole system is designed to pump. We just got to get out of our own way. We got to get rid of the gatekeeping. We got to get past the case.
Pump it.
You know, this all was launched in good faith this was new technology, never been done before. And in the method by which it was done has never been done before. And I was there at the hearing, and I mean, these lawyers, they put up a pretty good case for everything being above board, and we just want our L1, and we'll get it because we're on the right side of history with this one, guys. So I'm very excited and happy to be a part of the Hex conference again. Thank you guys for having us on the stage, and I hope we helped remind you of how scarce this stuff really is, and try to help motivate you to get out of your own way on some of this stuff and get with the program. It's time to move forward.
2025, it's our year, guys.
Oh yeah, man, it is. Hey, for extra bonus, I know Matty said in the background here he might be busy at the moment, not be able to get back in to do the changeover. So we've got a few more minutes. Yeah, there are a lot of interesting things. You kind of hinted at it, and we talked about it in the green room a little bit. But my simple observation, love it or hate it, right? We talked about PDI being out there. PDI has sunk liquidity, both V1 and V2, as well as a whole bunch of other places. And my observation has been that people have been using PDI to pump Hex. They rotate back when the time comes, and when they're ready, they rotate it again. And so I've just been seeing this kind of like flippering action, right? Don't have anybody interpret my finger movement. But anyways, we're seeing this action, right, between these pairs, and the two of them going up, right? And I don't know if you guys got anything to say about that.
Yeah,
I got plenty to say about
price
that.
action is keeping those two relatively close. I think people know the long-term value of Hex and that it has the potential to go way beyond $1. Those who have been around for quite some time understand that concept. For those of the people that are being attracted to the dollar narrative, they're coming in on PDI. But the people who understand the bigger picture of Hex, they're rolling over to Hex in the long term. And I think that's a good indicator to say that potentially the same could happen for any other coin that's in the on Pulse chain to roll over to Hex over time and continue to push Hex to the upside.
Whether or not PDI goes to $1 first or ever, or Hex goes to the $1 first or ever, they both meet it at the same exact time. There is obviously only one place to go after that $1's hit, and that's into Hex. So I would encourage you to think about that. You know, when you're placing your bets, it's just safer to have Hex, but it's also valid to think that PDI might get there first. However, the chart's not saying that. It's every time that PDI and PHEX hit parity, Hex takes the lead. Now, if that's by design or not, I don't know. I can't say with certainty. However, you know, having a bit of both could be a solution. I know there's a lot of volume rotating through that ecosystem. Like it's you don't have to look very far to go back and remember that Richard was talking about the world's largest airdrop and what it would mean to get something for nothing. And then when those copies started to create a market amongst their east side counterparts, that he wasn't just saying that to say that. I mean, I think I thought he was a bit nutty back then, thinking like, how could you compete? How dare you try to compete with Ethereum? But now I'm starting to see that, you know, somebody that's well funded enough and motivated could actually take a lot of these coins and peg them to their ETH counterparts, or at least make a good forceful effort to get these things at some sort of meaningful valuation versus their ETH counterpart. And so I think all of that bodes nicely for upside for the whole chain. So I'm excited, man, and it's all going to come back to Hex.
Okay, so Axis is actually correct here.
Very positive,
the play right now with PDI, whether it pegs to $1 or not, it's literally that it all dumps back into the core coins. Now we hope that it does peg, because if it does, then the point of it is that he can use the collateral as being Hex, Pulse, and Pulse X, and then he puts that so that way he can start minting more PDI. And if he mints more PDI, then he rotates it back into Hex, Pulse, and Pulse X, so that way the price goes up more, so he can mint more PDI and begin that hyperloop. And that hyperloop ultimately is going to add, let's go ahead and assume he just gets $2 billion for the ETH SAC funds. Well, if he puts that into Hex, Pulse, Pulse X, he can then collateralize it, and then that hyperloop will add an extra $20 billion of PDI if he gets it pegged. And that, so yes, ultimately it's going to go back into Hex, and that's going to create such a stupid amount of X's. It's going to be crazy. And well, to be truthful, I think it's going to be right around anywhere from 14 to 24,000 X for all the core coins.
Man, there are so many campfire stories for the PDI narrative, for the things that could happen with the wallets narrative. Again, I would remind the folks at home, remember, oh shit, we got Brendan up.
Oh shit, there's Brendan.
Yeah, we got Brendan. Hey, so real quick, everyone, not financial advice. It's all campfire stories. Mr. Producer, go ahead and bring up that chat for the chat shoutouts. We've got Mr. Gesm. I'm definitely pumping off right now. We fucking love to see it. Pumping off so bad. Hex is coming out like Bukake, son. God damn, I love to see it. I actually yelled that so much I started getting a little side stitch there. So good to see. Let's go ahead and rock and roll on in there. We got our boy Brendan, we got Cabana Crypto, Frank Molina, lots of others.
We got one more shout out left.
What's going on, Jen?
Oh, another shout out. How dare Will mention ribeyes this late at night? Johnny Chaos, it's good to see you, amigo. Welcome to the chat. Glad we could have you in here. This is fucking fantastic. Yes, it's always ribeyes o'clock.
I always like to
Mr.
speak
Johnny
to people
Chaos.
I haven't spoken to before, get different opinions, get different perspectives, and so I'm really looking forward to this.
We should straight roast Brendan throughout this thing.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
Been on with you guys. I think Corey might have stopped by for like one of the celebration streams or something like that. But yeah, got a full hour. So this is gonna be pretty cool. I don't even know where to start. I've kind of known Corey without meeting him over the years. I missed him in New York, so I'm sad about that. But Frank and
we sat right next to Corey.
Keener, man,
He's
tell me
great
about
guy.
yourselves and how you got into how you got your start into
lots of good
Hex, I guess
conversations
we
with
can start
him.
with.
I hope to meet him again.
Yeah, I guess I'll go first. I mean, when it comes to this particular asset, and when it comes to Pulse Chain, PulseX, I could talk about it for days. I can rant about it for hours and hours and hours. My background is traditional finance, so I come from a very Wall Street center type of mindset. And the beautiful thing about that is that whenever you take the principles you learn on Wall Street, and then you apply the long-term mindset, and then you remove your emotions, the positive outcome that you get on the most volatile asset with the most gains is astronomical. I can testify for that for sure. It's very exciting whenever you can remove your emotions and you can see corrections happen. But because you know what you hold, you're not fazed by it, and you kind of just see it as an opportunity to buy. That's how I've been reacting the past couple months, couple of years as we've been going through the correction. So that's my background. Macro, big long-term holder, the traditional Warren Buffett philosophy of investing. You buy one thing, you never let it go, but you got to make sure it's the right thing. So
well, Hex is for you then, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Especially the 15-year thing. I come from a TradFi background as well. I guess I'm more on like the medium to long term. So I'll like swing positions. I'll have like forever positions like an Nvidia or a Meta or something like that, and maybe I'll trade around them. But usually I'm at that point. I admit perhaps I'm ahead of you in years, but I'm doing more dividend investing and passive income, kind of like this crypto thing. So is it funny for you because like being in traditional finance, coming into crypto and then going back, doesn't it just I liken it just taking the edge off, because the volatility in crypto is like nothing you see in traditional markets. Like you can have huge dips and like, multi-percents in like a day or something. But if you've done crypto and you go back to stocks and whatnot, that's easy in my opinion, dare I say it. But it's like the volatility isn't anything compared to this side.
Yeah, people take this misconception that you think is going to become easier. Once you get a taste of it, you don't go back. Like, I tried to go back, and then I was like, nah.
Oh, all right. I still do both, but yeah.
Yeah, but I think it's because from a younger perspective, younger generation, like, okay, I have the time to take that risk, so why would I go back? So I can stay in crypto, and especially, see, the way that I take it is I don't like to put Pulse Chain, PulseX, and Hex into crypto. To me, it's DeFi. I put it in the same category as Bitcoin. And like, you have to understand what Bitcoin is in order for you to understand what Hex is. And if you don't understand that, you're going to think this is just another venture capital, freaking, private equity type of coin. And then that's where a lot of the misconception and misinformation comes out there, because if you're chasing that, you're chasing crypto, this isn't the place to be. This is supposed to be DeFi, real DeFi. Like, you take control, you take possession, you understand how it relates to Bitcoin, and you understand the philosophy behind it. And when I understood what Bitcoin was, and then I saw the opportunity where I can go into Hex and PulseX, the idea of going back to TradFi seemed asinine. It became like, why would I go back? I would only go back to just fuck around. But I know that the real gains are going to be here, right? So that's how I kind of see it.
Yeah, there's a couple other things too for me. I actually come from TradFi a little bit as well, so a little bit of Pamela TradFi here. I have been solely in crypto now for a few years, and I don't see myself ever going back to traditional finance. And I think part of that is that I have more control over my own investments, and that truly is what decentralized finance is. Bitcoin, yes, decentralized, I love it. I would never talk bad about it. But with the ETFs, with all of these big players in, like, the decentralized part of Bitcoin is becoming a little bit less decentralized because there's so many big players involved now. The ETFs, governments, BlackRock. Like, there's just some people that I don't necessarily trust that have a lot of control over the Bitcoin now. With Hex, look, we say it's a better Bitcoin, and I believe in many senses it is. And one of those is because we're talking about true decentralized finance. Like, I can take the Hex contract and I can run it on my computer. I don't need a middleman. I don't need anything. I can literally run the program, run the code on my own computer, and I can interact with it. No one needs to touch it. No one needs to be involved. And that is what it means to sort of separate myself from sort of the traditional finance. And I'm not talking bad. I have a lot of friends in traditional finance too. It's just, I've moved on from that. And like you said, Frank, for me, it's really hard to go back. And part of it is that I really
Damn,
like
who is this guy? We need to get him on the channel.
Big time,
right?
For my own.
I was about to say,
control everything myself.
This guy's
But
straight
also
cooking
it's
right
like,
now.
I truly believe in this, and I believe in this long term. Like, it's also a statement of my belief system, and I think that's important too when it comes to DeFi.
Man, you touched a lot of good points, but I'm gonna let Corey give on his thoughts on that because
That's it. Stream over. I'm out.
Hey, well, I'll say this: I did not come from a history of TradFi. Okay, I'm sorry, the only one. Okay, my parents, they worked a traditional job, insurance company. Most I know about is 401k and company stocks. So that's kind of how I came up. I really started understanding a little bit more about stocks and the market.
It was actually
when I started
his
working
son
in my
that got
career
him
job, which
into
was
crypto,
like Verizon
specifically Hex.
telecommunication company. So a lot of people there, they were in the stocks, they were into the market. And I learned there first about even investing to that degree. And slowly but surely, I got into real estate, and I was looking for a way out, just like everyone else, looking for a better way to make money, provide for your family. And I, again, found out about crypto due to my son. One day at a dinner table, he's like, "Hey, guess what? My friend just bought a Tesla with Litecoin." I'm like, hold on. I just looked at him, and then I looked at myself, and I said, "What am I doing wrong?"
Yep.
I said, if a kid in high school could figure this out, I think I need to look into it. So that was my whole rabbit hole starting around 2016. And again, following influencers, not really knowing the space, and getting to know the language and, cryptocurrency in general, scams, and got into BitConnect and went through that whole travesty. And in 2018, 2019, found Richard Hart, and again, got a little bit more of the education about what decentralized finance was. And again, a lot of this is just education. Like, a lot of us aren't aware of some of these vehicles that are out here, and just being aware of it and having an interest, it's fulfilling my interest of wanting to retire early, wanting to take care of my family, benefit from it. It just rang true when he said, Bitcoin did 1 million X in less than 12, 13 years at the time. And I was like, hold on. So you mean tell me $1 over 12 years? I'm about to do 30 years. I can do a third of that and probably, supersede that. So that brought my interest to the space, and that's
I love that you guys had the background stamped with Degen Roundtable last night.
More about it.
I absolutely love that so much.
Credit goes to Nate for that, man. That was all fucking Nate, dude. He
the
sent
story
it to me, and I was like, bro, I'm sending this to everybody. Fucking get it, dude. I love it.
Bro, the story behind that is
Richard Hart is
I have my
and I guess
boss
other
who
people
wants
said it
to
too, but I
support
mean, it's true.
Degen
And,
Roundtable.
like, how could you ignore it?
And he's like, my wife makes shirts and stuff like that. Send over the logo. So I did. And I just thought to myself, because I downloaded the background at the same time. And I was like, what if we just combine them? That'd be cool.
Dude, that was fucking brilliant, man. That's fucking so good. Oh, I love that so much.
I should get some proofs, by the way, of our shirts tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay. Sweet. I like it. Oh, this is so cool. Would they do it like drop shipping or piecemeal, or is it like we have to order 400 of them and then like hold inventory and mail them
No,
out?
it's his wife who does it. So the way like she'll do it custom however we want it. Same price all the way through. Basically, she wants just a tiny little bit of profit. It's not a lot. And so like I think it's like a 10% or whatever markup. And
That is
so
so
whatever
cool.
she pays for the actual production of it, we would just pay 10% extra on it.
I just realized that we're live right now. So congratulations, guys. Announcement. I guess DRT shirts are in the near future. So there we go.
Whoops.
Oops. Hey, this is a great way to announce it for those of you that are watching. Shout out to y'all, by the way, if you're watching live. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and turn these fellas back up and we'll get some more of that stuff. But yeah, dude, Nate, fucking great idea, man.
Understand that. People are impressed by it. Like you got guys like Shill Gates come over and be like, man, I didn't know that all this was here. Thanks to Hexologist. He got him over here and he's like, this is a community. You have all this stuff built. He's like, I've been missing this. That's what we need more of.
Shout out to Shill. We're actually gonna have him on our channel next month. So that'll be a
nice.
good time. Yeah, I have a question for you guys. So what about Hex? Just give me one or two things. Obviously, there's a ton. Give me, just to start us off, give me one or two things that make Hex true DeFi in your opinion and that you like most about it. Because there's a lot of aspects that set Hex apart from other potentially considered decentralized, cryptocurrencies. I don't think everything that says it's decentralized is decentralized. I think we all know that. So what sets Hex apart? Give me one or two things that you think sets it apart and makes it true DeFi.
That's a very, very good question, because I think I'll kind of tell you my path that I kind of went down the rabbit hole of what I call unplugging from the financial matrix. When I was in TradFi and I was watching a lot of the Michael Saylor things and I was understanding what money is and what money really isn't. And then when I think the biggest thing that pissed me off the most was when I understood that real estate and stocks didn't really appreciate in value. It was just keeping up with the monetary debasement. And then that led to understanding, okay, what is actually the solution that Bitcoin was offering, right? Everybody talks about DeFi, decentralized finance, but it's not controlled by an entity. What does that actually mean? When I went down that rabbit hole, it was the same time that I went down the rabbit hole of Hex. And then when I discovered that every other cryptocurrency out there was backed by Wall Street in one way or another, and then the one thing that wasn't was Hex, that was my edge. Because if you look at everything else out there is backed by Wall Street one way or another, either through private equity, through venture capital, through some sort of institution, through some sort of business, through some sort of corporation. If there's a board of directors, if there's a CEO, if there's any of that stuff making decisions, and they're pocketing the majority of the quote unquote shares on the market, and they're dumping on you, that's not DeFi. Somebody else is in control, and someone else is pocketing from retailers coming in and coming out of the market. And when Hex, and basically Richard said, fuck you, I'm not gonna give it away to centralized institutions. You have to buy it off the market. You have to buy it from the individuals who held it. If you want a part of it, then that's how I knew that was true DeFi, because they didn't get special privileges because they were institutions. They had to participate just like everybody else.
Fantastic point. And also even with the cop, I know this is Hex, but like even the copy of Ethereum, right? It's like, unless you're holding the coins in your own wallet, you're getting nothing, right? So nothing's going to people keeping money in exchanges. Nothing's going to people or the exchanges themselves, right? It's going to the people that truly believe in being self-sovereign, people that really believe in holding coins themselves and being responsible for their future. So I think that's sort of the same ethos that you're talking about, Frank.
Exactly.
What do you think, Corey?
I'm right there with Frank. Like how he released the project and saying it was a finished product and not a business or a corporation. Like that's kind of how I got to understand what BitConnect was when I got into it. When that cease and desist letter came out in January 2018, and then they just closed the doors and shut it. I'm like, oh, I didn't know it was a company. I thought it was a bot that was trading digitally online that I was working for us, but it wasn't true code. It wasn't true, DeFi, should I say, or crypto for that matter. And so like just that whole idea of how it was released to the people, the mechanism of how it's used like a CD where it stores value. And again, going down the rabbit hole, you understand the Federal Reserve printing the money. Like you said, things aren't going up in value. The value of the dollar is going down. So when you put that, when you correlate those two things and you say, okay, what is holding value? When you see that the dollar is losing a tremendous amount of value against all cryptocurrencies, it just makes sense to be in a cryptocurrency, you know what I'm saying? And to be in one that functions like a CD, where you can have delayed gratification, store a set amount of economic energy today for tomorrow, it compounds how much the value will be in the near future. So that's what it was for me.
Yeah, I think you mentioned an oldie but goodie, like the CD aspect. Like that to me, I know we've gotten away from that language, but
that's
kind of like old
aspect,
school,
by the way. And I do think it's important to always mention that that's basically
the putting away of an asset
tradition,
and earning yield on it. And that to me,
I can barely hear you, Nate. Can you say again?
Oh, so the CD aspect, I think that is an aspect that always needs to stand the test of time. It always needs to be reminded that, hey, this is basically a digital CD, because that is one of the baseline traditional aspects of like banks and putting your money into something that you just want to hold forever.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because that
yes,
I haven't heard that in a while, but that's kind of like what
that is a good way to describe it. I do like that. I often refer to Hex's CDs as well.
The control, the personal control, and the flexibility. So like you can hold liquid if you choose.
Son of a bitch. God damn it.
Hot keys.
Mainly you can stake.
Well, like I'll
long, you can ladder it out,
like
which
held on to the
I did from the very beginning. And once those stakes come due, you can restake. You can kind of like fill holes into your ladder. You can combine stakes if you want. And to me, like that you're your own bank. Like nobody else is doing that for you. You don't have to pay somebody else to do that for you. You don't have to make phone calls or type up emails and be like, hey, can you do this for me? Can you do this for me? No, it's all in my control. It's all in your control. And anyone, here in the chat and crypto who takes the time to learn it, that's the control they have. And it's, the beautiful thing about Hex is you earn, yield. You mint your tokens and it's up to you. And that's what else more could you want?
Yeah, those are very good points. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Corey. You got this.
I was listening to Frank. I was just like, great point. That's exactly. Yeah.
No, I think you guys brought up a lot of great points. I mean, some of the things that I like about Hex that really make it true DeFi for me is one, it's smart contract based, right? There's no intermediaries. It is what it is. It's a contract. It's immutable. It can't change. There's no keys. There's no middleman. There's no one that can change what I have. Once I stake my Hex out, I know that once that up, if I interact with that contract, then I'm getting what I said I was getting. Right, I'm getting my base plus my yield, and then whatever else happens within that. And that is really peace of mind. Sure, the price goes up and down. But if you're looking at a long term, like most traditional finance people, they look at a 10-year, 5 to 10 years, for their investments. And so this is not really so different. We're looking at somewhere between 5 and 15 years, in your ladder stakes, or if you want to go 3 to 15 years for your ladder stakes, or 1 to 15 years. It depends on what your outlook is. But that really is a traditional finance outlook, right? A long-term investment cycle so that you can kind of go through the ups and the downs without having, like you said, Cabana, earlier, that huge emotional swings. Hex being staked out allows you to sort of be middle. That doesn't matter if it's today or tomorrow or a week or a month or a year, if it goes up or down. It really matters what it looks like 10 years from now or 15 years from now or whatever your stakes are. And to me, that's super important. But smart contract, No one can touch it, immutable, no intermediaries. We're running it ourselves. In fact, you can run it on your own computer, right? You don't even have to interact with the front end. I don't know really any other DeFi protocol. There's a couple, but nothing like that I would talk about, where you can run the code yourself super easily without having even to go through a front end. And that is really huge. The tokenomics of Hex are also incredible. There's been many other cryptocurrencies that have really followed Richard Hart's plan and his tokenomics. And I know that isn't necessarily DeFi, the tokenomic part of it. I just think that's one of the things that I like about Hex so much, in addition to the decentralized finance aspect to it.
Yeah. And another part to that flexibility, I'll use like last month as an example, is like if there are known events, I'm not even talking about, court hearings or anything like that, but one of the more recent events was like the 5-year, anniversary. So technically if you staked, day one and you got to half your 10-year stake, and things were, oh man, we're at like a couple pennies at the time, I think. And it's just like, well, people can just end stake and, get out of the system right away. And I was like, I don't want to deal with that. I'll just throw another stake out for like another 30 days and not even have to think about it, instead of like, oh man, should I hold liquid? And I bring that up because, some Hex friends of mine are like, oh, what do you think it's gonna happen on December 3rd, December 4th, first week of December? You think all these end stakes are gonna come out? We're gonna have a huge drop? I was like, oh, we could, but I don't care. I'm just gonna stake right past it, and it'll settle out by the time the stake's up. And then again, flexibility. You can do what you want with it. You could take a little off, or you could just extend that stake, or combine it maybe with another one that came out at that time, or just throw it out even longer. So
yeah, I think the people who appreciate Hex the most are the people who understand either a TradFi perspective, like they've done the rabbit hole and they've gone through the whole financial unplugging of the financial metrics, or they come from a TradFi background and they're open-minded about what Bitcoin is. Because you see a lot of TradFi dudes that are just dumb. They're not open-minded, they're closed-minded, and they still think Hex is a scam and all these, or Bitcoin's a scam and all this stuff. So they're too deep into TradFi. They don't have an open mind to understand it. So you can't appreciate what Bitcoin or Hex is. But the people who do understand it, people who took the time to put the hours and really appreciate what Hex is along with Bitcoin, right? Because the reason I compared to Bitcoin is because Bitcoin solved the problem. Hex is supposed to be the better solution to that. So Hex is a better version of Bitcoin. So you have to understand those two things. They go hand in hand. And one of the things that a lot of people argue is like, oh, but your yield comes from Hex, right? That's the biggest argument that I get. Okay, but when I explain to them that when I buy a treasury bond and I have it for 5 years, my yield is also US dollar. So it's the same thing. The only thing that I'm getting yield of is the same instrument in which I lock in or stake my position. In treasury bonds, it's US dollars, so I'm quote unquote staking or holding. I'm making a contract with a third party to hold it, usually Morgan Stanley, Merrill Lynch, or whatever financial institution you want to make it with. I hold that contract with them for 5 years. I get my yield in more US dollar. But in this case, I'm doing it directly with the blockchain. So it's the same concept. The only difference is my yield is more because there's no overhead to pay a banker. There's no overhead to pay a financial institution. There's no overhead to pay a building and all these different things because it's not a company. It's you directly with the blockchain. And when you have those, in theory, you have all these savings. Well, all those savings goes to the person who stakes the position with the contract. So that's how I kind of explain to them that the concept is the exact same thing. The only difference is the financial instrument in which you are staking, whether that's US dollar with treasury bonds, or here it's Hex with the blockchain. And one of the things that I love to use the example is 401k. It's like when I put money into my 401k, I'm not expecting that in 2 years from now, I'm going to be a millionaire. It is a long-term perspective, and I'm little by little, putting into my Roth, to my 401k, and I'm told that I cannot take out that position until I'm 55 years old.
Yeah,
So I'm
that right there
making a
is the issue.
contract with whatever financial institution that's holding my funds as a third party that I cannot take those funds out for the next 30 years. So you take that same principle and just apply it to Hex. I'm making a contract with the blockchain that I'm not going to liquidate my funds for the next 5, 10, 15 years. And the biggest barrier that people have to overcome is just taking the same financial instrument ideology that you have in your 401k, your treasury bonds, and just taking those same core principles and just now looking at it from a Hex perspective. And the moment you can do that, you start to appreciate it a lot more, because it's the same principles. The only difference is you're going to get paid a lot more, because Hex not only does the same process as a treasury bond and 401k, but it's now trading against native currency. So anything that trades against native currency, you already know that it's being devalued. So over time, anything that's traded against a devalued native currency is going to go up. That's just basic macroeconomics.
Well
Real
said,
estate goes
Frankie.
up because it's traded against native currency. Stocks goes up because it's traded against native currency.
Okay, so here's one
if you're
of the
trading
things that I
against
always
native
look at, right?
currency, the likelihood that over time is going to go up is substantial, especially if you hold the right
Substantial.
asset.
I usually have an issue when people are like, oh, if you're going to
Yeah,
be
in
working
addition,
with
in
like
addition to
dollar
that,
and all
you know,
that over the
it's
course of like,
also a
say,
lot more
30, 50
deflationary,
years or whatever,
because what
if I
happens
put
with
into an
deflation,
IRA, things like
the
that, it always
longer
kind of bugs the hell out of me, because I'm
we
like,
go
okay,
on,
so what
t-shirts
happens if
become
the
more and more
dollar
expensive.
devalues to a point where
harder
being a
to
millionaire is no
buy,
longer an important thing?
right?
What if the
And
next
so
millionaire
unlike putting your money
is
in
now
a
being trying to
T-bill,
be like 100
and
millionaire or a
when
billionaire,
it comes out,
right?
you're getting your
What if
percentage,
that's the
but
next thing?
you know
Okay.
that could be easily
And
offset
so
by
when
what
you're looking
inflation.
at that,
So
it's
in the
like, all
end,
right,
your
so
yield may
in
come
50
up.
years,
You
the
know,
next millionaire is
tax
going to
your
be a
yield
billionaire.
first going to be a
Why
little
do I
higher.
care about
We're
trying to
talking
become a
about,
millionaire anymore? There's this
staking.
word
We're
is thrown
talking
out all the
about
time. I could become a millionaire.
having
Is it really
T-shares,
important? I don't think
but
so.
they're also deflationary. They get more
That's the
expensive
reason
over
why you
time.
want to get into Hex.
They're harder to accumulate, right? And
Yeah.
in the panel before us
You
was
can
talking about
extrapolate
this, and so I
outwards.
don't want to rehash it too much.
Become a
because people
millionaire in
probably,
Hex,
probably heard
not
Access and
dollars.
Sloth and Crypto Man and yeah, Crispy Man, and look, that was a great panel. But they're right compared to anything you put.
There we go. Good.
Or
Go
keep
early.
in
There
the
we go.
system of dollars, right? That's inflationary, and that's also in addition to so inflationary because they print more money, and then that creates also less buying power in the future for everybody. So Hex is the complete opposite. So if you wait out the instability or the volatility that worries people, and like you said, Frank, you do that by having a longer term mindset. Man, people come into crypto expecting they're going to get rich in a year or 2 years, or they're going to hit a meme coin and they're going to be done. They don't actually, not a lot of people don't actually take the time to learn what it means to become financially independent. And that is how you're going to become rich long term. And actually, it's better to take time to become rich, because sudden wealth syndrome is very challenging for a lot of people. If you aren't mentally ready, if you aren't in a place to be able to understand, hey, this is my plan when I become wealthy, or this is my plan when I can buy my time back and retire, then you're probably going to mess up even if you become rich in a short time, or if you get lucky with a meme coin. In fact, I don't know if you know this, most people that win the lottery and win millions or billions of dollars, they end up going bankrupt because they're not ready for that. They aren't stable. And so it takes more than just becoming financially independent. It takes becoming independent individually, and that's bettering yourself, physically, spiritually, mentally, whatever it is for you individually, but being ready for that next step of life, being ready for your financial future. And so that staking out, that sort of delayed gratification also gives you the time to work on that growth, so you can be ready to achieve what you really want.
Well, Beans, speaking of what you said right there, that's exactly where I came to. Like, having that long-term perspective, right? A lot of us in America, we don't have the idea of being investors, right? The majority of Americans are, by the country, we're consumers, right? So you have to develop something like that, an investor mentality. You have to want more for yourself in order to get more, right? A lot of us, we don't have that. We don't have the guidance, right? We don't have the planning of a goal, of creating a goal of what to do when you retire. That was something I came into fruition with when I was wanting to retire. I was doing that because a lot of people in my space, they were leaving the job and, you know, they didn't really know what to do after that. Some people just passed a few months after retiring. And I'm like, I can't have a life where I go through 30, 40 plus years of my life and then I only enjoy the next 2, 3, 4, 5 because I've given my hard earned, my great years early to them. But when you retire, there was still a lull because I was so focused on the retirement part, I didn't think about the part after, right? And so a lot of us may come into that space where we do retire, we are able to leave our 9 to 5. But do we know how to budget? You know, do we know how to reinvest into other assets that may benefit us in the future outside of cryptocurrency? Learn about diversity. Like there's a lot of things that Americans in general are just not aware of. And I was one of them. So I'm just speaking from my perspective. And like, we have to educate the people that are in the crypto space. Like what Richard Hart always says, you know, no expectations, right? It's hard for people to stomach that whole idea. Like not to expect nothing. I give you something and not expect anything. But I understood after I retired and I created a business now where doing business coaching because I own 2 brick and mortar businesses with my wife previously. And that's what I can get back, right? That's what I can do for people. I can help them in that space, subvert some of the mistakes I made and my wife made, give them some ideas of certain resources and organizations that can help you along your journey. And I believe Richard Hart did the same thing. You know, he made it to the end where he was financially straight, financially stable. He didn't have to create a cryptocurrency to actually, again, coin the term DeFi, really. I believe he set the whole DeFi trend in motion. And a lot of people are trying to piggyback off what he's doing. And it really just takes more than just the cryptocurrency he created, because a lot of individuals, a lot of programmers and founders, they're making cryptocurrencies, right? But the one thing that makes Hex different from what I've seen in any business is you have to have a community. And without a community, you don't have much. Because think about it. If we have a supermarket, right, full of food and items and goods, what is it without people in there? Just a store with food and no one's going to patronize you. But the connection he drew with us as individuals through his YouTube videos, through coming out to some of the meetups, like there's a connection of not just a founder that created something, but a person who cares about where you go in the future. And I got that from him. And I'm doing the same thing as him now. I'm giving back in my capacity because when I speak to people I work with, it's not like, oh, I want another I need this for you to buy this from me. I'm selling you. I'm not selling people anymore. Like I never really was into that. That was something I didn't want to do. But I do want to give people valuable information that they deem valuable. And just like us, we find finances valuable. We find our future valuable. We're looking for the next thing. And this is a vehicle that's going to help us get there. So this is like, again, the community, what he's built, what he's inspired other builders to build. I think this is gonna really leapfrog soon once we finally figure out what's going on with the SEC case and stuff. That's just bringing more visibility to a positive community. Like you don't really get that often, you know, with getting mainstream exposure to that, you know, extent. So I think we're just in the right place at the right time. We were born at the right place, looking at the right place when it was time, and now we're all here to share, you know, what we know, and again, promote it and be one of the loudest ones when it all comes to a head. And you know, like you said, they first they doubt you, laugh at you, fight at you, and then you win. I think we're going through that whole trend right now where the fight is almost over, and with regulation coming in, I think it's just going to roll out the red carpet for the things that are doing well for the people. And so that's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, you mentioned something actually very, very important there because you mentioned community, right? But one of the things that I love to talk about is tying it back to what people can relate to. So, what is the equivalent of community in the real world, quote unquote, the real world, and what that's anything outside of crypto? When I go to Apple, right, how many times have you made the argument that, oh, Samsung, Android is better than Apple? I don't care what people argument they make, I'm buying Apple every single time because I am a consumer of that product because I believe in that product. I believe in the core principles of the product. I believe in which that
By the way,
product stands for.
boo,
Whether
Apple.
that's the simplicity of it, the fact that to me it's very efficient, it's not complicated. Whatever the reason may be for what people are Apple believers, it's the same thing in community for crypto. People, the first wave of hexagons that came in, the community surrounded because they believe in the core principles of what Richard Hart taught. That was the community in which it was built upon, right? And now everybody needs to go back to those principles. And then, but the original community was because of principles that Richard Hart taught. So going back to, well, why is the community important? Because they have something to believe in. They stand for something. They stand in principle. They stand in values. And when you tie back to what the community means, it's, are you willing to die on that hill for whatever it is that you're consuming? For some people, they'll never go to Samsung, they'll never go to Android because they want Apple. For some people, it's, I'll never buy a Windows computer because I want an Apple Mac. For some people, it's, I'll never go to whatever, because they believe in whatever product they're consuming for whatever reason. For us, for hexagons, the people who understand what DeFi is, we're willing to die on that hill because we believe in the core principles. And I think it's important for people to understand why the community is so passionate about it. It's not because they're passionate because there's a bunch of sheep following each other around. No. It's because the principles in which the foundation was built upon are true values of DeFi. And only if you understand that will you appreciate the community in itself.
Great points. You know, come on, I want to ask you a question. So, Frank, you were talking a lot about, you know, we believe in this and we would die on this hill, and 100% we would. How do we get other people to, how do we educate people on the difference between, you know, I'll just say fake DeFi or like maybe not true DeFi and Hex? Because, you know, there's a lot of falsehoods out there. There's a lot of FUD. There's a lot of lies. And there's just a lot of hate. And, you know, when people are territorial, when they follow one thing, sometimes it's hard to break through to them. Is there a way that we can teach about Hex and about true DeFi in a way that would maybe bring people in a way that we're not doing currently? Can you think of anything?
That's the golden question.
It is. I'm asking literally the most difficult question. I'm asking the most difficult
Exit,
question.
we shall say good night, Josh.
Look,
You have
can say
yourself
I
a
don't
great
know,
one.
but, man,
I have my thoughts on it, and I really like.
Thanks for being on.
Yeah, I mean, I like the question as well, and I think like you saw, I guess during the conference last night, Richard, I guess, gave a shout out to the postcard contest, and he's always been a fan of like direct mail, and that's great. That gets eyeballs on it. That would bring someone, you know, into probably website to where they could learn about it. So if that all that is set up in a, I guess, just the correct fashion, like the funnel, if you will, if you're into like the marketing kind of thing, like you get, you know, send out your info, you know, you answer all the questions. Richard posted the entire list of like great things that, you know, the target audience might be interested in, the questions that they might want answered. Why should they, you know, click on this or, you know, go to this website and learn more? All of that. Then you get them there. You know, that's the start of it right there. Now I have my own thoughts on it, and I retweeted Sai, who's like a Hex OG this morning. You know, I think that initiative in particular should wait until this stuff subsides, because the first thing that someone outside of the ecosystem is going to do is, aside from whatever funnel, the promotion sends them to, postcard, whatever you want to call it, piece of direct mail, what's everybody do? They Google it, and it's what's going to come up right now. And nothing, you'll have all sorts of informational stuff like that, but the headline risk is just too great right now. You got talk about watches and case dismissals and all that. Like, that's not what we're all about. Like, that needs time to sift through, in my opinion. So I hope whoever is in charge of that holds off a little bit on that until things clear, because I think that's a great idea. I think the actual concept is a great idea. They've actually, taken donations for it, so I'm happy to participate in that. But those are my just quick thoughts on that. And I think that, to answer your question, I think that's a great start to it. Like, that's what even the founder has wanted all along. And there were pieces of direct mail sent out early on, and of course you have like BTC maxis getting them and posting them and be like, the heck is this, trash, why am I getting this, it's a scam, but you know what, they got it, they posted about it, they're yelling about it. They're going to be the unreachables always. You're always going to have people who are unreachable, they don't want to be reached, but there are a lot of people out there that can be reached. And direct mail, postcards, I think that's a great method to go for.
Okay, well, I would like to say real quick,
for
what my experience is, I think that the best way to get people involved in Hex and cryptocurrency in this space of DeFi is to meet them where they are, right? We have to find the individuals who are already into finance, because you're not going to make someone who's really not financially literate or a person that sees a future with finance, like they don't understand 401ks and how they work and planning for their future. You may not be able to convince them as easy as someone who is investing in some way, shape, form, or fashion, whether it's real estate, stocks, or bonds, 401k. If you can have the conversation because they've done some of the work to understand what you're going to tell them moving forward. So it's just, they have to be there already, and you just have to, like anything, expose them to it, because you don't know what you don't see. So.
Well, the good thing about this in particular, this initiative of the direct mail and or postcards, is you can target by zip code, very affluent zip codes, people who have access to money and manage money, or have someone manage their money, but at least the money is there to manage, and they probably have some disposable income. And if they're not into crypto already, and you're at least putting something in front of them to introduce them to it, then that's I'm all about that. So as long as it's targeted and you're not sending it to backwoods West Virginia, shout out to West Virginia, neighboring state, but I love West Virginia, but you know what I mean. So target audience.
Those are great points, man. And from my experience, I'll tell you what it is. You can't convince someone unless they want to learn. Just be 100% being honest with you, because the only way you're going to go all in 80, 90%, 100% your portfolio into a 15-year stake is if you're in a situation where you're pissed off because you understand money's bullshit. Like that's the only way that I got to that point. Like where I was 15-year stakes, I left TradFi 100%. I went 99% in PulseX, and the rest of it in my 15-year stakes. The only reason why I went that way was because I was in a position where I hated TradFi and I hated fiat, because I discovered what it really was. And until you reach that moment of quote unquote enlightenment, you're never going to convince someone of like, oh, I'm telling you right here, because I've tried to do it. I've tried to gone and tell people like, don't do this bullshit. Go study why you shouldn't do this bullshit. And they don't listen, but because they're not in a position to listen. They don't want to learn, or they're not in a corner where they have to just they make the decision, how do I escape this rat race? Because you're making money, you're saving money from your job or your business, and you're investing it. But when you would discover that businesses, real estate and stocks just appreciate because of debasement, and you're not really going anywhere, when you come to that realization that pisses you off, you're not going to look for alternatives. And I can say this because that's how Michael Saylor went into Bitcoin. And until you have that moment of, I hate fiat for what it is and what it isn't, you're not going to be desperate enough to discover what the alternative road is. So you can try to evangelize and do all this, try to educate people, but unless they're in a position to receive it, because they're mad at what money is and what it isn't, they're not going to fully grasp it. I love the idea of like, yeah, go preach it and go expose it. And when the time comes, they're going to remember. I'm like, oh, I'm in a position now where I want to go discover what I do with my money. Because they did the research, they did all of the rabbit hole of the Federal Reserve, of the depegging of the gold standard and all this shit. And then they're going to be like, okay, well, what's my alternative? Bitcoin's already up 200,000. What's next? Oh, Pulse Chain, PulseX, and Hex. That could be the next thing.
Better
Bitcoin
Bitcoin next.
So they have to have that moment of like, okay, what is out there other than the basic bullshit, real estate, stocks, and business, right? So the whole exposing, yes, expose as much as possible, because maybe it may be 5 years from now when they're like, okay, now I'm in a position to go learn about it. And then that's when they're going to remember Hex, and they're going to come back and be like, I received this postcard 3 years ago. Why didn't I look into it back then? And when they do, they're going to go all in on it. You know, that's just from my experience, man. I tried to tell people, like, don't go to, there's much better alternatives in 401k or Roth IRA. That, you know, there's DeFi and then there's Hex, but they're just not in a position to learn about it. So the people that you're going to get that are like that long-term, 15 years in, they're like, oh yeah, I'm dying this hill, are the people who are in that position. Like, they wanted to learn. They actually wanted to grasp the information, and they wanted to unplug themselves from the rat race of financial investing, you know, the traditional investing route. And the more exposure that we get out there, like, we think, oh, it's going to happen right away. No, it's a long-term play, because you may not see those effects until the next 5 years. And that's the whole mind shift that you have to go through, is like, when you deliver a postcard or when you talk about it for the first time, expect that that's going to take 5 years, 6 years, 7 years for them to finally grasp it the way that you grab it right now.
Yeah, look, you guys bring up so many good points. I mean, I don't know how much more I can add to that. The first thing I want to say is, you talked about affluent zip codes. So I just want to give a shout out to everybody in LA who's struggling, you know, with these fires and everything, man. Like, look, a lot of those people lost insurance recently, and so like, it's a tough place to be.
That's crazy.
And so like, a lot of those people, some of those people don't even have insurance to get their house rebuilt because they were dropped. So I just want to give a shout out. I just want to realize, like, there's some tough times going out there for everybody. But when you have a long-term mindset, you know, it's like, okay, at least I have a plan. And, you know, I will say a couple things before I talk about moving out and how I think there's two types of people. We have two different types of conversations: the people that are outside of crypto and the people that are already in crypto. And I think how we market to those people about true DeFi, it needs to be different, right? Because one probably already has a preconceived notion about Richard Hart and Hex, or two, they have no idea, but then they talk to people and then they might get a preconceived notion. But, you know, so first of all, you know, I kind of look at it like, as a Christian, like, when I go out and evangelize, when I go talk about my faith to someone, look, they might turn their back. They might not listen to me at all. But like, I've had people reach out to me 3 years later, 5 years later, say, hey, you know, what you talked to me about, you know, like 3 years ago, that, like, I didn't know when then, but like, those conversations changed my life. And Frank, that's kind of what you're talking about. It's like, hey, look, we're planting seeds about, you know, truth and how to sell yourself free with decentralized finance, true DeFi, and with Hex. And, you know, sometimes what we don't necessarily get a yes right away. We don't necessarily get instant gratification, but that's what Hex is all about, right? That's why we're in Hex, is because we understand that we're playing a longer term game. You know, we have a whole financial future that we need to plan for. And so that's one thing, right? We need to let people understand that, look, instant gratification isn't a good thing. I know that's what we learn about in the society. That's what a lot of people try to shoot for, but it doesn't help you feel good. It doesn't help you learn, and it doesn't help you improve individually. What does is having, you know, a mindset of learning. And that's what you're talking about, Frank. So like on one side, it's like, hey, this is DeFi and this is why you want to get into it. On the other side, like, look, I live in Miami. I go to crypto conferences. I go to crypto meetups at times. And when I talk to people about Hex and Pulse Chain, like, yeah, sometimes they get laughed at because they don't understand the truth about the platform or Richard Hart. And then I start asking questions and they literally have no idea what they're talking about. And so it's literally just this like, and I ask questions like, okay, do you listen to legacy media? Okay. Do you do this? And a lot of times like, no. I'm like, why? And then I'm like, this sounds exactly like why you don't like Hex or why you don't like Pulse Chain or why you don't like Richard Hart, just because of what you've been fed in headlines. So it doesn't feel to me like you have done your true research on this project. And so I feel like when it comes to people in crypto, I want to challenge them a little bit. You know, I want to challenge them to take a deeper dive, to be like, look, I don't think you've truthfully done your research. I think you're just reading headlines and coming to a conclusion that maybe is valid and maybe isn't, but you need to find that out for yourself. And so like, those are the conversations that are really challenging for me, but in some cases have been the most rewarding, you know, and I like when people challenge me. I don't like it in the moment. I don't like when people put me on the spot, you know, but sometimes those difficult conversations are the best way to break people out of their like small mindset, at least for me personally, when it comes to crypto. So I'm kind of looking at two different sides and two different ways to bring people into Hex and bring people into true DeFi. But it takes work, and it takes each and every one of us. Look, just talk to people about it. Find a small look. I'm in sales. I teach sales management. I'm a national sales manager for a company. It's literally I talk to people for a living. I teach for a living. And what I tell people is, look, you need a 2 to 3 minute elevator speech. Okay, you need one about Hex. What is Hex? Why do you love it? You need another elevator speech about DeFi. What is decentralized finance, and why is it important? You know, and it needs to be quick hitting points so you can get literally to the meat and potatoes of each of these conversations individually. So if you have 5 2-minute elevator speeches on the most important topics, you're going to be much more efficient about what you want to tell to people. And because you're more efficient, you're going to get more people's interest because you're not all over the place. There's so much to talk about Hex. We get excited. And unless you really dial down and have that elevator pitch ready and on point, like, it's hard, man. It's really hard to get, especially people that are in crypto already.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact. He says like a litmus test. You find out who's really doing the research and who's parroting things they hear. So that's kind of what we got to fight with right now, you know. And again, that's something I always talk about too, just about retiring and leaving. Wouldn't it be easier to retire in 5, 10, 15 years than to the standard 30 of what we already have in mind? You know what I'm saying? Like, if that's not a sell right there, if that's not a way to start looking into something different, an asset class that's brand new to the whole world, and you just happen to be born in a time where you can look into it, do the research, it's online, it's for everyone to see. I mean, what more do you want?
Yeah. Corey, like a Degen Roundtable, the thing that we do is we sign off every show saying, we know that time is your most valuable asset, and we appreciate that you spent your time with us, right? Like, how can we buy more of our time back if we don't, you know, have a plan for our financial future? Right? That's literally what you're saying in a nutshell.
Man, I love that Brendan brought up our closing statement. That made me happy.
My last song is about.
He's totally right. Like, it's really
time
important to mention stuff, something like that, because
the money is really not it.
most people just don't think about that.
Hold on, I gotta minimize their volume.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No.
Okay.
I'm curious to hear what you had to say because we've been quiet for long. We've been letting these assholes talk for far too long. It's time for us. This is our con.
So we got a few minutes. Any
Fair
any
enough.
last thoughts?
What I was saying is that I
They're
really
doing their
like
last
that.
one.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Do you want
put
me
you on
to?
the spot.
You want to wait for that then, or?
No. Let's
hear from you.
Let's hear because they've been saying the same thing.
Yeah, I was just saying I really like that Brendan brought up our closing statement, the time is your most valuable asset thing, because it's something that's so important, but like so many people don't think about it. Like it's in this economy of attention, it's just like people demand attention, and they don't really show appreciation when they do get that. Like they don't usually tell their supporters that they appreciate them taking the time to support them. Like it's always like a monetary thing. Like if you give them money, then they're very grateful. But
Yeah.
very few people out there that I know of that will show appreciation for you simply just spending your time with them. So
Yeah, and that's really that's the most precious asset, right? Because that's the only one
exactly.
that doesn't come back.
Yep.
Oh, excuse me. We could always make more money. We can always make more of most of the other sorts of things, but time, that one, once it's gone, it's gone. So it's like
That's why you want to buy it back.
Had yet to
Exactly.
get on stream with. How cool is that?
And that's the
So,
idea, right? You only want to
growing and more people.
Well, not that you only want to, but at least make enough money to buy your time back, and that's worth it.
And the other thing,
that's the fucking point,
I
dude.
see Maddie right over
Yep.
there. How you doing, Maddie?
We're gonna buy our time back once these bags do the pumping.
I wanted to bring up was T-shares. They're not getting cheaper, so that's it's almost like a little urgency kind of thing there too. Because I remember, in the early days of the adoption amplifier, I mean, we started at like 10,000 hex per T-share. We're close to 40,000 hex per T-share now, and that sweet hex per T-share is going up. So I mean, it was like what 6 point something a year or two ago, and now we're usually well over 7 per day. So it's just little things like that. That's just like, man, it's a sticky system if the people get into it.
And the easiest way to be a T-share whale is to stake long. The earlier you get into staking 5555, the better chance you have to be a whale when those come to fruition. A T-share whale.
Well, speaking of going long, you guys set me up perfectly for our next speaker, who will be discussing longevity.
I see what you did there.
I see what you did there, Matt.
Maddie, thank you so much, brother. I'm gonna hop back over to the Degen Roundtable stream. Cabana, Corey, Frank, this was awesome. Honestly, I think it was a great conversation. Thank you all.
Awesome.
Yeah, good stuff, man.
Yeah, you get.
And I want to
you
say
guys-
one thing real quick.
Yeah.
I just want to say before we leave, man, if anybody wants more in their life, they have to take a risk, have to take a chance. Listen, a boat is safe in the harbor, but that's not what it was built for. That's it.
Amen, brother.
Awesome.
Couldn't agree more.
Well, you guys hit it off and had a great discussion. So thanks for being on here. And I encourage everybody to follow you guys on social media. And thank you again for being on the conference.
That's right. Follow the Degen Roundtable.
Like 45
We're the best.
second musical interlude, and then Aubrey will be on screen. So thanks, guys.
Shout
Thanks,
out,
Maddie.
Aubrey.
Later.
Maddie,
Thanks, everybody.
thank you for having us, and thanks for everything you do.
My pleasure. Peace.
All right.
All right. That was cool seeing Brendan on there. I guess he's coming back over. That'll be fun.
Fucking A right.
Brendan, he said he's coming back over to our side. He's gonna
Oh, cool.
come
Then we
back
can
to
talk
us.
to Brendan. Yay.
Ask him what he thought. It's funny, we lose Josh, and now we're just going to replace him back up with Brendan. We're going to have 4 up here again.
That's how it goes.
What are you thinking, Will?
I'm thinking I really
I'm
like this
texting
song.
my Swedish friend that Aubrey de Grey is about to go live.
Oh, cool. Is that who he's got on next then?
Yeah.
Or is that... Oh, okay,
She's
cool.
she's a fan of his longevity stuff.
Gotcha. Oh, okay. When he mentioned longevity, I automatically assumed it was going to be SJ.
Oh,
right.
yeah, I'm sure she's down for it too.
I think she's on the last day, so tomorrow.
Having me back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to thank you so much for coming to speak again. The Hexakin community loves
Who
you.
is he?
And
Aubrey de Grey is a longevity
you know,
scientist.
People have already given
Oh.
$27.5 million your way, and I hope people will continue to donate more crypto. and you and I have set up a way for people to send anything on Pulse your way. So I will drop the link in the description or in the live chat now for people to.
Oh, how'd you get back in here? I thought I just saw you.
Your tweet where you've.
I'm back and
Aloha,
forth.
People can donate.
Wow. It's like you appear,
Great job,
you appear
Brendan.
on this screen here that people are currently watching. And then you also appeared on that screen over there. Man, you're magical.
That you put donate
How'd it go?
link.
You did great, dude.
area,
You did fantastic.
Donate the regular link.
You know, I
at the
really.
top of the page.
Will,
So
if
I
you turn
assume
this back
that
down a little bit? Oh, or do you want to hear his intro? I'll stop then.
Yeah, no, that's all good. Go ahead.
Okay. I was just gonna say, I really love how our group of people, like, I noticed this last night when all of you were on, and I was sitting in the green room and streaming over to our side because I was in there all night. That as soon as you guys popped on, it was like, all right, guys, let's do this. We got questions for everybody. Like we've got a whole structure that we're ready to go with, and like let's do it. And it was just like, damn, that is our group. Like you guys are just ready with that stuff.
Yeah.
You know, it was challenging because I didn't even know I was going to be on that panel. Maddie asked me what, like 45 minutes before I went on, and I was here, so I didn't take any time to prepare. I didn't have those questions. But anytime that I get down in the middle, and I realized like it felt like people were kind of like, who should talk first? Who should go there? And so I realized like, hey, I got to have a couple questions in my back pocket just in case. And so I started to think about like, you know, what would be good questions, especially because I felt we were getting off topic a little bit in the beginning. So, but yeah, I was glad we could kind of focus the conversation. And I thought there were some really good points. And honestly, a lot of really smart conversation from those other three guys. I was just happy to be there.
In fact, nearly all of
it worked out. It worked out fantastic, dude. Even the just the chaos of 9 people, it was great.
It's all about taking leadership, and that's what we Degen Roundtable people tend to do. I've noticed. And I did put a message in our leadership chat. If you want to go ahead and take a look at that, there, Bean.
And after that, I'm going to be
talking about the work. We're going to go ahead and turn up Aubrey's volume whilst we chill out and wait.
Was enabled by your donations. Not all the money for that work came from the 2021 Pulse Chain airdrop, but a lot of it did. So I'll be helping you to understand what I did with that money and why it's so important. I'm very proud of what has happened over the past 2 years in that regard. And then I'm going to talk, as much as I can anyway, about what we want to do next. Of course, the plans that we have are constantly evolving, but I very much feel that now is the time to be launching this research program into its next phase. So I'll talk about that as well. All right. So those of you who do know my talks will be very familiar with this slide, which is where I always start. And I start here because this is a question at the bottom that is hardly ever asked. And that's a real problem. People just don't really fix very much on the paradox that the health problems we experience late in life have been so much more difficult for medicine to solve than the problems we have early in life. To give you some numbers, in case you don't know them, 200 years ago, before the advent of modern medicine, before people like Edward Jenner and Louis Pasteur, more than 1/3 of babies would die before the age of 1, even in the wealthiest countries in the world. And all it took to pretty much entirely eliminate that was the realization that hygiene is quite a good idea, and the development of really elementary medicines like vaccines and antibiotics that completely got rid of all deaths in early life from the main causes that used to be so prevalent, like tuberculosis and diphtheria and so on. And this is of course a huge achievement, but what it did was it has allowed, of course, everybody, almost everybody, to live long enough to get sick from the health problems of late life. And sure enough, it has turned out that the health problems of late life appear to be much more challenging for medicine to do anything about. So the first question we have to ask ourselves is, what's the difference between these two types of disease? Now, most people think that the reason why most people don't ask themselves this question is just that they think they already know the answer. They think this is the answer. So before anyone gets confused, you're not supposed to be able to read this slide. The whole point here is that there's just so many things that go wrong with us late in life. And of course, they go wrong at more or less the same time. So that means that they interact and they exacerbate each other. So the assumption that everybody has, pretty much everybody, is that it's just complexity. It's just that this complexity overwhelms the medical enterprise, and we just haven't figured out how to take it apart and to treat each of these things. Now, that is indeed part of the answer, but it turns out it's not the main part of the answer. The main answer is something completely different. And in order to introduce that, I'm going to briefly digress into a different question. This question here: in what ways can somebody be sick? That's a sensible question. And, you can ask people this question. And if you do, almost everybody will give an answer that is pretty much represented by what you're seeing on this table here. Most people will say, well, let's see, there are infections. In other words, communicable diseases. That's column 1. Then there's genetic diseases, things that a small proportion of us are unlucky enough to inherit from our parents. That's column 2. Then there's the big one, the chronic progressive conditions, diseases of late life. Excuse me, like Alzheimer's and almost all cancers, and atherosclerosis and osteoporosis and all the things that I put up in very small font a couple of slides ago. Now, then, however, people know that health declines in the absence of any of those things late in life, and they throw the reasons why that happens into this other bucket that they call aging itself on the 4th column. And this consists of these rather poorly defined things like, frailty. It consists of basically, you don't actually have any diseases by, any strict definition of the term disease, but you still can't keep up with your granddaughter on the dance floor. And so people think this. People think in particular that that 4th column is massively different. It's just like completely not a disease. That's what I'm denoting by that big thick black line between column 3 and column 4. All right, so the problem is that that's actually incorrect, and I'll be explaining why in a second. The reason the first thing I'm going to do before I explain is to tell you what aging is. Now, first of all, you may think, wait, what? I already know what aging is. And I'm sure you do. And I'm sure that everybody else does as well. But the thing is, if you actually ask people to spell out in words what aging is, everyone gives different answers. It's insane. I mean, aging has been the #1 preoccupation of the human race since the beginning of civilization. And yet, we can't really agree what it is. So I'm giving you here a definition of aging that I'm going to be sticking to for the rest of this talk. And I believe it's a really good definition, one that you should stick to too. The reason it's good is not just because it's correct. Most of the definitions that most people give are fairly correct. The main thing is here that it demystifies aging. It explains to you that aging is not actually a mystery. It's not some enigma that we don't understand. Aging is simply the combination of the two processes that you see written down here at the bottom. A process that goes on throughout life, whereby metabolism, in other words, the network of processes that keeps us alive from one day to the next, generates damage. Now, what is damage? Damage is simply changes to the molecular and cellular structure and composition of the body. But they're not any old changes. They are changes that the body can't tolerate an indefinite amount of. It can tolerate a certain amount, but not an unbounded amount. And that's why we have this right-hand process that only happens late in life. When the amount of damage that metabolism has created exceeds what the body is built to tolerate, then bad things start to happen. Our function starts to decline, both mental function and physical function. And that's what I'm calling the pathologies of late life. That's all aging is. It's just a combination of those two processes. The accumulation of damage throughout life, which eventually kicks off the decline in health in late life. Now, if you think about this, that's actually a definition that I could also have used for the aging of a simple man-made machine, like a car, right? What the car does, it has function. The engine runs and so on. And damage accumulates, like the oil accumulates contaminants, or you get rust or whatever. And that's fine for a while, which is why you only have to take your car in for servicing after a few years. But eventually, if you just don't do anything, the doors fall off and such like. And that's that's the pathology of a car. All right, so with that in mind, let me go back to the table that I showed you 2 slides ago. If you look at this table, you'll see that the columns are exactly the same as before. They've got infections, they've got genetic things, they've got the diseases of late life, and they've got aging itself. But this time I have moved the big thick black line. So why is that so important? Well, 2 reasons. First reason is this tells you the answer to the question that I began the talk with. This tells you why we should not be surprised that the health problems of late life, column 3, are not amenable to the same kind of medicine that works so well for column 1. They're just completely different things. But also, this tells you by moving the black line that column 3 is basically indistinguishable from column 4. There is no meaningful biological difference between them. The only difference is semantic. The things in column 3 are the aspects of aging that we've chosen to give disease-like names to, and the ones in column 4 are the ones we haven't, and that is all. Now, that's an extraordinarily important thing to bear in mind, because what it tells you is that, for practical purposes, aging is a disease, that the things in column 4 are just as disease-like as things in column 3. If I had my way, I would not call either of them diseases. I would use the word disease only for things in column 1 and 2. But, that ship has sailed. Column 3 definitely constitutes diseases. So, just let's remember that they're not different from the things in column 4. All right, why is that so important? It's important because it allows us to understand why we have been so unsuccessful in developing new ways to address the problems of aging. If you get that wrong, that thing I've just said, if you put the black line in the wrong place and you think of the diseases of late life as if they were infections, what you're going to do is geriatric medicine, which is what, of course, overwhelmingly we do these days. We wait for people to get sick, and then we try and cure the sicknesses that they have, completely ignoring the fact that those pathologies are self-inflicted, that they have come about not because of any external agent, but because of the accumulating damage generated by being alive in the first place. And so, geriatric medicine is a mug's game. It's never going to work. Apart from anything else, just looking at this very simple diagram, you can see immediately that, what geriatric medicine is trying to do is to attack the consequences of something that's accumulating, which means that pretty much by definition, it's going to become progressively less effective as the person gets older and has more and more damage. It's a mug's game. Now, I'm actually not the first person to have noticed this. More than a century ago, a few people started to realize everything I've told you so far. And they said, well, wait, okay, this isn't going to work. We've got to be more preventative. And we can be, because let's think about what the goal is here. The goal is to stop people from getting sick when they get old. And that simply means separating metabolism from pathology. So what geriatric medicine is trying to do is to separate metabolism from pathology by separating damage from pathology. And it's not going to work. But you could equally do it by separating metabolism from damage. And so the whole field of gerontology was born early in the 20th century when people started to think that way. And they said to themselves, well, look, we ought to be able to do this really, because let's face it, in the living world, there's this huge variation in how rapidly organisms age. Some species age far more slowly than others. So maybe we should just study that and figure out why, and maybe we'll be able to use that information to figure out how to make human beings
elephants
generate damage
50, 60
slower
years.
than they naturally do.
Tortoises, 100
Seems
years.
like a great idea. And certainly people pursued it rather hard for quite a long time. But unfortunately, eventually they realized that they were up against this. Now,
What is that?
Most of you have written software or do write software for a living. And so you can immediately look at this and you know what I'm going to
hoping that's
say.
another one that
This
we're
is
not
the
supposed to
ultimate
read,
nightmare of
'cause I can't
uncommented
read
spaghetti code,
anything.
right?
He did just say
There's
it's the ultimate
absolutely
nightmare.
no way on God's earth that one's going to be able to unpick this and, you know, stop metabolism from doing the thing we don't want it to do, the creation of damage, without at the same time having unintended consequences and stopping it from doing the things we need it to do to keep us alive. It's just not going to happen. And of course, I'm understating the problem here because I'm showing you here a simplified diagram of a small subset of what we know about how the body works. If you had an unsimplified diagram of the whole of what we know, it wouldn't fit on the slide. I'm telling you that. And of course, even that's an understatement because it ignores all the stuff that we don't know about how metabolism works, which is far bigger than what we do know, and even ignoring all the stuff that we don't even know that we don't know. So forget it. But luckily, there's a third approach. By about the 1960s, 1970s, people who were working on gerontology had pretty much agreed what I have just told you. They said, oh, this is not going to happen. And if you were writing a grant application in this field back then, you couldn't even mention the idea of doing anything about aging. You could only mention it as something that one might study. It was a bit like, you know, seismologists. They know that the thing they study is bad for you, but they don't have any aspiration to stopping that thing from happening. You know, it's just, you know, trying to figure out how to get out of the way. So it's the same thing. So this was true until the year 2000, when I had been in the field for a few years and I realized what everybody was missing. I realized that in order to separate metabolism from pathology, you don't need to separate metabolism from damage or to separate damage from pathology. Instead, you can separate the two processes from each other by periodically going in and repairing, eliminating the damage. So this is simply preventative maintenance. It's just like, it's so obvious, it's such common sense that this is what you can do. And by doing so, you can sidestep everything that we don't know about how the body works. You don't need to know much about how metabolism generates damage or to stop it from doing so, because even if you let metabolism generate damage at the normal rate, if you're repairing it, it won't get to the point that kicks off the right-hand process. And that, of course, means that you also don't need to understand the details of the right-hand process of how damage generates pathology. From an engineering perspective, this is obvious. From a basic science perspective, it made no sense at all to pretty much anybody for several years, but eventually I got the message across. This is why I call it common sense, going back to simple man-made machines. So here we have obviously a car that's more than 100 years old. The key thing is, it did not get that way by being built to last 100 years. This car was probably built to last 10 or 15 years at the maximum. And yet, here it is. It's doing just as well as the day it was built, purely because it has an unusually comprehensive amount of preventative maintenance throughout its life. That's all it is. So, of course, in order for the preventative maintenance approach to be actually implemented, one needs to drill down and describe it in concrete terms. And that means two things. Number one, it means describing what the damage actually is, what this stuff that is being generated by metabolism and that eventually causes us to get sick actually consists of at the molecular and cellular level. And that is the left-hand side of this table. And then secondly, one has to figure out how to do the actual damage repair, how to eliminate these various types of damage. And that's, of course, the right-hand side. So I'm not going to go through the whole of this right now, but I'll just, for illustration, mention the top row, cell loss. What is that? That's simply cells dying and not being automatically replaced by the division of other cells. All right, seems reasonable. The number of cells goes down. Eventually, there are not enough cells to do the job that that particular type of cell was doing, so you get sick. Parkinson's disease is a fine example of that kind of thing. There's a particular type of neuron, dopaminergic neurons, that die rather rapidly, and that's why you get Parkinson's. Excuse me. Now, of course, the natural answer is put back the cells. All you need to do is restore the number of cells, and of course, that's what stem cell therapy is all about. And sure enough, it works. It didn't work very well the first time it was tried, but that was 30 years ago. Now we know a lot about stem cell biology, and so half a dozen clinical trials are ongoing right now doing this against Parkinson's disease, and everyone's very optimistic. That's just for illustration. I could go through the rest, but in the interest of time, I won't do it now. Now, I mentioned that this was a very heterodox idea when I first put it forward, and it certainly was. It took me several years to get people to take this seriously. I suppose that's true for most paradigm shifts, and actually I'm fairly pleased at how few years it took. But anyway, the fact is it did actually, win people over eventually, with the result that more than a decade after I put this forward, it was essentially restated, albeit not terribly accurately, by a group of other scientists who were much more, credentialed than me, and perhaps they had better graphics. And the result was a paper that came out in 2013, which is now by far, by a huge distance, the most highly cited paper in the whole of the biology of aging this century, and it's almost certainly going to stay that way. So, I guess I could argue that I should have got more of the credit, but what matters to me, of course, is that I don't have to spend my time justifying this damage repair approach to my colleagues anymore. This is totally mainstream now. And the good news is that progress has been made. Not only are we pushing forward with the various things that I showed you on the right-hand side of the table a couple of slides ago, but also to the extent that we might still wish, that these things were easier to implement, alternatives are being found, different ways to eliminate the same types of damage. For example, many of you may have heard of something called partial reprogramming, which derives from a really important discovery made in the mid-2000s in Japan. Essentially, what we can do here is, instead of doing stem cell therapy, actually transplanting cells that are in a stem-like state, instead of that, we can inject chemicals or proteins that will transform cells that are already present in the body into a more stem-like state. We have to be very careful to do that because you can take it too far, but it's also very promising, and it's getting a lot of funding from a lot of people right now. That's just one example. And again, I could go through the rest, but in the interest of time, I won't do that now. All right, so I said I was going to talk about what we do at LEV Foundation, what we've been doing with your money, and that starts now. As you can see, the damage repair approach, the maintenance approach, is a divide and conquer approach. That means that we have to develop different individual interventions to repair different types of damage, and then we have to apply them all to the same individual at the same time, so as to repair all the types of damage. If you only repair half of the types of damage, it's not going to really benefit the individual very much because, the other things are going to be proceeding, and you're going to pretty much have everyone die on schedule just from a narrower range of causes. So that's not good. We've got to do them all. And so that's why over the past nearly 20 years, I've been pursuing research that developed these repair approaches. Especially, I've been focusing on the most difficult ones, the ones that other people were unable to get funding to do or whatever, simply because they were too challenging. They couldn't lead to, high-profile publications every 10 minutes. And so, something had to be done. So I did it. I was able to attract enough philanthropic funding to make very substantial progress in several of these areas. But in parallel with that, other people were working on the low-hanging fruit, the stuff that was relatively easy. And that also made good progress, with the result that as of maybe 3 or 4 years ago, we were in a position where it was possible to start on phase 2. In other words, combining things that already work individually to some extent and making them work in combination. At the beginning of this period, I actually started a kind of beta test, so to speak, of this combination rejuvenation at Sense Research Foundation shortly before I was ousted. But things have gone rather better since then, because thanks, as I say, to the donations that we were able to retrieve from Sense Research Foundation, thanks to the courageous litigation that went on 2.5 years ago, almost 2 years ago, early 2023, I was able to start this experiment. I took 4 very different interventions, which you can see listed there, and gave them all to a whole bunch of mice. We started with 1,000 mice because we wanted to supply these interventions in a variety of different subsets, so as to learn as much as we could about how they would interact, whether they worked, whether they would cancel each other out, which is certainly possible. And in particular, we started these interventions when the mice were already in middle age. So normal mice of a nice strain that's used for lifespan experiments typically live about 2.5 years on average. And we didn't do anything for these mice until they were already 1.5 years old. In fact, we bought them from a supplier when they were already 1.5 years old. And so they had 1 year to live. And our goal is something that I have called robust mouse rejuvenation. That's what RMR stands for. So the goal is, the definition of RMR that I have given is simply to double that year, to give these mice an additional 12 months of extra life. That would be pretty cool, because it's 3 times as much as we can do so far. And I'll come back to that in due course. And one thing that's very important to emphasize, in case anyone's unclear about this, is that the extension of life will be extension of healthy life. These mice are in middle age, so they don't have long to live, but they have long enough to live that they're not yet sick. These mice are essentially healthy still. And so the idea is to keep them healthy, not to let them get sick and then keep them alive in a sick state. And we are measuring all manner of different aspects of their health, as well as, of course, keeping them alive and seeing how long they live. All right, so I said it was a complicated experiment. There's 2 sexes, of course. We've got 500 male mice, 500 female mice, and we're splitting each of those 500s into 10 treatment groups. Obviously, we have a group that's getting all 4 of these interventions. We have a group that's getting none of them. We also have 4 groups, each of which is getting just 1 of the interventions, so as to validate that we're doing the work in accordance with what was done in other people's hands in other experiments in the literature. And we are also, as I mentioned, looking for the possibility that interventions might cancel each other out. And the way we do that is by simply having 4 groups, each of which gets all but 1 of the interventions. All right, so then, in terms of health, a lot of this can be addressed simply when the mice die. You can ask what they died of. And we are doing that by storing and preserving a whole bunch of tissues, which we haven't yet analyzed. But most of the health assessments are done while the mice are still alive. And we do it throughout the period of the experiment at various time points defined by how many of the mice are still alive. So we start out in each treatment group with 50 mice. The first time point when we do these tests of health is at the point where 10 of those mice have died, and so on. So it's different actual chronological ages depending on how well the mice are doing, but it teaches us more than if we just did everything at the exact same chronological age across all the treatment groups. All right. So I said we were doing a lot of health measures. What kind of health measures? Well, one kind is we can just look at the mice. We can see how much they weigh. We can see how much fur they are losing. Mice lose fur throughout their life. We can look at their spine. They get curvature of the spine. That's called kyphosis. Excuse me. These are important measures of health, but we can also look at how they behave. You can measure memory. You can measure blindness. You can measure deafness. You can also measure physiological things like grip strength and endurance. Lots of things like that. We also take blood samples so as to measure things like glucose tolerance. And when the mice die, or in fact, we actually kill some of the mice on purpose, we isolate, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of tissues for future analysis. So we can find out really absolutely everything about which aspects of the mouse, of each mouse, were going downhill first and which ones were going downhill later. I have this slide just to talk to scientists, if there are any scientists in the audience, because this business about analyzing tissues is something that we absolutely need collaborators for. Different tissues have very different assays for measuring how healthy they are, and different people have different expertise, so collaboration is the way to go. All right, so cutting to the chase, though, the actual acid test of how long the mice live, I thought I would show you the data. Now, there are a few mice still left. I think at this point, there's just 4 mice left out of the 1,000 that we started with in February of last year, of 2023, I'm sorry. And so that's pretty much what we were hoping for, that we would be able to have our mice live, the control mice, roughly to an extra year, so 2.5 years. And then the other mice, the treated mice, might live longer. So first of all, let's look at the female mice. If you look at the the vertical axis, the y-axis, you'll see percentages there. So at the beginning of the experiment, all the mice are alive. That's 100%, and that gradually goes down. Every step that a curve takes is a mouse dying. And we started out, as I mentioned, with 50 mice in each group, more or less. So the thick blue line is the mice that were not getting any of our 4 interventions. And as you can see, they died youngest. And the thick red line is the group that were getting all 4 of the interventions. And brilliantly, they lasted the longest. And they lasted about 4 months longer than the mice, the thick blue line, which is, of course, as I mentioned, roughly what we could already do much more simply. I'll come back to why that's not such a disappointment. The lines in the middle, of course, show the groups that are getting some but not all of the interventions. And sure enough, they're in the middle. So they get some but not all of the benefit. So this is pretty much what we hoped for. Of course, in an ideal world, we would have hoped that we could extend the mouse's lifespan by, 8 months rather than 4 months. We didn't do that, but we believe that we have a very good chance of doing that next time or the time after that, because not only of what we've learned, but also of the way that we're going to refine the design of the experiment. And I'll be talking about that in due course. Now, the male mice, it was a good deal more complicated. If you look closely here, you will see that the thick blue line is in the middle of the pack, so to speak. And we still have to do a bunch of work to understand why some of the treated mice did worse than the controls in males, even though they were fine in females. But we're not over-interpreting this. We believe that there will be technical answers to this that do not actually mean that the treatments are bad for you if you're male. It's more complicated than that. So RMR2, in other words, the next experiment, what are we going to do? Well, one really unimaginative approach would be just to do the same 4 things, but at different doses than we did in version 1. And, that's a sensible thing to do. It would teach us stuff because we really don't know whether we're using the best dose. But it wouldn't teach us nearly as much as we could if we used different interventions. For that same reason, we didn't want to wait until now to get RMR2 going. We wanted to start it a year ago, but we couldn't because we didn't have the funding, and I'll come back to that. So therefore, it really makes sense to get going now, as soon as we possibly can. So here are the things that we're going to do. Some of you may have heard of some of these things. The one on the second line, inducible OSK, that is the thing I mentioned earlier called partial reprogramming. MSCs are mesenchymal stem cells. These are cells that are very rejuvenative in lots of ways, and they seem to create something called an exosome. They secrete these little bags of stuff that are absorbed by other cells. Another alternative is to put the exosomes in directly, and we're looking at that. We may also use a bunch of compounds that have recently been shown to have benefits on mouse lifespan. And we're still deciding the exact details, but these are the kinds of things we want to do. Now, you may notice that there are more than 4 things in the current choice list. And that's on purpose, because we want to ramp up. We have, one of the conclusions that we have made from the current experiment is that 4 wasn't enough, that we want to do 7 or 8 this time in order to really hit all the bases. So that there's no type of damage that the mouse is accumulating that whose accumulation is not slowed down or reversed by the intervention. We're also going to make things harder for ourselves by having a better baseline. Rapamycin is one of the compounds we used in this first experiment, and it just obviously works. It works in everybody's hands. It works for us too. So we've decided we're just going to give everybody rapamycin next time round. And maybe also another compound that's got very good track record called acarbose, which has been shown to synergize with rapamycin rather well. Also exercise, which is another thing that seems to help. So I'm going to spend the last, I guess, 5 or 10 minutes of my remarks before I let people ask questions, talking about why I'm doing this and why you should care and how you can help and all that. What's so important about these studies? You know, everyone else, there's lots of people doing very valuable studies of other types all around the world. I have always been focused on doing the things that make the most impact, that make the most difference. And what does that mean? It means making the most difference to the whole world. This phrase, I'm a humanitarian first and foremost, we actually have that written on the front page of our website. It's something that, you know, really defines me. And that means that I want us to achieve longevity escape velocity, the elimination of aging for everybody as soon as possible. How do we do that? Well, honestly, we pretty much found out what we should aim for 4 years ago, 5 years ago now, when COVID happened. The world mobilized. The world actually paid attention to something for once, and a huge amount was done. There was a proper war on COVID. And, you know, people withstood and tolerated a substantial diminution in their quality of life just in order to bring that thing under control. What I want is a war on aging that's like that. In fact, bigger than that. I want a war on aging that will dwarf that because, of course, you know, COVID wasn't terribly harmful to young people, whereas, well, I mean, I guess aging isn't terribly harmful to young people at first, but the fact is everyone's got it, and you know, doing something about it is difficult. So the thing is, you know, is this just a complete pipe dream? Is there any conceivable way that we could trigger you know, something that big against aging so soon, anytime soon? Despite the fact that, you know, I've been trying to trigger it for 25 years and other people before me have been trying, and the world continues to be just so totally apathetic about it. Well, you know what? I think we can. And this is the answer to the question at the top, why these RMR studies are my #1 focus. It all comes down to this. Who listens to whom? This is what it's all about. Because at the end of the day, we're going to have a global war on aging only if governments around the world decide to wage that war. So why would they do that? Who do governments listen to? Well, of course, most governments are democracies, which means they listen to their electorate. They listen to their electorate and nobody else, because at the end of the day, they only have one goal in life, which is to get re-elected. So at the end of the day, if the public wants a war on aging, we'll get a war on aging. So then we have to ask, how can we make the public want a war on aging? This is the fundamental problem that people working on the longevity crusade have, that no other crusade has, is that the people who actually suffer from the thing that they're trying to fix don't complain enough. The elderly just don't complain enough. So we have to fix that. We have to fix the apathy of the public. How do we do that? Well, there's only one group of people that the public en masse actually listen to, and that is influencers. You know, Oprah Winfrey, Joe Rogan, Mr. Beast, people like that. You know, you may say, well, okay, do the public listen to influencers? Well, of course they do. They wouldn't be called influencers otherwise, right? Of course they do. Influencers actually do influence public opinion and public aspirations and desires. So I believe that if we can get the world's influencers to mobilize and actually call for a war on aging, we'll have a war on aging the following week. Honestly, we will. So then we have to ask the next question. Who do influencers listen to? Well, the fact is, if you're an influencer, you want to stay an influencer, right? How do you do that? You have to withstand the hating. You know, anyone who tries to, influence public opinion, they get a lot of people who don't like what they're trying to say. You know, haters are everywhere. They're going to hate. So you've got to withstand that. And the way that influencers who succeed and who stay influential, the way they do it is by being right. And the way they get to be right is by listening to expert opinion, the expert consensus in the area that they have chosen to pontificate about. So, what comes next? Who do the experts listen to? Now, you might think the experts wouldn't listen to anybody because they're experts. They just get on and know their shit. But unfortunately, that's not true. I only don't listen really to other experts in that sense. I don't decide what I'm going to say on the basis of what other people are going to approve of. But basically all my colleagues do. And the reason they do is because they get most of their money not from people like you, from philanthropy, but from grant applications to the government. And those grant applications are adjudicated by other experts through this utterly catastrophic system called peer review, which means that experts have to listen to each other. They have to follow the herd. They have to not step out of line and say things that can be characterized as irresponsible. So, how do we change what experts say to influencers and to other people when they are so scared of stepping out of line from the herd? Well, I have an advantage here, which is that I've been an expert for long enough that I'm good friends with all the other experts in the biology of aging. And I know exactly how they think and exactly what they need to feel that they have permission to say more than they currently do. Here's something that experts don't tell you, and they don't tell anybody, because if they did, people would stop giving them money. There is a way already, as I mentioned, to get middle-aged mice to live 4 months longer than they normally would. Great. Unfortunately, it's a really, really easy thing. All you have to do is starve them. You give them not much food, and they live 4 months longer. Furthermore, we can do that with drugs. This drug I mentioned earlier called rapamycin works in more or less that way. You can also do it genetically by messing around with the genes of the parents of the mice in question, which of course is not something that we're doing in our experiments because we want to do things that are relevant to people who are already alive. Problem is that calorie restriction doesn't scale. It gives mice a bit of extra life. If you start calorie restriction early in life, it can give people, it can give them maybe a year of extra life. If you start in middle age, it'll give them, as I say, about 4 months. So if you think about what that means for humans, that means really rather a lot. That means like 15 years or something. Well, at least 10 years. And, you know, that'd be quite nice. But unfortunately, longer lived species benefit a lot less from calorie restriction than short-lived species do, a lot less. I've put up there that this won't give us any more than 5 years. In fact, that is an extremely conservative statement. If you're starting in middle age, like when the human is 55, 60, then it would be a big surprise if calorification gave more than 1 year. So it's not the Holy Grail. But you wouldn't know that to listen to my colleagues. In fact, I was so pissed off 20 years ago when I realized how much this was being swept under the carpet that I actually wrote a whole paper about it. You can probably find it. It's called something like The Unfortunate Influence of the Weather, because it's all about the evolutionary basis for why CR doesn't scale. So this is the thing. We have not beaten that. 50 years ago, we already knew that we could extend mouse longevity starting in middle age by 4 months. And we still can't beat that 4 months. Furthermore, it's not just mice. Other species are just the same. So this is terrible. It's appalling. But it's not appalling for us, for me, and for these RMR experiments. Because these RMR experiments are a whole different way of going about cracking aging in mice. And there is absolutely no reason why we should not be able to go way beyond 4 months. As I say, the definition I've given to this goal, robust mouse rejuvenation, is 12 months. But even if we got 8 months, we would be in another world. And all my friends and colleagues in the biology of aging, they know this. So that means that such a result will essentially give them each other's permission to say much more aggressive things about what's going to happen in the future. Many of you will have heard of a program called AlphaFold, which was developed a few years ago by a brilliant company named DeepMind. What it does is you give it the amino acid sequence of a protein and it figures out the three-dimensional shape of that protein. That turns out to be an extremely hard thing to determine experimentally in the test tube, though it can be done in most cases, but it can now be done in no time at all in silico, just because they figured out how to do it. Now, this is something that people have been trying to figure out for decades and decades, and they've made basically no progress at all. It was just the same as with lifespan in mice. And then suddenly they figured out what to do, and bang, it was all over. I mean, there's still improvements being made, but for practical purposes, it was all over. So, I say I know these people. I have been working with my colleagues in the community for some time to try to get them to say things that are as aggressive, as optimistic as they're willing to say. And this is what happened 2 years ago, year and a half ago. We were able to put out this thing called the Dublin Longevity Declaration. That was produced, it was announced in Dublin at one of my conferences. And, it says some fairly aggressive things. And as you can see, it is signed by lots of top luminaries in the world of the biology of aging. But it didn't have anything about firm predictions of timeframes, even probabilistic predictions, which are the kinds that I always give, of course. So I wanted to get this to explode. I wanted, through 2024, to get the public generally on board. And I said I wanted to get from 2,000 members of the general public, which is what we had around the end of 2023, to 200,000. And in fact, we've got about 2,500. It didn't happen because there's no time frames here. Once these same people, this same majority of the luminaries in the field, become willing to say things that really mean that we are close to bringing aging under medical control in humans, then we'll get our 200,000 signatures and a hell of a lot more than that. So for now, I just have to plug away and get what money I can to achieve that goal of RMR. The first experiment, RMR1, the one that has 4 mice left at this point, cost about $3.5 million. Maybe there's another $1 million that needs to be spent to analyze those tissues that we've stored. As I mentioned, at Sense Research Foundation, I actually started the kind of precursor to this experiment. I'm calling it RMR beta. It was just 2 interventions, stem cells and a senolytic. And it was worth trying, but I definitely would have started RMR1 in late 2021, actually, not early, but sorry, late 2021, not. I guess I got the years wrong there. I meant early 2022, not 2023, which is when it actually started. You know, so that's a year lost just because of the theft that you all know about. Furthermore, as you know, you guys donated $27.5 million. RMO1 cost $3.5 million. You know, even if I'd done it without any kind of cutting of corners for budgetary reasons, it would have cost maybe $5 or $6 million. So I could have done 5 of those experiments. I wouldn't have done them all at the same time, but I would have done at least another couple of them starting in 2023 or 2024, not in 2025, which is the earliest it could possibly be now. So basically, we're talking about at least 2 years of delay that has been caused by the theft in the achievement of the thing that I am sure will trigger the complete change in public attitudes to aging and will trigger a war on aging. Now, of course, as time goes on after that, you know, in the subsequent decade or so that people are trying to fix aging in humans, we will somehow catch up a bit. Maybe we'll catch up most of it. But I can't find any way to argue that we won't, in the end, once we get to longevity escape velocity, that we will not have lost at least 4 months. Now, you can do the numbers. 110,000 people die every day from aging worldwide. So that means that it only takes 2 months to lose an entire holocaust of people. Think about that. And it would have been more. We would have lost more than this if it had not been for the courage of the 3 plaintiffs who donated large amounts during the airdrop in July 2021 and who sued Science Research Foundation and were able to secure a settlement that extracted enough money for me to run RMR1. The people who stole this money and who are still holding on to most of it, except that they've spent most of it by now, they've squandered most of it, they still haven't seen justice. I'll stop there and just mention that you can always email me. My email address is there in green. I want to thank all of our donors, of course, including everyone who's listening, and our collaborators and advisors. ICOR is the company where the work was done. We wrote, for those of you who are deep into the biology and want to know more about the weeds, we wrote a paper describing everything and the motivation and rationale, which came out earlier, about a year ago now. And the QR code on the right is to our donate page, where you can donate every kind of fiat currency and also any cryptocurrency that is traded at Coinbase or Circle or Uniswap. If you have something in your back pocket that is not traded at those places, please do not send it through the donate page that you see on the right, because we won't be able to get hold of it. And that would be a very bad thing. In fact, somebody already did that with a substantial amount of money, and we're trying to see what we can do about that. However, we have now created, or rather, I must say, Matty has created a Trezor address, which you can see there. And so for anything that's not traded at Coinbase, Circle, or Uniswap, please use the address that you can see there. I think Matty mentioned he's going to put it in the notes as well, so you don't necessarily just have to take a screenshot and then type it out, but please do if you want. So I will just say, you know, this is our website, but I'll put this back in case anyone needs a little more time, and I'll be happy to answer questions for the next few minutes. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Excellent talk. And I definitely saw one question that had come in already. There were a number of like positive comments from supporters here. We had RH Max, Aubrey is the hero, Hod Pearl, incredible research, Crypto Class, welcome Dr. DeGray, interested to hear your talk. And so those are all Hex YouTubers who are very helpful in getting the word out about longevity. Here we've got a question from Brendan. Aubrey, I love your goal and your presentation. If you could get the funding, could you add more top minds in the field to assist with your research?
So the answer is yes, absolutely. To some extent, I'm already adding those top minds. Obviously, as I mentioned, I am good friends with everyone in the field. So a lot of the top minds, talk to me all the time, advise me, help me. We discuss these things. However, for sure, with additional funding, one thing I could do would be to arrange these collaborations I mentioned to analyze these tissues that we have stored and that we don't have the money to analyze right now. That's just one example of what would happen.
Awesome. And we have Crypto Class here. I know she has her MD in Australia. She's asking, how have you made your intervention specific to target the particular aspects of metabolism?
So we've actually tried to avoid doing that. And here's why. When I described the divide and conquer strategy, these 7 different categories of damage and the various approaches to fixing them, that describes the direct impact of each of these things, the various types of damage that will be directly repaired. But the thing is, everything's talking to everything else all the time, which means that if you repair one type of damage, you're quite likely to slow down the accumulation of other types. You might even reverse other types by essentially releasing the brakes on some of the automatic built-in repair machinery that the body already naturally has. So we expect quite a lot of these indirect knock-on effects. And indeed, in RMR1, we kind of sort those out, because what we did was we chose as our main criterion for whether we would include something as a component of the experiment that on its own, it will give an actual meaningful increase in longevity. Not anywhere near as much as 4 months, but still some. Now, in order to do that, it has to have a lot of knock-on effects, right? Because it's got to at least slow down a little bit pretty much everything that kills mice. So we're looking for those indirect effects as well. So certainly what we do is we are choosing interventions which on the surface are very different from each other, but we are not making any assumptions about whether there will be this or that indirect knock-on effect. And in fact, we're also, of course, as I mentioned, looking out for the possibility that there could be antagonistic knock-on effects, that things could actually cancel each other out.
Awesome. Great. Well, those were great questions that we had following the great talk. And so, yeah, really appreciate everybody's support here and how everybody has donated in the past and hopefully will continue to donate going forward. I want to thank Aubrey for being a supporter of Hex and Pulse Chain and always showing up to these things. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you very, very much, Matty. You've been an absolute hero here, and so have everyone who's donated, and anyone who can donate more in the future. You'll be saving a lot of lives. I worked out recently that every $1 that is received in this work saves at least 1 or 2 lives in the long run by bringing forward the defeat of aging by at least a few seconds.
I love that. That's a great statistic. So we'll wrap up on that note, and thank you, Aubrey, again for being on, and looking forward to having you back again in the future.
Absolutely. Enjoy the rest of the conference, everybody. Bye for now.
Thanks. All right. Well, we've had another super successful day of hexconference.com, the 5th annual. Here we are on day 3 of 4. So we have 1 more night to go tomorrow night.
Okay.
First of all, I want to thank all of our speakers. I want to thank
that was pretty awesome. Like, unfortunately, it was quite dry, and it looks like we lost a couple of viewers, but that could also be because of the time. But that was awesome. Like, that guy gave me a lot of hope. But also, I'm really sad because I'm pretty sure by the time this research is like all figured out and ready to go, and people are living up to the 200s or whatever the heck it's going to be, we will all probably be like really old already or dead. So it's going to be the next generation, not us.
We'll be Methuselah's children.
There you go.
Right. I'm like already in my middle ages. So by the time this research is out, I'm certainly not going to be in my middle age anymore. But honestly, like, to me, I don't know if I'd call it dry. I've listened to a lot of scientific presentations, so maybe that's why. But I do understand your aspect. Like to me, it's like factual. It's interesting. The way that he went about the conversation was super. The progression was really great. So I thought the information was excellent. But I do understand like he speaks like a metronome. And if it wasn't for his British accent, it would be even worse because I love British accent. And at the end of the night, it's now midnight here Eastern time. Like it's hard to stay focused on someone that's speaking a little bit more monotonous or a little bit more, matter of factly.
Yeah, I'm like yawning right now.
I feel like he would have been. Yeah, people would have been much more into that if he had been earlier on, because when you're still fresh and invigorated, you're not too concerned with like what exactly is going on. If he had been near the start, it would have been like, oh, this is awesome. But kind of putting him at the end was a little bit of a like, this is kind of slogging now because we've already gotten all the hopium for Hex. Like him either near the beginning or somewhere towards the middle, and then throwing in more hopium for Hex kind of afterwards. I think that would have made that a little easier to digest.
Yeah, but the challenge
to be said. Go ahead, Brendan.
No.
I was just going to say there's something to be said about the magical 2-hour zone of like attention span, right? Like this conference has been going on for almost 5 hours now. It's like I feel myself drifting in and out of focusing on what's being talked about and stuff. And like I noticed that Rogan doesn't go on like podcasts for 4 or 5 hours. He does like 2 hours or 3 hours maybe, and then that's about it. But like I wonder if there's something to be said for like that just being the magical zone of like what people pay attention to when it comes to like listening to and watching like one particular thing or something like that. Oh, here we go, and that's the end. Congratulations, everybody. We made it all the way through.
To that point. Yay, good job, guys. We missed like the tiny bit at the beginning, but that's Maddie's fault for starting when we weren't expecting him to.
We weren't quick enough on our clicking.
I know, right? I think that's exactly why movies typically, like, you don't get movies over 3 hours, and if you do, it's very rare.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's pretty accurate. Also, Nate and I have been looking into basically learning more about like the YouTube stuff and trying to grow the channel and stuff like that. And one thing that he recently watched mentioned that the optimal average retention length, like the length that you want to make your videos to get people to like kind of sit through the whole thing, is, I would guess, right around a half an hour for YouTube videos.
Interesting.
So
I feel that makes sense. Yeah. People don't people are like, oh, it's just half an hour, as opposed to like, oh, that's a whole hour,
Yeah.
Well, I mean, look at it this way. Like if I want to watch a 2-minute video, if it's a 30-second ad, there's zero chance I'm going to sit there and then watch a 2-minute like clip or a 1-minute clip. If it's a 10-second ad, all right, I'll sit around through a 10-second ad to watch my minute clip or my minute 30 clip. So like, I feel like it's like everybody has that like little thing that they're willing to sit through, or that like time to focus. And look, I used to be great at sitting down. Yeah, cost of value, exactly. But I used to be great at sitting down and watching things and paying attention to one thing. That's something I want to get back to. I've kind of been struggling with, like, I'm always on my phone. My phone's always here, even if I'm doing something else. So I'm like, it's not super healthy to always be multitasking and being addicted to your phone. It really isn't healthy.
It's that cycle of just like, oh man, infinite gratification, infinite like ability to just do the stuff wherever it might be. Like we can always just pull it out of our pocket.
Yeah, pretty much. But that also being said, the Hex conference is not, I don't think it's necessarily designed for people to just sit through the whole thing. I think it's meant to be like, it's a big epic event and it's there, and then people come in and like watch it whenever they're available. And it's just, it's kind of like, sitting through like these big just chunks whenever you have the time to do so. Kind of like reading a book. You're not supposed to read a whole book in one sitting typically.
Oh man.
Unless you're really, I've done it. I mean, like my family was really big into Harry Potter when it came out. And a few of us, me and one of my older brothers are really strong readers. So like he could read the entire Harry Potter book, one of them in like 8 hours, and he just sit there and do that all day.
Holy moly.
8 hours is like that's crazy to sift through Harry Potter. I know
We do
big
like a good
words, it
story,
looks
though.
bigger than it is, but still 8 hours is insane. I didn't get into Harry Potter until the fourth book came out, or is coming out. That wasn't out yet. Anyway, I digress. What was your favorite segment or favorite segments? What did you like tonight about the conference, and what really stood out to you?
I'll be honest, bro. I liked when you were on and you were talking like very eloquently about. I don't remember what you were talking about, but I remember liking that you were up there and you were speaking well and just doing a great job of representing the Degen Roundtable. And it's like, fuck yeah, dude, that's my boy over there. That's the fam, and he's over there like kicking ass and taking names. I think that the conference was great. You know, there was a lot of things that that are like they're good stuff, but like this is very likely my biased perspective, right? Because you know, like we're good friends and you're on the same team as me, so I'm going to like the thing that like basically is the closest peripheral to me, you know. But that was my favorite part, is when you were up there and chit-chatting about the stuff that you were doing. And it reminded me a lot of like when we were over at the Cardano summit, and like I didn't really know exactly what you were talking about, but I liked that you were there and you were talking, and it's like, that's my fucking boy, dude, you know. So like I guess like not really like a proud parent moment, but it's just like I like when my people are doing cool things, and that's super cool and awesome. That was my favorite part. What was your favorite part of the night, Brendan? And then we'll toss over to Cass.
You know, first of all, I appreciate the kind words. You know, I got obviously thrown into that panel a little bit late, so I didn't have time to prepare, but
cool,
I didn't feel like anybody of the other three. I was kind of going to sit back and let somebody else sort of take the reins, but I didn't feel like that was happening. So I felt like I had to. And I felt like we had a good conversation, and I'm glad it went well. So other than that, the segment before me, you know, I always like listening to Axis, Crispy Man, Sloth, and my apologies, I forget the fourth person on that panel. I didn't know him so well, and therefore he didn't stand out to me. But
His name
he
was
did,
Ray, I
have some good things to say as well. So he definitely held his own. But you know, that was a very positive panel, and that was my favorite part of tonight. Although I will say, like, Aubrey was great, and the issue is you can't put him in the beginning, right? Because it's a Hex conference. So you got to start with Hex, and like you might lose people right away. And so there's no really good place to put him. I understand that, but like his information and what he's doing, I really like, and that was cool. But yeah, but Axis, Crispy Man, and Sloth, that was my favorite part of the night. And you know, I like being on it, but that was different.
That's definitely my second favorite. What about you, Cass? What was your highlight of the night, or what was something that stuck out to you?
Well, I'm going to. This is, I guess, a pretty selfish opinion. Mine was probably Aubrey, though.
Sure.
Right at the end there, a lot of I guess the general idea of what he's talking about aligns with a lot of my personal goals right now and the things that I'm trying to work on and improve in my own life. So it was inspiring to hear that. And I've also been talking to Jay a little bit about this, just trying to get my head in the right mindset, because that's been my biggest struggle, is thinking the way I need to think, like, and just doing the hard things, and just, you know, like, forget all of the roadblocks and quit, you know, letting them roadblock me. I'm trying to figure out how to get over that. And so, you know, listening to him and kind of hearing about all the research that people are trying to do, and the fact that these things are, you know, actually possible, like that there is the science behind this to be able to maybe hopefully someday accomplish these incredibly long lifespans, instead of us being limited to, you know, about 100 years if we're very, very lucky. You know, it's just cool to think about. Like, that is actually something that's out there. And like I said, it kind of sucks because it probably won't be in our lifetime. Like, we'll probably miss it. So that's a little rough to be like, damn
Unless
it,
we raise more money.
We're just yeah, I know, right? Let's just go donate everything we have to him. But we're just barely gonna miss it too. Like, if they actually accomplish it anyways. Who knows? But yeah, so that was kind of my personal favorite. Other than that, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Nerd Girls section was pretty funny. That one was entertaining. She, like I said, I'm proud of her for doing what she did. And you could tell, like, when she called in Maddie, that she was so nervous about it. I think he really encouraged her to get on and do it, which I'm just so glad for, because that's what we need. We need more people who get on and just do it. It doesn't matter if it's embarrassing. It doesn't matter if maybe somewhere down the line you're like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have done that. You still did something. And
That's
we have
true.
we live in a community and like just generation of people who just don't do anything, and they're content to not do anything. And somebody pointed that out, like that people in this generation are just content to exist, and then that's it. That's all they care. You know, they don't care to do anything else. So I think it's a little bit inspiring. People can learn from that. I mean, if you don't learn anything about relationships, you can learn that, hey, people are going to work at what they want to do. I mean, she was obviously encouraged to do it by, you know, whoever her friend circle is and her group of people, and you know, everybody can do that. So take from it what you will, but to me it's just, it gave me same with Aubrey, a little bit of inspiration to be like, hey, you know, people are doing these hard and awkward things, even if it's incredibly awkward and they like wish they were anywhere else but there.
I mean, I will give her credit for doing it, but I will also give a little bit of constructive feedback. If you're going to present a topic like that, you need to present it in a very clear and succinct manner. And the issue that I had was that her slides were hard to read, and the information was a little bit all over the place. It wasn't sort of streamlined. And so I feel like this could be a learning experience for her, where she could, like, you know, maybe dial back that presentation a little bit, make it a little bit less wordy, make it a little bit less sex focused, my personal opinion, and maybe find some new words to use that draw crypto together with love and relationships. Because look, can it work? Yes. Did she try? Yes. Was it challenging for me to understand a lot of what she was trying to say and a lot of the parallels and overlaps that she was trying to make? Yes, also very hard for me to understand. So look, I think that I've made mistakes presenting before. I've struggled, I've failed. And look, the only way that you do that is by practicing and getting better. But my constructive feedback would be to revamp the content a little bit, to tone it down a little bit, and to make it a little bit easier for people to listen to. Because look, when you use really heavy words like threesomes and things like that, it's really hard for people to understand what you're saying because they're focused on these super sexualized connotations. And so they're going to dirty mind, they're going to phallic jokes, right? And so it's really hard for them to actually focus on the content and what you're talking about. And so I think that lost a lot of people. And so, like, maybe the content was fantastic, but if people are only thinking about the sexual innuendos, then you've lost them because they are missing your content.
Yeah, there's something to be said about.
Real quick.
Go ahead.
Well, I got some direct feedback on that I really wanted to get out here. Brendan, I completely agree with that. And one thing that I love about our group here on the Degen Roundtable is that we, at least from my observation, we have a tendency to offer feedback that is actually critical and helpful to people. So I would love it if somebody went to her and told her this. Unfortunately, the sad truth is most people probably will not. They're just going to write it off as like, this was ridiculous. Why did you even do this? You know, they're going to dismiss it completely, or they're going to flat out, you know, insult her. But like, I don't know if you personally would want to give her that kind of feedback. I don't know if any of us could even like get in touch with her, but I would love to be able to get in touch with her and be like, hey, this is what we thought. You know, just give her some hope and be like, hey, you actually did really great. Super proud of you for putting this out there and being, you know, having the courage to get out there. And then like, here are some things that you could work on, especially the slides. You were very, very right about those slides. They were really hard to read. And yeah, I mean, I just kind of hope, I guess what I'm trying to say is I hope that the community can do that for her instead of just, you know, bashing her. But we shall see.
Yeah. So there has to be like an interest in receiving the feedback before it is like, if we go over there offering her all sorts of like advice and you know what we consider to be wisdom and correct thinking, if she's not receptive to the words or something, then like, you know, that's her prerogative to do stuff. So, you know, Nerd Girl, if you happen to catch this Degen Roundtable stream, you know, like, we admire your courage to go up there and present solo. I know that I'm certainly not presenting solo. I'm doing the easy thing, talking with a whole bunch of friends and everything every time that I hop up on stream. So it's a lot more difficult, and I applaud you for that. And if you're interested in getting some constructive feedback, then we'd be happy to share, and, you know, potentially even have you on the Degen Roundtable show and and we could talk about feedback, or we could talk privately or whatever, you know. But if you're interested in having a more effective sales process where you sell your idea to the audience in such a manner that they're interested in listening to it and absorbing it and moving forward and stuff, I think that like we'd all be more than happy to have that conversation. You know, if that's not on your agenda, that's also a-okay. We're here to help everyone get their goals accomplished and move forward and do all sorts of things. I definitely agree with what you've said, Brendan, and what you've said as well, Cass. There's something about the way that words are presented and the way that they cast spells and light up like beautiful campfires inside of our minds that like if you use spicy words, then it leads the mind to think spicy thoughts. And if you use like dry and scientific words, then it leads the mind to think like, oh, dry and scientific. So like there's an equilibrium, there's a balance in between Aubrey de Grey and Nerd Girl when it comes to like having the right amount of entertainment and sauciness and the right amount of science and information in order to present some sort of information or some sort of ideas or some sort of concept that keeps people both like interested and like learning and engaged in stuff, you know. So too much in either one of the directions can lead to any you know extreme sort of thing. So this is some good thoughts and some good feedback. I enjoyed the conference. This is our first time doing a live watch party, so some fun little learning things there about me adjusting the volume and doing that live. I think that this went rather well. Thank you, Hexkin Lost in Asia, for sticking around to the end, broski. Shout out to all the amigos that rolled through as we were going. Let's do some real quick chat shout outs right now, Mrs. Producer, to acknowledge some of the folks that showed up whilst we were live. It looks like we've got 3 of them over here. We got Sham Jones. I will sacrifice my life for Pulse Chain. That's very noble of you, sir.
Fight.
You can do that if you wish. Next up, we got Agent Jeter. Is Cardano better than Hex? Well, that depends, Agent Jeter. Is an apple better than a crowbar? It depends on what your use case is and what you want to do with it. So it could be, it could not be. Depends. So whatever the tool is that you're looking for will determine your applicability and whether you determine something is better or not. And then finally, we got my good friend Don Function. Shout out to Dev Donnie of the Degen protocol and the Function Island protocol as well. Good to see you, man. What's up, dudes? What's up with you too, motherfucker? It is good to see you. And then also, we've got another one rolling in here. Matty Allen of Hex Therapy Live. Thanks for running the watch party. Cheers. Cheers to you too, Mr. Matty Allen. Thank you for running this kick-ass conference, and thank you for everything that you do. We are glad to have the show in the background where we're offering our commentary live, and also we can send some of our members over to you to help fill in some panels and do some excellent stuff. So thank you, Brendan, for doing that. Thank you, Maddie, for everything that you do with this conference, and thank you, Mrs. Producer, as well, for the work that you do behind the scenes, rolling on the cameras. And she was the one that brought up the show and got it all ready for us to rock and roll on time, so that way we could get this going for you. And I remember I walked into this room and I saw like I had Maddie's YouTube page open on my screen. And I was like, oh fuck, it's live right now! Quick, Cass, hit the buttons. We gotta go live. And she's like, ah! And so we're like over here scrambling, and we got it live like within a minute or two of Maddie. So that was super fun and super awesome. So thanks everybody for tuning in. Do you guys have any final thoughts before we move to close here?
I just say thanks again to Maddie. Obviously, when we put conferences on like this, brings more eyes to the ecosystem. We roll more thoughts off each other. A lot of great minds, building, talking, thinking, and extrapolating out ideas for the future. And I love that. And, so just thank you, and looking forward to the last day tomorrow.
Excellent. This is Producer. Any final thoughts?
Yep. My final thoughts are just, great job, Maddie. Putting this on cannot be easy. Figuring out, coordinating all of these different people, and just sitting through it. I mean, he's sitting in the background the whole time when he's not on screen. So,
oh yeah.
Like Brendan already said, like Will's probably already mentioned too. Sorry, Will, I can't quite remember right now. Great job. Keep it up. I'm looking forward to next year, and maybe by then I will be interested in doing a segment, because I'm hoping to start getting more into crypto a little bit here too. Because, like I mentioned when Nerd Girl was talking about it, I do think it's valuable to have my own crypto and to know a lot more about it, so that when Nate's talking to me about it, I'm not staring at him like he's got 7 heads popping out of his neck suddenly. So yeah, that's all I've got.
Excellent. Excellent. All right. 2 housekeeping items before we move on and I do the final end of show copywriting. We have our show on Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern, as we always do. For those of you guys that are brand new to the Degen Roundtable, you guys can catch our streams at Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday starting at 8 p.m. Eastern. That is midnight London time or 5 p.m. over on the Pacific. And, you know, wherever you are in the world other than that, that's when we start our streams here over on the Degen Roundtable. So Sunday, we have our flagship show. And then on Friday, we are covering the book. Oh, man, let me see if I can remember it. The Creature from Jekyll Island, the story about the Federal Reserve. So that is what we are doing for a book club on Friday. Again, this Hex conference is going again tomorrow. So make sure you guys check it out over on Matty Allen's stream. You guys can find it at his name right there, Matty Allen Hex Therapy Live. That is where you can catch the rest of the stream. We have our good friend Zenith. He's going to be on a panel with Mr. Nuclear Herbs, and they're going to be talking about all sorts of great legal stuff going on. So that's all we got. We've got the Sunday show. We've got the everything. You guys can find Brendan at anonymous_bean on X. You guys can find all of my socials at will.pls.fyi. And I highly encourage you guys to join the Degen Roundtable Telegram over there at DRT Join Now. Again, if you're typing it into your URL, that is t.me/DRT Join Now. And with that being said, it's time to read the end of show copywriting, starting with our fantastic preamble to the Degen Roundtable, Constitution. So we, the debauched, in the pursuit of chaotic harmony, unite to form a more questionable union and establish a strictly unregulated fund to ensure a steady flow of libations and provide for our collective shenanigans, all while promoting the art of bad decisions and secure the blessings of free-spirited vibes to ourselves and future party animals. Do hereby establish this glorious podcast to indulge in excess for all who dare to live recklessly. Will you join us and turn down for what? I want to thank all of you for spending your valuable time with us here on the Degen Roundtable. We, as Agent J often says, we know that time is your most valuable asset, and we appreciate you investing it right here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Will Stevenson, but more importantly, you are watching the Degen Roundtable. Mrs. Producer, go ahead and get that trigger finger ready because it's time to remind all the folks at home to remember to Degen responsibly.